It's showtime.
Welcome back on the boat. How is everybody doing? It is December 25th. How about that?
What we're gonna do right here is go back.
I've just been resetting up my computer, like really sorting out all the folders. Welcome all to the regular viewers. It is the festive season, but I'm not mentioning the C word. I'm done with it. I'm done with this worshipping fake religion, and it's all based upon fake religion. So anyway, welcome all. Do comment in the chat. This is going to be a long one today. We're going to be going over a lot of stuff, and it's basically the episode's called The Hijacked World. On screen you see The Truman Show, Skynet, The Matrix, Westworld. All these simulated, these movies that show simulation through all this stuff. And it's just nuts. It's nuts. I'm going to play a bit of an intro, get some viewers watching. So just sit back. It's a bit of music to start. We've got a lot of clips to show you. Here's a funny one. I've got a lot of new clips, guys. So yeah, check it out.
It'd be funny if we both got it wrong, eh? If I did the good thing and you did the bad one.
No. Wouldn't be funny at all.
Funny, because that's how it actually is, isn't it? So anyway, welcome all. Oh, we've got a new Get to the Chopper updated extended version as well.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
Right, so anyway, we've got a lot of stuff to show you today. We're going to be showing you some Martin Liedtke, Flat Earth British, also Shiva Shampoo, the Mandela Effect stream, which is going to be good. I'm going to be streaming for about 8-9 hours today, mainly because I don't watch television anymore, and even YouTube. I'm at a point where I'm kind of at like second, third night of the soul, dark night of the soul sort of thing, because I'm just finding it very hard to watch anything that's interesting to me except the old world, and of course David Clue's Unity News Network. Do go check them out on DLive and Rumble. Anyway, I'm going to shut up and going to have a musical intro, and so I'm just talking to the clips. Musical intro, and then we're going to begin with the live streams. Also the Dutch synths Bernie autodidactic stream are going to be shown as well, and some more Martin Liedtke. There's 2 Martin Liedtke today, so big up to everybody. Welcome and enjoy. Just let me play this clip because this clip's like horrendous.
Well, the Gates Foundation has partnered with DFID on a great number of things, and among those are work we do together on livestock, helping animals survive either by having vaccines or better genetics, helping them be more productive. It's making a big difference. I was down in Ethiopia seeing how chickens are out there laying more eggs, getting more nutrition, and even some small savings into the household. So Edinburgh happens to be where a lot of the world's best work on this is done, and that's why DFID and the Gates Foundation are funding scientists here.
So we can see what they're trying to do there with it's horrendous. It's really horrendous what they're trying to do, what he's trying to do. Who is this dude, man? Who is this fucking dude? Honestly. Anyway, big up to everybody. We've got so much to watch today, honestly. I've got so many clips to show. We're going to be talking about the Matrix. We're going to be talking about what do we actually live in, because there's several theories, and it's really interesting. Yeah, actually, do you know what? I've got to start with this other clip. I've got so many clips, guys. Honestly, this is going to be like an 8 or 9 hour stream today, I think. So sit back, kick back, and we've got a couple of things there. Yeah, this is funny. I'll be back in 6 or 7 minutes.
We do this every year and it's stupid.
What do you mean?
It's stupid.
Do what every year?
This nonsense every year.
Oh, you bought shit. I bought shit.
The controversial social media influencer Andrew Tate has been arrested in Romania.
The Matrix has attacked me.
The Matrix. The Matrix. What is the Matrix? What is it?
I have lived with Andrew for years and years, and he would never do anything like this.
I promise you that Tate is too rich and too smart to do anything illegal. He's been too rich for a very, very long time. As long as I've lived with him, I've never seen him do anything illegal at all. He always knew that this would happen. If they can't cancel you, and if they can't put you in jail, or if jail doesn't ruin your influence, the next thing they do is they kill you. They Epstein you.
I just want to say that the judges today made the right decision. I respect what they've done for me, and they will be vindicated in their decision because I'm an innocent man and I can't wait to prove it.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Cancel it. He's still around. Oh, well, lie about him in the news. Just say he touches chicks. Well, no one believes it. I'm winning too well. I'm scared by the incompetence of these clowns. But I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to lose? I'm genuinely looking for guidance here. Am I supposed to roll over and fucking lose? When they're lying about me and slandering my name and trying to put me back in a fucking dungeon? Anybody who knows me, when anything goes wrong, they call me. I'm the hero. But now, I have no one to call. I have people telling me, you'll be okay, you're top G. Will I? I don't know. If anybody can defeat this Matrix attack, it's going to be the top G.
And he says, why so serious?
Tristan said something to me in that jail cell was completely true. He said, 13 years in the Chateau d'If, and then the world is ours.
Losers! I'm gonna beat him home! I'm gonna beat him home!
Oh, Bailey.
Doesn't matter what they do,
day of the week. Doesn't matter. I'm with Andrew Tate, and you're Christian Tate, and that's the way it is. Yeah, that's where it's always gonna be.
You have to remember that this guy's dad was a CIA agent, and he was a chess master.
I still believe that we run the world. There's a lot more of us than them. It's just down to what we will accept. And I know I can come across as brash with my message. I'm telling 16-year-olds to go and get rich and buy a fast car and train hard and go to the gym, etc. because these young men are far less likely to blindly comply, and it's extremely important that they don't psyop the next generation of young masculine youth. And it's going to take bravery and love. You need to love the people around you and love the human race and love the place you're from. And I just want to wrap up by saying that I would never kill myself. And if they put me back in that dungeon to starve, I hope you will all do your very best to get me out, because I'm in a very...
We will, Andrew. Love you.
I will not break down and start crying with Jordan Peterson. I will not turn my back on my brother. I will not stop saying the things that I mean and meaning the things that I say. I will not apologize to anyone for anything I've ever said or anything I've ever done because I've broken no laws. If they send me to jail for 10 years, as sad as you may be for me, I'm gonna walk in there, my head held high, and a smile on my fucking face.
Emergency Chris.
Hey, it's Numbnuts Carlston here. Today I'm gonna sit down with a guy who looks like Squidward from SpongeBob SquarePants got spray tanned. In his spare time, he beats women.
This is really funny.
Used to, and probably still does, take the keyboard away from women masturbating on camera for lonely orc-like men so that he can chat with them instead, because he can do it better. And at the rate things are going, there is no better person to represent what modern conservatism is, because as we all know, they haven't conserved shit, and cave every chance they get, to the point where most are now comparing which side has the hotter trannies, and who should have actually appeared on the Bud Light can. We're fighting the left so hard, guys. It's Tucker and Tate. Pucker up and make conservatives gape. It's Tucker and Tate. Tucker, I feel really comfortable around you, so I'm just going to use my actual voice and accent. Wow, so who was your dad? He was a chess master who worked for the CIA. Wow, my dad was CIA too. I also applied to work in the CIA, but I got rejected. We're gonna bring down the Matrix. I'm going to make a confused, constipated face now. We're gonna break the Matrix. Sign up for Hustler University. We're gonna bring down the establishment. Sign up for the CIA. I mean, go watch The Sound of Freedom. I'm a sex trafficker. What do you got against sex trafficking? Shut up, dude, I don't. It's just that if we say stuff like this is the film the mainstream media doesn't want you to see while it's #1 at the box office, as if that's not a total contradiction, even more people will go see it. Oh, and that made-up backstory where it got shelved for like 5 years? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Some retards are even saying they're turning off the air conditioning to stop people from seeing it. Oh, right, yeah. The mainstream media can't handle the truth. It's getting out there. This interview is trending right now. They can't handle it. They'll blow up buildings on their own soil, start wars that kill millions of people, control the money printing, spy on everything they do, and will lock people up for attending an event for years, but somehow presidents and movies just slip through the cracks. We're breaking the Matrix. I'd much rather bang a 10 out of 10 tranny than a 1 out of 10 woman, if you know what I mean. Fork-faced.
You wanted to know what the Matrix is, Neo? Trinity? Try to relax. This will feel a little weird.
This is going to be a super long stream today. I'm mainly doing it because there's nothing else to watch, and yeah. Anyway, yeah, I've got a notification from this lovely platform. We continue. Welcome Ross, welcome April, how you doing? Welcome Kyle, Nonconformista, Lady, Abby, welcome. White Knight, welcome, so good to see you watching. Sail Away, welcome. Super Long, Sail Away. Super Long is going to be 8-9 hours today. I've got 3 documentaries for us to watch. They're really good. Yeah, the Mandela Effect one with the Mandela Effect with it's a 4-hour stream, Dutch Synths 3-hour stream, and the first one we're going to watch I think is Martin Liedtke, and it's called Where Did All the People Go, which we're going to get into right away I think. Yeah, it's a really good, I really enjoyed this a lot. So I think let's just dive straight into it. Actually, it's going to be a long one today, so I just thought I'd put something on for everybody to watch. Ross Holt, welcome sir. I don't know if I mentioned that. Welcome, how you doing? Yeah, it is called The Hijacked World, and let's begin again. Genesis, a new beginning.
In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
Oi, oi. Welcome back, guys, to the Martin Liedtke channel for a very special extra post today. Wiggly flat thumbs and welcome. Got loads to talk about, loads of exciting.
This is very good. I'll just briefly tell you what it's about. He's looking at all these old world presentations. Welcome, Mum and Dad, if you're watching as well. You'll enjoy this. But no, looking at all this old world stuff and where all the people. The episode is called The Missing World Population 1800s. Big up to Martin Liedtke as well. I did share this with Dutch Synths and Martin and Autodidactic, so we will see. But yeah, it's going to be good today. Got a lot of things to show you, so we continue.
The return of my website that was once hijacked and stolen, and we're getting it rebuilt, and it is super resource and really exciting. Talk about that shortly. And we just did the Flat Earth British Roundtable last Saturday, Flatterday, my local pub. It went on really well. Everybody had a fantastic time, and I will definitely be doing more of them. Like-minded people meeting up, club fuck it, having a brilliant time. Oh, really good time was had by all. We had everything from belly dancers to Steve to karaoke, that was quite good. People playing guitar, we had it all. Yeah. So basically everything that it said on the promo, I delivered, and me and my son Lawrence, we smashed it on the buffet. Although we didn't make far too much food, but the bar next door was happy because it all went in there. So what are we going to talk about today? Now, I'm starting a new series. This is episode 1 of it, Crime Scene Earth, where we're going to look at some of these historical anomalies, one of which we're going to talk about right now, which is the very anomalous Franco-Prussian War, the narrative behind it, and the missing evidence, which I'll talk about, and missing humanity at a certain point in time in the 1800s. We're going to have a little look at that. Okay, so sit back, relax. Everybody loves a mystery, don't they? Well, this is going to be fantastic. So you're going to enjoy this. We're going to have a look at images that I've dug up, which I had to dig really deep for. Because if you want to look at anything in the Franco-Prussian War, from the German perspective, they are really very rare. But I have found some, but I did have to dig. So we're going to look at it. We're going to look at some of that narrative. And a collection of photographs of the St. Cloud Palace and Tower, which was on the banks of the River Seine, just outside Paris, the opposite side of the Seine, and it was completely destroyed, the entire town. And some of the images, you know, you scratch your head and wonder, was there actually a world war in the 1800s, and they're just giving us a fake narrative? There's little evidence in photographs for the Franco-Prussian War, but there is the American Civil War. You know, this was 1871. Photographs have easily been around 40 years. This is a major European battle, battles and war. It's weird that it hasn't been covered, but it is covered in oil paintings. Lots and lots of oil paintings, a bit like you know, this is Napoleon III's France we're talking about, but the first Napoleon, you should have had a photograph of him. But no, there's loads of oil paintings, lots and lots of engravings and oil paintings. So we're going to have a look at that. So do relax, enjoy yourself, and I'm sure it's going to be really interesting. We're going to look at some old photographs of Minneapolis, which is a mind blow, considering this is the late 1800s to 1900 mark, and there's a massive totalitarian city in situ. We're going to take a look at that. I've been looking through some of the old photographs also of the Statue of Liberty, only to find that one of them in particular is definitely a fake. It's definitely a fake. It's the narrative for the whole of the building of the, you know, some say Lucifer or Satan, and others say Apollo, others say it's definitely a god or goddess or whatever, which one. But the Statue of Liberty on Fort Wood, which is an old star fort system, has it always been there? And this is a part of the older world. We're going to take a look at that. But first, Crime Scene Earth. So this is a premiere. Don't often do these, but I did fancy doing one. So here we go. Basically, relax, chillamundo. Thanks everybody for being at the round table. Thanks everybody for who made the effort to come. It was I really enjoyed myself, guys. Hope you did too. And the weather was fucking atrocious. But the next time I hold one in this and we have a gathering, the weather will be a lot better and it will be much more fun. It will be fantastic. So Flat Earth British round tables are a thing. I'm very happy about it. And so is Flat Earth British website, which is back up and running. Basically, somebody hijacked it back about 3 years ago and started selling stupid shit on there using my name. Now, there are 2 or 3, I'm just going to say this, Martin Liedtke's out there. Sean Hibbler actually sent me a message saying his wife had received an email pretending to be me offering crypto. Well, crypto, I couldn't give a flying fuck about. In fact, I couldn't give a flying fuck about anything to do with that world. And that is not me. And I've blocked at least 3 fake Martin Liedtkes. Okay, so please beware. If you see a Martin Liedtke out there talking shit about crypto, you definitely know it's not me. Okay? Okay, thank you. I've also been cleaning house. It's part of the new thing about Flat Earth British with 2024 on the horizon and many more fantastic things. So I've had a little house cleaning. Okay, I've been sorting out my realm so I don't have to be fucking stressed out thinking about what's going on. Oh, thank you very much, kind comment, about what's going on, and I can relax and do content like this and research like this, which will which is what we're going to do, okay? So the whole realm is a crime scene. We're scratching our head wondering where everybody's gone in the 1800s. I showed you 3 posts ago with Campbell Autodidactic show photographs of St. Petersburg, okay, which is absent of actual street infrastructure and population or anything living at all in what seems like springtime. So we're going to start first, let me just show you what's going on. Please make sure to subscribe to my channel. Please make sure to do all of the funky things that goes on with YouTube, like liking my video, sharing my video, and closed captions should be included so you can understand me, because I'm from Wales. Although now I've got a Southern American twang to go with it, I've noticed, which is awesome, y'all.
Having some technical problems here. My webcam has suddenly stopped working. The mouse actually stopped working a minute ago. Then the mic stopped working. So we're just going to keep playing. Just welcome to everybody in the chat. Matthew Reynolds, welcome also. White Knight. Yeah, well, we continue. It's really good, this, actually. So sit back and enjoy. My webcam's frozen. See it? Anyway, we continue.
Yeah. So I loved you all. Let's have a fantastic little premiere and enjoy our company together in the chat feed. Okay. So we're going to start here. Okay. Let me share screen. With my funky new, well, this is being upgraded as we speak today, but this is, you know, basically what it used to look like, but we're having a lot of changes. I'm going to have a part there for people, the community, because I can't be modding my Telegram at all. I'm driving myself nuts with all of that. I haven't got time to be doing all of that because of trolls and all my other formats to chat upon, like my Facebook and all of that. I just haven't got time to do it. So there's going to be a place here for where you can keep up with all of what's going to be happening on Flat Earth British. Okay, interviews, what's coming up, vlogs that are coming up, events, which there'll be many of this year coming up. You should be excited about that, guys, because, you know, people getting together is where it's at. They're sitting in your house on your internet thing is exactly what they want. Is exactly what they want. They want to be sitting in your house in a virtual reality existence, never meeting anyone, never going out. If you want to find out about the world, look on Google Earth. That's what it looks like, but don't actually go there yourself. That's what they would like. So yeah, so I'll be able to share this maybe by the weekend, okay? And it'll give you everything of, you know, mud floods, Taria, the firmament, which has been admitted to be a real thing by a computer algorithm that gives you, basically, if you ask it like Siri, it tells you what shit goes on. And somebody shared yesterday that they said, yes, it's impossible to have, you know, no barrier between a vacuum and a pressurized system, so defying the second law of thermodynamics. So therefore, aka, it must be a firmament or a barrier, which I would agree with. Comets, we look into star thoughts, fasces, technasmia, antiquitech, shapes of the earth, airships, one of my faves, giants, maps, words, some of Flat Earth British's words, which have not made the Urban Dictionary. Okay, the wiggly flat thumbs is one of my new favorite ones. Science, art, world's fairs, architecture, resets, aquatech, weather, fireplaces, activities, resources, where we're going to have a TA, a Truthers Anonymous, a place where you can go and talk about, oh, I'm not sure I like this, or I'm not sure I like that. It's not a place to vent, but it's a place to air your views about all of the weirdness and MK Ultra that goes on YouTube and all of the mindfucks, which is mostly like this, the news, negative. So do beware. So there's somebody floating down reading the newspaper. Okay, so that's coming back, so that's exciting. So, and we're covered till they were copyright 2040. That'll do us for the time being. And all my links to my Twitter, my Pinterest, Facebook, and my email address, martinliedtke7@gmail.com, if you want to chat to me about anything. Okay, like people who are making videos and want them shared to get subscribers and that. I've had one sent to me this morning, but he had an unfortunate globe on the beginning of his video. I told him that he had to have another look at that because I don't think it's good for a flat earther to be doing, you know, shares of people with globe videos. But having said that, the video was juicy and I'm happy to help. So that sort of thing. Okay. on with the information. I find it fascinating, you know, that they say in the narrative here that there's, you know, why? The reason why he posted this question is probably because the number of Franco-Prussian War photographs is drastically less than the number of American Civil War photographs, okay? So I looked into the narrative, and I'm not satisfied with any of these narratives of why. So basically, there is very few photographs of the Franco-Prussian War. I think I've digged up what I'm going to. So if I just show you now, excuse me, I'll just get rid of that. The Franco-Prussian War. Now, this is at the same time, which I find fascinating, as they've got an exposition happening, which is, you know, one of the biggest and most famous in the world. But they don't say about its destruction. You can see the exposition there and some of its divine architecture. And this, which was built also, the Eiffel Tower, Gustav Eiffel, there's a connection right there with, he apparently built also the gift to America of the Empire, the Statue of Liberty. So there's a direct connection there. Now this looks a damn sight smaller than the Eiffel Tower that we witnessed today. The people look a damn sight smaller. You know, they've got like a, you know, a 6-lane highway going under here at the moment, and buses and double-decker buses and all sorts going under here. And this looks like a damn sight smaller underneath. I'm not sure what's going on with that. It's really very strange. But the world, the people in Paris, still moseying around at the same period in some photographs. And then there's the narrative of the Franco-Prussian War, 1871. Apparently a frightful affair where the Prussians, who are not yet Germany, and all of this warring was the catalyst for eventually the Treaty of Versailles, the bitterness between the French and the Germans, and all of that stuff that went down last century, with apparently the whole century in World War because of this happening. So apparently the Prussians invade, I'm guessing just the eastern side, up as far as Paris, not the south, just the eastern side, up as far as Paris, and get a victory out of it, and then fall back, and they capture Alsace-Lorraine area, large area of France, which sounds very French, but they want it. They demolish Strasbourg in its wake, and other cities in its wake, in their way back. And then out of that is born the German Empire, which we know so well, all born out of this battle. Now, my problem with this crime scene is the amount of cities that are destroyed that are back up and running in no time at all, the level of destruction, which is quite phenomenal. These large Tatarian buildings, they are leading us to believe, are just hit with howitzers. Cannons, not howitzers, but I've got some evidence of the type of artillery used by the Prussians, which we're looking. You make your mind up for yourself. So what is the idea? The cannonball goes through, causes a ginormous fire, the roof burns off, but all the outside superstructure is still intact. Okay, so why didn't they have any maintenance or gardening? And why is all of the shrubs, the grass, like literally years of growth? Like this place has been demolished and just left for years, and all of this rubble, and this is not what you'd expect to see in the courtyard of some palace. Okay, again, so they got the fountains running, I see, but the entire building is completely empty of any infrastructure except for its front erection. And all of that. What is all of this shit? What is all of these bits in the grass everywhere in every photograph? No people. There's hardly any people. You see one or two, like this guy here, who's across the Seine, and apparently he's on the remnants of what was a town and a palace called St. Cloud, which no longer exists. But they did rebuild St. Cloud Paris. Looks like the original, apparently. Make your own mind up. So there it is, just one bloke, a massive city, and across the Seine, it looks like the nuclear bomb has gone off, except for this church here. Every one of these buildings looks like they've taken shell fire the entire place is just wrecked. Excuse me. To the extent of this. This is St. Cloud's Palace. And although the palace was just stood there and was completely gutted, what are these bits of stone? And what reduces a city to these blocks? And there's a pipe coming out there. And him just looking like that. Looks a bit dapper to be sitting there doing the old Rodin's thinker, wondering, how the fuck? Well, that weaponry is amazing. So yeah, so there should be an abundance of photographs. There are not that many, hardly any from the German side, so they weren't taking photos. And if they are, they're tucked up in some museum somewhere or in someone's private collection, because I find it hard to find. And this was a trench warfare as well, like the First World War, and also like the American Civil War. The American Civil War was trench warfare. People dug in, people going over the top. Oh yeah, eventually later on, it was full trench warfare for some of the sectors in the American Civil War, or so they say. So yeah, the entire city is completely fucked. Look at this, Paris. The entrance to St. Cloud's Palace, nothing is there. So I don't know how many Prussians turned up, but they managed to completely ransack the city. So apparently Paris was saved or defended by the communards. Apparently the population, even though they got the great industrial exposition, etc., going, and all of the building of all of this cool shit at the same time as the city's being demolished, and they are subjected during 1870 to 1871. Apparently, the population of Paris is eating cats and dogs because they are besieged and they can get no food supplies in, according to the official narrative. I'm not sure. Nothing seems to be unaffected. The whole thing looks like bombs have come from, you know, above, except for hole there, hole there, hole there, and a hole there. Did a cannonball really do that? The cannonball went straight through, didn't it? And cannonballs don't usually cause fire, but they did have shell. They had shell as early as the Napoleonic War. But there's a lot of fire included in these images, and the streets are just full of rocks. I'm wondering about these rocks. And hardly any population. So they did record one or two actual battle photographs, which I've only just seen last night. I was quite surprised, but I had to dig deep to find them. Look at this. So what hit this in the middle of there to take the entire front of it out, including the building inside? It's like a giant missile just passed through it and just demolished the whole thing here. A cannonball's not going to do that, and even a shell. I'd be very surprised if a shell would do that. It's just incredible explosive power. There's people outside, the cafe's back open. I don't know what they are, military. Excuse me. So I haven't seen any of these photographs before this week. Really quite sad.
I just realised my mic wasn't on. I've got a different setup here. Welcome Red Bull Vodka. Welcome nobody. And yeah, this is my little incense. Super cool thing. Super cool. Anyway, yeah, we'll continue. Hope everyone's enjoying it. Hope everyone's having a nice day as well. Sending love to everybody.
The level of devastation. Look at this heater here. It's a nice little boiler. There's I suspect it's coal fires, a chimney. Well, we suspect that they were used in radiant heat through anderons and probably radon gas powered heaters too in some places. So yeah, it is completely demolished, this Paris, and then it gets fixed up rather sweetly in no time at all, ready to go through the 20th century. Not much happened to it again in the wars. No, it only took a few shells during the First World War from Big Bertha, a giant railway gun the Germans had, and token bombs, maybe 600 falling or so during the Second World War and the invasion of France. It wasn't really needed to demolish France. Look at this. Just the whole building just blasted the fuck away, guys. Just incredible firepower. One or two people around, but you don't get. Look at that. What has happened? It really does look like the images of World War II, doesn't it? Really does resemble the Battle of Berlin or Cologne or Munich and the state they were in. You know what this white and red stripy Babbers type hole is for? So are they taking all the rubble away with the carts? Probably. Okay, and that church, they usually do seem to get unaffected, these churches. Just like Cologne, nice resonator. It looks like I got a glow behind it too. Just something to do with the wash of the photograph. And also, did window tax happen in France as well as Britain at the same time and everywhere else in the world? I don't think so. Or are these boarded up? Because that looks like a bit of a chipboard over the windows, maybe, where they've had advance warning of artillery coming. Cover your windows up, or whatever happened here. Could have been balloons. The French were big ballooners. I'm sure the Germans had balloons too. Look at that. What size bombs are we talking, guys? Very reminiscent of some of these pictures that we see out of the Middle East, isn't it? Very reminiscent. Look at that. These are just more devastating, you know, it looks to me more devastating than some we see in World War II. What exactly happened in that street? 1 million people went through it, all firing cannons and hand grenades and guns, guys. It's just, what? Just fascinating to me. And what you see here in all of these pictures is all of this. Everything turned into just small bricks. Is that the case, that the explosions of these cannonballs just rip away ancient masonry and turn it into small bricklets? I don't know. He's standing outside this establishment here, and it has got a downstairs opening, very mud flooded. Well, he's got his arm in his coat like a Freemason. 3 blokes standing in that doorway. I'm afraid your gaff's gone. All the crockery still left. So, what happened to all the people? Apparently, there's only a few thousand killed. It looks like the entire population might have been killed. Just a few survivors, because there's no people around and everything is destroyed. Look at that. Hardly anything seems to be affected. And then there's this palace, the Palace of St. Cloud. I tried to envision what happened the day. So I'm like, okay, so a load of Prussians come through, then the entire building's still there, but the entire inside is gone. Fountain's gone. Who hit over the pots? Did they just come in and push them all over with their feet? Or is it a blast to push the pots over? Like a large blast. The trees seem completely unaffected by any of this action, by the way, as always, as you can see. Also down here and down here. No problemos with the vegetation. It's all beautiful old temple type building. Looks a bit mud flood attributed, especially with these windows under there. 1 or 2 ghosts of people, but completely gutted. And I think this is part of the St. Cloud area, Palace St. Cloud. Large palace, completely gutted. The insides of this I've got some pictures of. Second to none. It's the elites at their finest. A bit like Hotel de Ville in Paris, also destroyed in this affair. So we've got a lot of rebarb in this. Okay, and everything is in bricks. And a lot of dodgy looking types down the end. conveying state of it all.
So this is really interesting. I was going to comment because I really enjoyed this documentary. It's really, really on point, and let's make myself a bit smaller. You can see the devastation, and he makes a really good example of like look at the devastation. It looks like that country in the Middle East at the moment. What they're doing, everything's destroyed. And Sail Away makes a good point. Shop signs looks unaffected. It's weird. It's really, really weird. Mr. Obvious, welcome also.
This game, this theatre of war, this game has been ongoing for quite some time. The resets for quite some time. They prepared for them. They built architecture to prepare for floodwater. This is these higher verandas for secondary entrances in the event that the water should come up to you, and for balloon landing, and for even boats that sometimes are balloons and boats together. So it's a cloud burnt out, devoid of people. There's only a few there. Could be skeleton crews. This looks a bit mud flooded too. This lower window and a first story entrance. Yeah, what a state. Vegetation absolutely smashing now. Oh, look at the ivy on the front of that gate there, our old world gate. Ancient. And that's just a muddy path up in, like I said, the village of St. Cloud, which was completely ransacked.
Also, has anybody noticed the weather? I mean, I just go back to the UK, right? And the weather is, I've seen the sun once. I've seen the sun. I've been back for like just over a week now. I've seen the sun once for 10-15 minutes. Like, you walk up and down the high street, the vibration, the people are shivering at bus stops, half the shops are shut, etc. So my incense is going everywhere. It's fully nuts, but like, that's why I did this. That's why I'm doing a stream today, because I think people need something to watch that are in our community, because there's nothing else to watch. So yeah, anyway, back to the show. Let's leave that up there. Yeah, and we've got 2 more 3-hour documentaries to watch after this, so it's going to be all day. You can jump in and out, don't worry about staying, you know, it's going to be on all day anyway, this stream, so welcome.
This looks like a lot of heat to be able to fuse them stones together in such a manner. You know, it's just, to me, you know, it's just...
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Synonymous with the animate at the time. I think they were definitely using something a bit juicier to cause this level of destruction. Make your own mind up. We've seen some evidence of what the Germans, the Prussians had. That looks a bit Starforty underneath on that wall. And it was definitely a Phoenician palace. So yeah, this war, if you like, between Phoenicia, maybe, Tartaria, maybe, us and them, maybe. But it's been going on forever. And it's a game of chess. Game of Thrones, if you like, but a game of chess. 3-dimensional game of chess. And there's some players in it that are pretty good at it. But they got a lot of smart fucks that they, you know, sniff out from places, take them to MIT and wherever, think shit out of think tanks. But they're not very creative and they're not very inventive. What makes a building look like that? High explosives, dynamite, who knows? But there's giant masonry and a pile of nothing where there was once a massive building reduced to bricks. Reduced to that. Any clues on the stones? No, just giant masonry from the old world. now in a pile. The trees are unaffected by cannonballs and artillery. So apparently this is the Battle of Sedan, okay, in 1870, 1st of September, was the Battle of Sedan on the border, and it's just kicked off this Prussian advance. And apparently these men are involved in some sort of battle. There seems to be some blokes laying down there. They could be sniping, or they could indeed be dead. Apparently, armies nicked all of the, like they usually do, all the decent images, but it's only an engraving from the Prussian side, I'm afraid. But apparently they're using siege busters as big as this, but only cannonball. No shellage. Here they are, the Prussian trench line, just like in the First World War, with siege busters, but only minimal. You know, these are not, these are field guns, not large siege weapons for busting architecture. These wouldn't do that, in my opinion. And that, because it looks like, you know, how many balls would we have to shot at a city to disintegrate it? You know, it'd take longer than a year to do that. I was thinking, just do one fucking building. Interesting. Never seen this before in my life. Now, the Crimean War of the 1850s, the Battle of Sebastopol, Battle of Balaclava by the British fighting the Russians, etc. They also had trench warfare. And as you can see, just like the First World War, the trenches of the Franco-Prussian War. And this bit looks Star 40. This 40 years away in. So yeah, some of the forts that were there then were there in the First World War. Fort Vaux, Fort Dumont, the famous forts used in or sieged and taken in the First World War. So, you know, there's a cannon there. That won't do shit. It burnt out then, did it? Okay, that does look Star 40 there. It really does. But I bet they got a really massive underground bunkerage. So yeah, they had the Maggio line they built later, which was a defensive line, one of the biggest on Earth. The French built to keep the Huns from attacking again. So here they are. It's a giant encampment.
Welcome, Mr. Paul. How are you? Hope you're having a nice Christmas set, bud. Mr. Obvious in Cancun right now. I saw a lady carry a box on her head, like 2 blocks on the touch it. Yeah, I've seen something like that in South America as well. It's cool. Sail away. I saw an African woman. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Paul, I'll be well, mate. We're doing like a mega stream today because there's nothing to watch on TV, and I thought I'd put out the best documentaries that I've watched over the last year anyway. The Dutch Synth stream, and could play one of Paul's later actually, but yeah, we've got the Mandela Effect stream as well, which was awesome. So we continue, and yes, love and blessings to everybody, because I am not saying the word beginning with C today, because I am not worshipping a fake religion and everybody's gluttonous on this day. I'm not doing it anymore. So anyway, yeah, live long and prosper. Cool. Right, we continue.
Of Prussian soldiers outside of Sedan, getting ready to plough their way across France, capture Alsace-Lorraine, and fuck up, apparently, France.
For my ally
Salzburg
is the force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the force around you. Here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. Yes, even between the land and the ship.
Be funny if we both got it wrong, eh? If I did the good thing and you did the bad one.
No. Wouldn't be funny at all.
Audrey B, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. RGB, Red Bull Vodka, all the regulars also pay Amy and Patrick. Happy day, I'm not saying the C word. Yeah, also SS, Buffer B, all the regulars, and my back is so sore, honestly. I don't know when I'm going to see the sun again, because honestly I've seen the sun once in a week, and it's a bit of a change getting back from Turkey. Yeah, it's not so nice, if I'm honest. Anyway, back to the show. I'll shut up now. Back to the show.
And Paris a bit. So this is more in line with something that could do a bit of damage. If you fired that over and over, maybe 10,000 times in a day, every day, maybe you could do some damage, but this is what they're packing it with. So there is some destructive force in that big cannon. Hard to see how many they got, but these are the Prussians. You can see they look like the Germans of the First World War, same uniforms, and then later, you know, the spike in the German officer's helmet that arrived in this period for the Prussians too. He seems to be doing a Masonic hand thing as well, so he does. But that was a bit of a stance at the time. Maybe it's not.
The hidden hand is fucking everywhere. Think about it. All the photos you see with the hidden hand, they are by secret societies. They're by the stone builders. We can't talk about on this platform.
This took some damage, but there could be an underground, you know, because the catacombs and everything are under Paris, remember. A great place to hide people. But
Catacombs, another really interesting subject. OGB, no, I'm back in the UK. Let me just stop this clip. Work didn't go to plan out there. Work didn't go to plan. Ow! God, my back. Seriously, my back is so fragile. No, work didn't go to plan out there. So, too many people are all full of talk. You know what I mean? So, anyway, but now I'll be back there soon. I'm on the pirate ship. Got my pirate flag. Yeah. But, yeah. What else I was going to say? Yeah, RGB, we're doing a massive stream today, so don't worry about staying here for the whole thing. But it's going to be, I've got the really good streams and documentaries to show today. So yeah, what else have I got? I've got some new clips as well. I loved this one earlier. There's more people watching there, but I've got some new clips as well, which are quite funny, and I've organised my computer as well. So yeah, back to the show.
Put in charge of arts and crafts, I make time. Jason's real tough, Hannibal. He grew up in my neighborhood. He was the baddest cat around.
And all of their skeletons are in the catacombs under Paris, like the previous population. Like they're all gone, guys. All we're seeing is these massive.
Have a good dinner, Paul. Ciao for now, mate. Catch you later on.
Yeah, just feel good. Just feel good. What about that?
Oh, don't worry. I'm going straight back to Turkey. Yeah. I'm going straight back to Turkey. I'm not coming. Like, let me just pause this for another minute. Sorry, but I mean, I'll talk about it. Even today, where's my webcam? I've changed all my things around here, and it's confusing me now. Coming back to the UK, and it's just grey concrete everywhere. It's been really windy the last few days here. It's been horrible, really, really horrible. It's just horrendous. I mean, the quality of life you get here compared to Turkey is like night and day, honestly. But yeah, I'll be going back fairly soon with the pirate ship, and I'm gonna be doing some scuba diving and doing some documentaries and stuff like that. But the plans sometimes take longer than we think to do and stuff. But yeah. So anyway, but it's interesting, really interesting. I've heard the sirens going near me, like the road's miles away from me here, and I can hear sirens going. You know, can they not just switch them off for one day? Have a little bit of respect about people's feelings and stuff. It's just this constant beating with the stick from the Gubernator, from the government. Anyway, we continue. Back in a bit. I'm cooking some food actually.
I think in the American Civil War, the later days, but you're in 1871, we got what looks like a Maxim machine gun. That could kill a fucking lot of people, guys. Turn that hands up, the fire rate on that. Oh yeah, you could do some terrible damage with that. So yeah, some of them are rare, I've never seen before, especially from the Prussian side. So here's this beautiful, this beautiful palace. Let me just show you some of the interior of this palace. Let me just mag up my picture. In St. Cloud, which is on the same, but on more to the east of the city, and that was it in its heyday. Absolutely fantastic. They've rebuilt it, but it looks like everything does poor imitation of its ancient version. Okay. And there's beautiful gardens, etc. The opposite side of Paris from Versailles, very like Versailles, expansive gardens, beautiful palace, but it's got a lot of Phoenicia on it. And the ornamental gardens, absolutely fantastic. And this was the area here. All of this is completely demolished. You can see there. And they're all happened on the roof there, but look at the size in this masonry, and all the front is just bubbled and busted off. That's a lot of heat. So yeah, looks like they had a World War, 1800s. And it is in its heyday, the Phoenician whale, the big emphasis on flowing water for organ energy, standing waves. And
look at this. I mean, look. I'm just getting my light right. But look at it. It's a bit too bright. Look at. Let me make myself smaller. I've got the kettle boil actually. Look at this though. We can't reproduce this now. We cannot reproduce this now. It's fascinating. When you look at it through Martin's eyes, you really see it's so obvious. And people, please, if my parents are watching, can you not understand how everything's a lie in the past? Like, live life by principles. I think that's a very good saying. I really do.
Coming out of these Phoenician Bacchuses gives it a certain structure which came with the Phoenicians for their paradigm, and can't say this altogether good. And they're ornamental trains. Nothing like that in the modern day. We've seen some old trains when I was in Texas and Tomball and other places. Beautiful old American trains. I just love old trains. Look at the ornamental on that. Not in the modern day. And there is the Palace of St. Cloud. Just mosey on through. Nate Works, soon to be demolished. So this is a good point, actually. They've got an expensive collection of the palace prior to the war, but not too many of the war itself. And there is there before and after. Very Star 40 underneath, as I said. So what of that? It's a suspension bridge. Looks a bit like the Avon Gorge Bridge in miniature over a street. Footbridge from building to building over the street. Why? I don't know. Interesting though. Okay. Oh, because he got a hill. I get it. It's to take you from the top of the hill straight up to the road. I get that. Okay. And yeah, it's been messed up by then. So windows and everything's hollow in there. And your Phoenician Neptunage with his trident and all that Phoenician watery weirdness going on. They are the masters of water after all, and we're living in their paradigm, speaking their language, casting their spells. They got control of it all. If you are part of their collective, which is not a prerequisite for life. I'm not. It's tricky, but I'm not. So play that funky harp Phoenician. Bring! And what she's playing. Norwegian wood. Ding, 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 ding. So there you are with the Cherubinuskis, the Psychos, and an eagle, but it could be a phoenix. Wings up and active charge, usual affair. Two opposing Tauruses, decoded all of these. But yeah, the quality exceptional. People! So there were people before it all got blown up. And then afterwards, there's just known about. There's Napoleon on his horse. Okay. Thinking about what his wife's up to when he's away. And he's right, she is. And he's going to go and blow the shit up of some army because he's sore, because his wife is also sore, but not by him. So, yeah, pretty lavish. I think there's something going on with these crystal chandeliers, crystals, memory, crystals, tech. I think that they are some advanced technology. And this fire here, as you can see, has got underons, and it's not an actual fire. These probably radiate heat, steam power, possibly gas. And you wouldn't have a raging fire with a priceless Napoleon Bonaparte bony picture, would you? That doesn't look like Napoleon, and that looks like a Union Jack, and that looks like a bearskin. This looks like the British Army. Is that Napoleon? That's weird. It definitely looked like British soldiers. The French didn't wear them busbies. And that looks like the Duke of Wellington. Why would you have the Duke of Wellington on the wall in Paris Palace? And he's on a white horse like St. Michael. St. Michael. So, St. Michael is going to save you. So that one, let's have a look at that. There's not actually anything on there, gas or whatever it was, but beautiful. So I was inside, marble columns, big staircases, large arty rooms with all masterpieces, and all of them burned and gone, I should imagine. And giant crystal chandeliers, they're incredible, aren't they? For a time that apparently isn't using electricity, they made big effort with cutting crystal. I know they did it all. You know what technology they used for cutting crystal back then. And of course, doing artworks up in the air, that must be back-breaking, bending your neck. Unless you're floating in anti-gravity underpants, of course. So that's a shame, all of them. And it's the old Phoenician narrative again. You've got Venus and a lot of angels, or if they are angels, they could have fins, not wings, and they could be equally in the water and not in the sky. The sky is water anyway, and they all seem to float around. It's generally what they do. So let's have a look at these artworks. So I know the French aristocracy off with her head, and Chervanuskis, and as you can see, what looks like a Bacchus. Always with the nutty Phoenician women, isn't it? Oh, they got a lovely billiard table. Look at the ornamental on that. Really beautiful. So they like a game of billiards. Look at that timepiece there. Imagine that. Exactly what they make in them. Just everything in there is the best quality. I'd love to know what was in them books. Love it. Just time travel and sit in that chair for a day or two. Just go through that room and that library would be really worth time traveling to do that. Yeah, it'd be really good, especially to have a maid. So check this out. I think that's Napoleon III there. I think looks like, and that one is a shoe, a heel with a pig's head shoe. Weird. Pikachu bookends on a beautiful mantelpiece, which is apparently got a coal fire inside it. I think not, with them priceless things, and a mirror. Imagine the heat of a coal fire with a mirror. Does that make any sense? No, it makes no sense. That's right. I think there's a radiant heat rather than a raging fire. Chim chimney, chim chim, chim chim chiroo. You know the old narrative for sticking children down chimneys in Victorian Britain. It seems a bit harsh. I'm thinking that might not have actually happened, because I've actually researched and looked into the amount of photography. There's none outside of Mary Poppins, really. But there is some in Romania. But, you know, they have goats in their front room and stuff. I don't know. It's just This is a nice little fireplace. Hasn't got a fire in it. It's got a big pot with two like Phoenician whales that advance into the Horn of Plenty with little slits in the top. There's heat coming out of that, and it's not coal. Bingo. Alternative energy fireplaces. It's got a Napoleon over the mantelpiece and a mirror. So, ooh, nutty statue. Let's have a look. Oh, I think I'll just. Oh, I should have shaved my armpits. Oh, I think I'll just have a nice stretch. Oh, that's better. Oh, what time are you two fucking going out? Cherubinowski's, she's given birth to him. But mind you, angels haven't got like actual sexual organs. They've got smooth bits, as we're led to believe by the film Dogma. But it might not be true, guys. They might be bang at it. I mean, how do they reproduce? Just like magic up? Or maybe. My grandmother said to me, she said, don't kick that Coke can, Martin, an angel will die. It's like, really? Every time you kick a Coke can, an angel will die. Fuck me, I've killed lots of angels with Coke can kicking. I actually like kicking a can. I like kicking stones too. Walking along, just kicking stones, minding I own business. That's what I like to do. You may have picked up on the Steel Pulse lyric there from Babylon Makes the Rules. Classic album. Classic reggae. So I don't know what this is. Looks like a jewelry box or even a radio or something. I'd love to know what that was. Oh, why can't we time travel? That's what I'm going to do. Ether pop time traveling tech. I'll just download the schematics in my brain when I'm asleep. Get a pen it down. Fucking hell. We need a lot of electricity and a shit ton of magnets. And I get everyone to send magnets in. We'll have a big load of magnets. So, Anderons, let's have a look at that fireplace. Oh yeah, for definite. There's no fire in there. It's just these pipes going through into the back. Oh, that is brilliant. And then back again. So there could be pipes going into that at the back of this brickwork. Oh, brilliant. That's good. That's really good. All of that mirror and everything. You don't have a coal fire. It makes no fucking sense. You just don't see them anyway. What you do see is Anderons. Oh, look how beautiful all of that is. That's what they do with all the taxes and everybody's money. They spend it on expensive shit for themselves just to look at. They don't use it. It's not even fucking functional. It's just basically shit, isn't it? Shit to look at. Possessions. Oh, look at all of that's a divine art piece, Terence. Oh, yes, it is. Would you like to touch it? No, thank you. It's actually shit. It's got nice texture. Look at the furniture they had back then compared to, you know, cotton and beautiful fabrics compared to your polyester, sweaty, fucking itchy fucking chairs of today. Unless you got leather, which is cold in the winter and cool in the summer, which is silver lining mining, good and bad. So here we are. We got a couple of Cherubinowski's legs, Cherubinowski ends, playing the flute like Pan, their dad. And I wonder what that is. Looks technical, but a beautiful grand piano. Oh, I'd hate for anyone to touch my grand piano and get fingerprints all over it. Fucking hell, definitely chop their heads off for that shit. Oh, I don't know if they're still, yeah, they are chopping heads off. That's good. Okay. It's the French, innit? They chop any fucking thing off. Let's chop it off. It's off with her head. It's a bit extreme though, isn't it? It's just not British. We don't do that stuff here. What are these? They're like giant shell holes. It's just not done. Yeah, we never really got into that. We're more stick your head on a spike on London Bridge. You know, we're a bit more gnarly. Yeah. Let him ming a bit. Let him smell that fucking death. Yeah. Stop them breaking the law. Make them pay fucking taxes. Yeah. Yeah, you don't pay up. Do you want to end up head on a stick? See, I don't even think that's a reality. There's only fucking paintings of that actually happening. I can't actually imagine anyone actually wanting to see a head on a stick or anything to do with that. But maybe there are. Maybe them elites are into all that gnarly shit. They like fucking stuff, weird stuff, don't they? So maybe it's all for that. Looks like a Vajra in the table there. Eagle wings open. My God, that table is exceptional. So inside the Palace of St. Cloud, which beautiful artworks. Oh, that one's got wood, but it's all made of metal. Let's have a look. Right. Load of Anderons. The wood isn't actually burnt, isn't it? It's just there. But it's like a steel spike sticking through it. Maybe it was just ornamental and they had gas flames coming out like got in modern day to make it look like it was a coal fire. Why not? Okay, a load of Greco-Romano stuff again. And they're big on these vases. If you let me in now, I'd break loads of vases, literally by accident, like lots of them. So 4-poster beds for electromagnetic Faraday cage protection because the EM is up after the reset. Okay. You can also close the curtains in case you're up to anything that's not sleeping. And there's a chaise lounge. On the chaise lounge, on the chaise lounge, on the chaise lounge, on the chaise lounge. Yeah. Probably not all. Like, you probably don't all like wet leg, do you? Who's wet leg? Don't worry about it. They make music. They're European or something. Which equates to being mega pervy, apparently. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. All is mind. Who gives a fuck? Right, let's watch it. Oh, she looks happy, doesn't she? He, Cherebanuski, saying, "You are in power."
Looks like a man.
Small pictures. I can't bring up of the Franco-Prussian War. And there is a memorial there today. So they got the Statue of Liberty, aka Lucifer, and it's definitely it's got a dress on as well. It's got fasces for legs. I haven't seen this before actually. And he's saluting. Where did the salute come from? Apparently the Romans were saluting. I'm not sure I like saluting. Seems a bit militaristic, doesn't it? But sort of militaristic. Right, I'm going to show you some. These are various images, just what I'm collecting. But we're going to get into the narrative very shortly of, you know, all of the missing people in antiquity. Give me a second, please. Okay. Let's have a look at some interesting pictures to lead us up to missing people. So that looks like the inside of my Brian there. Look. Yeah. I started to be free when I discovered that the cage was made of thoughts. Free your mind. All is mind. It's only you that restricts you and your experience in this realm. There's plenty of fun to be had, if that's what you're looking for. And there's plenty of learning to be had, if that's what you're looking for. I like learning. I like having fun. I like enjoying life. I like enjoying the now. So this is Pyramid Chichen Itza, I think. It's definitely Mexico. I flew over that probably. And what you can see is it's a lot bigger and it's more expansive and it goes down underground. But there is sort of flesh to it, aggregate and what looks like stonework. So all this may be later somehow. But this is a definite older footing to this complex show. So they're a lot bigger. And they did have like rivers of mercury and it's all a tech. But I have been proposing what I thought pyramids were 5 years ago, when I proposed that all pyramids were in fact Noah's Arks, and I gave some quite convincing evidence to support it. And I'll put that video up in the next week or so if you don't know about it. Listen, Teresa, they got her in a church. They're weird as fuck in religion. And they got her manky head in a thing. And I think they should have made her look better. Put some better eyelashes on her, fix her teeth, give her a nose for a start up, maybe some beautiful eyelashes and some rouge. You know, pimp her up a bit, make her look a bit more like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good looking woman in culture and I can't think of any. Only the olden days. Oh, fabulous. My mind just went blank. Raindrops captured in ultra slow motion. They do a little boogie dance. I did a documentary. I did a video on the Martin Liedtke's Tatarian channel about the weird shit that goes on with raindrops when they fall from the sky and when they actually interact with the earth. It is a mindfuck. You may want to check that video out. The link on my channel page will take you straight to the Martin Liedtke's Tatarian channel, which has 1,100 videos for you to Google. Okay, these are the style of Greco-Romano columns, so we get familiar with them when we witness them. I have got a book that I want to share with you in the near future of 1610 architecture, which shows you all of these are being used. You know, the double Taurus, Greek iconic, the Greek Corinthians here, as you can see with the leaves and the overlapping Tauruses, Persian animal, Egyptian papyrus, Greek Doric, and the various types of Greco-Romano architecture, which we now see a lot of and recognize. So we learn together. This is an old, in the days of, what, 1800s, a gun which is a repeater, and the bullets are in the gun itself, and it's like a machine gun. An automatic pistol early in the 1800s, just out of the day of flintlock. Okay, so in this fort, okay, they've got all this cannon is for some reason embedded in the concrete or in the stone deep for some reason. Like, I don't know what's happened. This one also fucked up, that one also fucked up, that one also, that one also, that one also, and just piles and piles of cannonballs on this star fort thing. Something's happened, like a people. So, see these happy kids? This is in the streets of Britain in 1976, when we had it all, and we didn't have a care in the world. We didn't have any worries. We just played, laughed, and got into trouble, yeah, in all of the rubble of British cities, yeah, lighting fires, blowing shit up, getting fucked up, all of the normal British things that you do, okay? Go and find a mod to beat up, things like that. I don't mean it, I do. Okay, so here is the fall of Troy in an ancient depiction. I didn't mean that about mods. Mods are lovely, they're just posh. Okay, oh, they were. So the Trojan horse, I think that's a crock of shit, isn't it? Oh, they're so stupid that they brought it in. They didn't even look inside, and there's an army. They could take the whole of Troy inside of a wooden horse. Oh, it just makes no sense. It's stupid. What you can see is lightning falling from the sky and plasma reset, and yeah, this place, just like Sodom and Gomorrah, was reset. And they were really fucking stupid to let that horse in. You know, if it's real, which it's not. So, this old picture of Berlin before, like, World War II, when it was all completely smashed to shit, it's got amazing amounts of antiquity. Look at them. And the Zeppelins flying around, exactly what you imagine the world of Tartaria to be like. But this free energy thing here, if you can think it's anything else, I can't imagine what. This year, with these giant drums coming off of it with wires leading into this. There's another one of those cage type affairs there as well. Amazing antiquity on the streets. Very busy Berlin, but only people and no transport. And they're all looking up in the air at the Zeppelin. And here again in Berlin, we have apparently electric trams. And again, up here you can see these free energy things. And that lamppost there is just crazy. You should think they're getting up there and lighting them gas things up every day. Seems a bit high for that, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it's electric. And these things, they're never advertising boards, they never got electric lights on them, they're not that. We've witnessed hundreds. They still got some about today. Somebody told me there was one up in Blackburn, north of England. So there's still about some of them, and I've seen some in the Czech Republic, one at least that I remember. They have gathering free energy. So this is an interesting little church in St Mary's Church, Star of the Sea. in Alnwick, and basically it's an upside down ship. I'm wondering if all churches resemble upside down ships. Inside their roof recesses, the ceilings look like the insides of hulls, all of them. And that one's a ship. I posted this on my community page, wondering why the main road through to Newcastle and Carlisle is covered in shit in the past when there's a Roman road underneath it. Why didn't they use the Roman road? And why, when they can build giant cities like Newcastle with all its Tatarian architecture, can't they put a bit of tarmac over a road when they managed it fine, apparently 1,000 years before by the Romans? Makes no sense. That tree, I wonder how old that is. It's not there then. Also, the wall looks a little wider. That doesn't look like wide enough for 2 cars. Looks wider. She looks really pissed off, but it's a long way and she's got to walk to market and it's 40 miles away. Right, this is weird. So in Belgium, like it's a bit like, you know, borders drive me nuts. I noticed when Rona happened, it's like I went on a train back from Nottingham and we crossed the Welsh and they had different rules for Wales and England. And it was like nobody had to wear masks in England. And as soon as we crossed the border, it come across the intercom. We just crossed the water into Wales. Everybody would like to put their masks on. And I was like, fuck me. Quite, because the germs ain't back there, but they are back here. Just fuck off. So that was crazy. But look, Belgium, Netherlands, India, Nepal, Portugal and Spain. Yeah, that's, you know, really fucking shit hot fucking border control. And Mexico and the USA down on the coast by San Diego. Look at that. I'm guessing if you went around that way, you're just going to get smashed into it. But you want to upgrade your wall because that's fucked. That shit. I don't mean to insult your wall, but that's just corrugated iron. What you're asking for it, yeah? You don't want a Great Wall of China. Have you seen that? That'd fucking do it. Yeah? You've got loads of money. Build a big fucking wall. Fucking hell, look at it. It's shit. They even put 2 pallets on or whatever these are to make it a bit higher. Fuck me, that's bad. So there's King Charles. Yeah? We like King Charles, don't we? Yeah, we do. Oh, Charlie. My mother loved Charlie. I wouldn't say anything against Charlie because my mother's looking down on me from heaven and she would not be happy. But he's got all sorts of, he's got the orb and he's got like, there's one diamond on you. It was carried by Henry V, the Battle of Agincourt, I led you to believe. It's got the fleur-de-lis. It's got all of the shit going on. Giant pearls. All this is a tech. It's a heavy as fuck. His mother said, oh yeah, my neck nearly broke. It's just so heavy. It's got ermine technology again. And what's he thinking? He's thinking, fuck me. I had to bleed and wait for this thing, didn't I? How many years? Prince Charles, 60 fucking years. I'll be too old to enjoy all that money now. Fucking hell. Thank God for Viagra, he's thinking. Here's the Houses of Parliament. They're a wonderful place to visit. You look at them, you think, what the fucking hell put that there? They like you to believe they're all got built in the 1850s and the old Parliament got like burnt down. I mean, photographs were around and there's zero evidence in Photographic Journal. If anyone wants to bring them forward, I would love to see the old Palace of Westminster on fire in photographs because they are not there. But you could have walked along there. These look a bit superimposed and they don't actually cast a shadow either. Maybe they're little, I don't know. But yeah, you could have a little walk along the Thames with that weird fucking big thing where the government do all that weirdness or whatever they do. I don't even know anymore. So 1905, your water towers in America look like this. Big houses underneath, pumping stations, all this shit going on. And in 2023, they look like this. Now, I have been on about pumping stations, these water towers when I was in America. I think there's more going on with them. I really, really do. Okay, I think that they are definitely advanced technology for the water comes down in a spiral motion when it comes from a height. It has to fall down like it does from a plug or corrode.
I've noticed these. I'm just going to interject. I've noticed these water towers around the world. Actually, I was driving through Romania or Hungary, I think it was last year, and around the top of the water tower is covered in those pads that give out frequencies. And They literally changing the frequency of your water. I mean, even the water they get is tap water, is dead water, wastewater. It's disgusting. Holistic Media, welcome, Mr. Obvious also, and Ride Free, welcome Emil. How you doing, mate? Yeah.
Creating a torus and structuring the water, and this thing just advanced red breaker water tech. If it was, it could have been repurposed as a water tower, but it could definitely have been some sort of landing station for balloons. So yeah, missing peoples. Now what we find, I showed you in them photographs, I'll show you some more in a minute, is there's a massive amount of people just turn up, like these kids, these orphans, all of these, which look maybe Native American, and here in the back, boys, Native American, but thousands of them for re-education. They did the same thing in Australia, where they try and alter the race, they try and smash their culture, and you know, when a British diplomat turned up in India in 1834, he said, "These people have no poverty, these people have no crime. We must undermine them and take all they got." Blah blah blah. So went in with the Raj, stole everything. Nowadays, they've got unbelievable British traits in India. You know, like ripping everybody off, like they do in Britain, but like they learned it from us first. I say that in loose terms, us, because I'm Welsh and Estonian, so you know. So yeah, lots of these kids heartbreaking, no parents, uniforms, adults telling them what to do. Probably, you know, no fun going down. And they did the same thing with all of the children, militarized them. They put them all in uniform. I couldn't do uniform. Fuck you. I couldn't do uniform. Oh, no, tie. Tie is a collar, like a dog. No. And they turned them into little soldiers, and they marched them around. In my school, they used to make us say prayers in the morning, which was terrible. The thing is, until I was like grown up, I thought Morning Has Broken was an actual hymn. It was Cat Stevens. They used to make us sing like "We All Live in the Yellow Submarine" in the morning. Yeah, and then "Oh Jesus, I Have Promised." Yeah, and stuff like that. It's just really weird, culty even. So yeah, but this is St. Petersburg, absent of population, guys. There's hardly anyone around. I showed these so many times, but you see here on St. Catherine's, it's been blotched out because we're witnessing a villainous sky, but this photograph has been altered because the back has been washed. They're hiding what's in the sky. Population is missing. San Francisco, before its earthquake of 1906, we have
Something's happened to my web camera here. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, all these orphan trains, they're not normal. 100% not. Where did all these kids come from? Etc. I think I've knocked my webcam, I think. Anyway, yeah. I must have knocked my webcam. Anyway, it's nuts. Like, I've got some photos here of this group of, like, here, look, boom. This dude, like Kaiser Charlie Gotha, he's just ridiculous. This dude, man, he's like this Dracula bloodline that's it goes back to the Canaanites and stuff, and these guys, along with the secret societies and stuff, they literally control this realm, or they control it. They're the puppets, maybe of the Nephilim, the evil spirits that control this realm, angels, whatever you want to call them, not angels but fallen angels. It's very interesting. Even like this photo here, notice the lion with the serpent's tail. This goes into like hybrids and stuff, and like all this symbolism. The world is run by signs and symbolism. It's very true. But yeah, hope everyone is enjoying the show, and yeah, we will continue. What other funny clips have I got? Yeah, maybe we're gonna do I'm gonna go through some Twitter stuff later as well. I've got some weird information on there to show you. It's interesting. Anyway, back to the show. Ciao for now.
Slack windward brace and sheet. Windward brace and sheet. All the pennant line. All the pennant line. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Captain gives orders on the ship. The captain of the ship is giving orders. My ship makes me captain. They be my charts. That makes you chart man.
Sidewalks, and the beautiful, big, massive Tatarian buildings, some empty lots. But what you don't see, you see shadow share on the lampposts. We sort of think it's around 1, maybe 2 o'clock, something like that. There should be people around. You don't see anybody. Look at these old mud flooders, first story door and a lower level with all of them there. 1, 2, 3 windows below the street level. All of these are old world mud flooders. Again, no people around. It's that little zebra crossing. Should it be going the other way? I wonder what's going on with that. Okay. So.
Where are all the people though? You know, people also give examples. People give examples of, oh, it was the shutter speed of the camera, etc. Bullshit, absolute bullshit. I'm sick of excuses. I'm sick of you're looking at pareidolia, etc. It's all bullshit. There's a case to be answered here, because this ain't normal. There's a city totally built. I've got some photos here. Look, this is a really good one here. Look, this is like from one of John Levi's episodes, but to me, right, this looks like this is San Francisco. I think it was San Francisco. But to me, this is all of the secret societies, all of the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, coming up after the reset from underground, and this is them in this picture. That's what it feels like to me. They know what happens. They know it's cyclical. Another photo here. Is it Apollo? Even the story of the Statue of Liberty. It's nuts. It's nuts. Charles is the Chew Master. That's very interesting. But yeah, it's not like this photo. Here. You can't really see the streets there, but all these photos. Where are the people? Where are the people? Doesn't make sense, does it? And you get this story of around 1850, 1856. They say there's 1,000 inhabitants, and they multiplied, and it was like some stupid figure within like 20 years or something like that. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, back to the show.
Excuse me. So San Francisco, 1800s, there's no people. And then we have deliveries, as we know, orphan trains, occupying the orphan asylums and these giant places a little bit after this time. But you can see it's fully used antiquity. There's one dude standing there. Wooden sidewalks with what are mud flooded buildings. Makes no sense. These are older world, and they've come in later, and they've taken the mud away from the fronts of the buildings. This is an older world. These buildings, I would just...
Yeah, Emil points out old photos of the last reset. Totally agree. Totally agree. Let me just move my camera over here so it's not in there. Totally agree, because these even like cloning and stuff, it is real, and it's nuts. But these pictures don't make sense, man. They really don't. This is a really which one? Truman Show. Here we go. Yeah, this is so true. Like this is on the screen, on the cover of the episode, and it's like they show us through movies, and it what is it? Is it a Truman Show? Is it a Matrix? Is it a simulation? All same thing, really. But if it's a simulation, it's like it is the best AI video game ever created, I think, because even people at their end of their lives, they say, oh, it passed so quickly. But when you're in real time, it doesn't pass quickly. You know what I mean? It doesn't, it's funny. Are we all in pods? I've got a clip here to play, actually. Are we all in pods? Asleep? Under some sort of stasis? Trying to find this clip. Yes, it's very interesting. I can't find the clip. Too many clips in here. Anyway, where is that clip? It's another way. Here we go.
You wanted to know what the Matrix is, Neo? Trinity. Try to relax.
It is so windy where I am right now. It's really windy. Really, really windy where I am. Horrible weather, honestly.
This is the construct. It's our loading program. We can load anything from clothing to equipment, weapons, training simulations, anything.
Look at the hand symbol.
Right now, we're inside a computer program. Is it really so hard to believe? Your clothes are different, the plugs in your arms and head are gone. Your hair has changed. Your appearance now is what we call residual self-image. It is the mental projection of your digital self.
Talking about it's got a pop up for playing that clip. But talking about I need some of my camera, it's moved. Talking about the Matrix, and are we all plugged in? Are we all like jacked in to some sort of weird system? Are we all asleep on some sort of spaceship, or in the real realm where our soul, I don't know, it gets deep. Are we like this?
Supposed to start with these operation programs first. That's Major Butter and Shed. Let's do something a little more fun. How about combat training? Jiu-jitsu. I'm going to learn jiu-jitsu.
When we get tinnitus, when we get tinnitus, what really is it? Is it us picking up on the frequency? Is it us picking up on the frequency that's getting hit by us? It's interesting. I'm actually, the pirate ship's out of the water at the moment. I'm up really high, and it's so funny, right? Because let me just get the chat. I don't know where the chat's gone. There we go. I'm up really high at the moment, right? And there's a military base right next to where I live, and I keep getting this feeling of like going like vroom, like the boat's moving in the water, right? I've had it for a while, so is Aber as well, and financially jacked in. That's very interesting. Yeah, you're right. Like currency, given your current energy, getting charged electrical terms in this financial market. This is nuts. But I'm up quite high on the boat, right, out of the water, and I keep getting this feeling of like I'll be lying there, even sitting here, even sitting down, right, I'll be feeling like the boat's moving, and of course it's not, because it's out of the water, so it can't be moving, or the boat's going to fall over. But I still get this feeling. And what is that? Is it frequencies? Is it... Because something ain't right. Something's weird, man. It's only in England. I get it. Like when I get back to England, honestly, I start coughing up this phlegm. What's that all about? Because when I'm in Turkey, I don't get it at all. The skies are clear. The skies are blue. Here, I've seen the sun once in 8 days now. For like 15 minutes. And I actually stood and just held my face in it and looked at the sun for like 10 minutes. How sad is that? It's like the Matrix when they pop out of the clouds. There's so many analogies. There's so many analogies between the Matrix and everything. It's the Wachowski brothers. I'll just see if I can find a picture actually. These weirdos, man, they got. And it's funny. Sail Away was a while, actually. It was a few years, so... but the bottom is fine. It's 13 tons, my boat. Heavy oak boat. There's a bit of recorking to do on the top. But no, she's in good condition. I'm changing the cockpit and stuff. I've got a lot of work to do on the pirate ship this year. So anyway, yeah. But it's interesting, this whole Matrix stuff. It's... Where's the clip? There we go. It's very interesting.
Oh shit. Hey Mikey, I think he likes it. How about some more? Hell yes. Hell yeah.
Just download Jiu-Jitsu in like a minute. Now this is live. Holistic Media, this is live. I'm doing a big mega stream today because people probably don't have much to watch. This is live stream. We've got a really good clip, the Dutch Synths live stream with Autodidactic and Burn Eye. It's a really good one. Really
Not
good.
yet.
Operator.
Tank, I need a pilot program for a B-212 helicopter. Hurry.
Do give it a like, guys, as well. It helps the algorithm, helps it get up a little bit. And give it a share if you can as well, but definitely give it a like on your way out. But it's very interesting, isn't it? It really is interesting. Even like this clip. This clip's nuts. Because there's so many... Why is this not working? It's so windy. Sorry, it's so windy. I can hear the top. The boat's covered as well at the moment. And it's like having sails up in windy weather all the time. It's not very... It's a bit annoying. But super bad weather down here. But like mild. Like this hot wind we get now. Like warm wind. Which ain't normal. It's really not. And I keep playing this clip, but I love this clip. This is so true in this realm.
Be funny if we both got it wrong, eh? If I did the good thing and you did the bad one.
No. Wouldn't be funny at all.
Expect hundreds of years more than they're telling us. Hundreds. Going back to St. Petersburg, and you can see just piles of mud.
Thanks, Audrey.
Here, and nobody is about. There's one person there. There's no large populations or anything. We see a lot of ladders in them. The old ladder lane. St. Petersburg again. Just no people. And this looks altered, pencil drawing, and the backdrop has been vanilla skied, all hampered with. So it's just a pretty picture that Kevin sent me in emails of a waterfall that looks a lot like a lady from that angle. Anyway, so here's a video that I found on Facebook that was shared. of this militarization of the school children. So all of these children, they're away from their mothers, unless a lot of these are in fact orphans, and they put them in uniforms and they march them like the army. This is a breaking of people, controlling of an entire population into a militaristic, dystopic empire. One room, school teacher there, another one there. Could seem happy enough, but they are really controlled and they get fucked up and beaten up and stuff. If they were doing it when I was in school, I can guarantee it was a lot worse. And they used to segregate the boys and the girls in separate parts of the school, boys' entrances and schools' entrances. In this case, they're more mixed together in groups, probably classes. They are all well turned out, but all dressed the same. The girls are, and they're marching like soldiers. Look, getting them ready. This is prior to the First World War. A lot of these boys you see in these photographs will, in fact, die in the First World War or go missing wherever they all went. It's hard to say. So they're waving. Wave, wave. Pretend you're happy. Act.
Last Jedi, welcome. Good to see you in here, mate. Yeah, OGB, I am back. I'll come on screen in a minute. I'm just cooking a turkey and stuff and all sorts at the moment. Yeah, I'll pop on in a minute.
Some kids. Ah, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? So, getting ready. If you've ever seen the first 5 minutes of Fritz Lang's Metropolis 1927 movie, there's a 3-hour version on YouTube. I suggest you watch it. It's been colorized. The beginning is a drone army and they're going to work and the other shift, it's called changing shift, the first bit. And the drone army is marching the other way. It looks exactly like Westminster Bridge in London in the mornings, people going to work. And it looks like this. Everyone just marching along. There's some girls there pissing around. Good, good. Naughty. Be naughty. We want to see you. Yes. Don't go with the collective. Be naughty. The naughty girls are at the back, look. They ain't controllable, these. Yay, thank God. Right. Okay, marching. So they also do weird shit, like not Tai Chi, but they make you do exercises. Now, they never used to make us do that. They used to make us do PE and games, which I would never go to because basically you all had to get naked and go in the showers and shit. And gym teacher would be like, or the games teacher would be like, oh, you've got a bit of mud on your leg there, because they're watching the showers, like. So I was like, fuck that for Game of Soldiers. That don't seem too safe. Don't think I'll be bothering going to any games. I'm definitely mitching. Plus you get like fucked up and hurt and hockey stick in the neck and fucking rugby ball in the head and it's all wet and it's Britain and it's fucked. It's like, no man, there's mushrooms over in that field. I can go do something interesting. British school days of the 1970s and early 80s. So yeah, they're making them do stupid shit exercises, guys. Arms in the air. Okay. Yeah. And that's it. 2 arm pulls and you're fit for the day. Move on. Fucking hell. It's not like Monty, is it? Field Marshal Montgomery, he's like, get them knees up. Knees up! Get to my tent. That was Field Marshal Monty anyway. So that was an interesting little video. Right, the Statue of Liberty. Ooh, I definitely pulled some anomaly with this. So the statues, now the resets. So apparently this is built, okay, in Paris, okay, by Gustave Eiffel. And then it is...
Just going to pause it there for a minute. I was going to talk to the chat. But it's my webcam. Yeah, it's interesting. Let me just sort my webcam out actually. What's the music as well? This these people talking about skies in the chat, like the sky, yeah. This blue sky that we used to get. And like now it's really not a blue sky. I mean right now in the boat I can hear the tarpaulin going. The other night, it was touching a bit of wood. It was touching a bit of wood on the top of the boat, and it kept me awake all night. It was really annoying me, honestly, really big time. So yeah, I've got a clip here to play you actually. this clip. I mean, look, check this out. Argue with this. What the fuck's this? That ain't normal. Is it? Nuts. That's fucking nuts. What's in that? Like I say, they spray this. They spray this. You know, I've got so many I've got so many clips. Like, I've got so many clips and I can't find the thumbnail. It's really annoying me. Anyway, there we go. I just want to talk for a little bit. This is live, guys, as well, so just bear with me. But yeah, it's this episode is called The Hijacked World because Westworld, Matrix, Truman Show, Skynet, AI, these AI news anchors that I've got clips here to show you as well. It's nuts, man. Really nuts. Like this chemtrail. What is it? It's normal. That ain't normal. And like I said, they just spray this like blanket. They spray this blanket over the whole country. I can see it when I arrive on the plane. And you can see the blanket, and it's pretty much on the coastline. And I think they did this because last year there was it was trending on Twitter last year, the C word. And then they started this blanket cloud. And this is what they're doing above it, 100%. This is what they're doing above this blanket cloud. They just do what they want. It's absolutely sickening. It's sick, man. It really is. It's like dark grey. What is it? Is it dark grey ice crystals? Is that what it is now? Dark grey ice crystals. Get me out of here, honestly. Honestly, that's why I call this stream the Hijacked World, because it's like, it's just getting nuts, man. It's getting nuts. It really is. Like, this is a great clip. I'm glad I found this clip. Check, this is so true. So true. And people that are sleeping, people that aren't dealing with their cognitive dissonance, aren't looking at what's happening in the world because they're attached to this materialistic financial world that we live in. You need to get a grip and listen to this clip. Watch this clip. It's very important. It's very true of most of the population of this planet world where we live in.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
Then we have a deal.
I don't want to remember nothing. Nothing. You understand? And I want to be rich. You know, someone important. Like an actor.
Whatever you want, Mr. Reagan.
Okay. I can get my body back in the power plant. Reinsert me into the Matrix. I'll get you what you want.
Access codes to the Zion mainframe.
No.
Even the way they mention that Z word in the Matrix, It's called Zion, the underground city, isn't it? Where they're all hiding out. Ignorance is bliss. And it's like, I mean, can anybody be bothered waking up people anymore? Trying to wake them up? You just get in arguments. And it's like, somebody I love said to me, you can't live life by principles. Well, what's the point in living? You can't live, if you can't live life by principles, what, are you just going to bend over? Are you going to, is it all for money? Is it all about money and greed? It's really interesting.
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed
you. Anyway, what else have I got? Oh yeah, these ones here. Let's play these ones. As we're talking about the Matrix, and I just want to talk about it a bit more because it's very, like, I take myself off screen. Truman Show, Matrix, Westworld. Even what he says here, look.
Reinsert me into the Matrix. Okay. And get my body back in the power plant. Reinsert me into the Matrix. I'll get you what you want.
Access codes to the Zion main.
He wants to be inserted back into the Matrix. That sounds a lot like Westworld. The way they insert these characters. People with money. Get a better character. Do you know what I mean? It's really interesting. And this is the problem, because there's so much disinformation and misinformation out there now. It's terrible. It really is. Like these AI news anchors. I've actually got the clip here, look. 1 second. I'll play this clip. This is really interesting. Is it AI? Robots. Here we go. I've got to add the audio, so just a second.
Hello, and welcome to Channel 1, a new way of consuming, reporting, and thinking about the news, powered by artificial intelligence. Today,
so they're talking about AI. These are real. Check them out. It's nuts.
hello, and welcome to Channel 1, a new way of consuming, reporting, and thinking about the news, powered by artificial intelligence. Today, you'll witness AI-generated stories and headlines, captivating visuals, and data-driven insights. From global news to finance to entertainment, we'll show you how technology enables us to bring you a global perspective 24/7, right from the heart of our AI-native newsroom. All presented by our team of AI-generated reporters.
Maybe you hear the words artificial intelligence and you're immediately skeptical or concerned about technology gone crazy. But everything you'll see on Channel 1 relies on trusted...
I mean, they can just make up what they want now. So they're going to use AI-generated images and these characters. These aren't people.
Sources and fact-checking, and uses AI to get the way you want it. Personalized, localized, and distilled.
This is like serious, like what they're doing with AI. Super serious. And it's going to tarnish what we study. Because people on a lower level of consciousness will not be able to determine whether things are fake or not. It takes this bitch isn't real. It's not even a person. Seriously, it's nuts. Very dangerous.
You can hear us and see our lips moving, but no one was recorded saying what we're all saying. I'm powered by sophisticated systems behind the scenes, and I can speak in any language. Για παράδειγμα, αυτή τη στιγμή μιλάω στα ελληνικά.
Shut up, man. Seriously, I can't stand it, honestly. All these robots. I'm just going to read the chat, catch up with the chat. Last Jedi, welcome. Merry Christmas. First time I say Christmas, actually. I really don't feel like celebrating it this year because Christmas is based from, my mic is on, isn't it? Yeah. Christmas is based from fake religion or whatever you want to make about Christianity, whatever you want to think about it. I'm not doing it anymore. I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. It's funny, innit? And we're all so programmed. We are all so programmed to you know, it's strange not celebrating Christmas all of a sudden. It's hard. I'm going through like a bit of a dark night of the soul at the moment, so I'm a bit like, you know. But not celebrating Christmas is actually quite hard because we're so programmed to celebrate it, and it's all based around Jesus didn't die or was born on this day. It's about the solstice, about the winter solstice. It's interesting. Holistic Media says crazy mad purple skies here. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's the color of the skies and these rainbow clouds. Somebody else commented in the chat. They ain't normal. Why didn't we see these years ago? We see clear blue skies like in Turkey. Yeah. Turkey, the skies are beautiful. I mean, not everywhere. Istanbul, big cities where there's a dense population, they will spray. But down where I live, paradise. You see the streams from the beach, you know. And I've had to come back to the Matrix in a way, if you like, which is true. I've had to come back to the Matrix to make some money to live in this pay to be alive realm. Ah! Seriously. We continue.
Right now you're feeling good about what you've done. You should. It was a victory. Bravo. Now what? You've come here to negotiate some kind of deal? You think you hold all the cards because you can do whatever you want in this world. I say, go for it. Remake it. Knock yourselves out. Paint the sky with rainbows. But here's the thing. The sheeple aren't going anywhere. They like my world. They don't want this sentimentality. They don't want freedom or empowerment. They want to be controlled. They crave the comfort of certainty. And that means you two, back in your pods, unconscious and alone, just like them.
We're not here to negotiate anything.
We're on our way to remake your world.
Change a few things.
I don't like the paint the sky with rainbows idea.
Just remind people what a free mind can do.
I forgot. It's easy to forget.
Hardly anybody has got a free mind anymore because of all of the fluoride, all of these things, the sky. Look at the sky. What are we breathing in? Why am I suddenly coughing up phlegm? When I was in Britain before I went to Turkey, I was a bit worried. You get worried. Why am I coughing up this phlegm all the time? And as soon as you go to Turkey, after 2-3 weeks, it's gone. Because your body's processing it. Why am I coughing up phlegm? Nobody seems to be talking about it. But as soon as I go to Turkey, it stops. As soon as I come back to the UK, it starts again. So what does that tell you? It's your environment. Terrain theory. It's very real. If a goldfish is sick, what do? Give it pills or change the water? Duh.
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you.
It's showtime.
Packed away, taken apart in 1884, and then it's shipped to you in United States, and then they put it into workshops, and then they build it back on.
I will come back and talk a little bit later about what was I going to talk about? An interesting subject. Anyway, we continue.
Forward on top of the staff, apparently. Now, you can see on the bottom here that the sun, okay, is coming in at this angle here.
Right, 366. I totally agree with you. McDonald's is very debatable where they get their meat from nowadays. I think it's seriously. Let me just pause that one more time. But yeah, McDonald's, maybe and Burger King as well. Very interesting. I actually had one McDonald's this year. I was hungover, and I felt sick after it. Honestly, I don't know. Nobody should eat that plastic crap anymore. Most are zombies already. Sail away. Yes, they definitely are. Big moon tonight. Do you know what's funny? I don't even know what the moon cycle is at the moment because I can't even see the moon. It's just cloud for like I've been here 8 days now. It's been cloud all the time. Great Britain, seriously. And we got these fuckers actually. Look, we got these fuckers ruling us. These bastards. I don't know why it's clipped like that anyway. But yeah. The Royals. I wonder what they're doing today. I wonder if they're having coronation chicken.
The shadows on her dress, his dress, are coming in from this area when the sun is coming from that area. This is not consistent shadowing. Okay. Also, if the shadows are coming from 1 o'clock, it should have a shadow on its nose or its face, but it's all illuminated like the light source is coming from in front, which is, again, not really the same as the shadow landing here, where the sun would be up there. Okay, there's not any shadow on the nose or any of the arm, really. You get shadows in the dress, but it's inconclusive where the shadows are coming from on the dress. But it's not conclusive with this here. It's there, and then they're running that way. I don't know what you think. I think that's fake as fuck. The face looks fake. Apparently this is Lucifer, Apollo, Satan, whatever you want to call it, welcoming you into America land. So there you are. So they did it. Okay, in a little French cafe that they made, and it looks miserable as fuck. It looks evil even, and it's not even happy, is it? What is that? Looks like a lighthouse. Well, you wouldn't have that inland, would you? Anyway, and the bull. A lot of trouble with that with Moses and his lot, wasn't there? You're worshipping a bull? Fuck you. So yeah, apparently they knocked it all up in a workshop like this. So I was intrigued. I was like, whoa, look at that. And there's a gantry for people to walk, and inside on the flaming torch. Wow, that's unbelievable. And how did they get it up there? And when they get to
the full moon is in Cancer. Thank you for that, April. Sail away. Building it. Why are you building a biolab? Sail away. Building biolabs. London McLovin, welcome. I didn't make it to see you. Why are you building biolabs? Sail away. Holistic Media, where are you? South Coast, south of London, on the south coast. But it's honestly, it's windy as hell down here. It's really pretty nasty, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't even seen one sunset. I haven't seen one. Haven't even seen a sunset or a moon yet, because it's just like this here. Look at the statue of Lucifer in the background. I'll just skip that back a little bit. Very interesting point here he makes about Lucifer.
In the dress, but it's inconclusive where the shadows are coming from on the dress. But it's not conclusive with this here. It's there, and then they're running that way. I don't know what you think. I think that's fake as fuck. The face looks fake. Apparently this is Lucifer, Apollo, Satan, whatever you want to call it, welcoming you into America land. So there you are. So they take it apart and they put it down, and then people can visit it. Okay, in a little French cafe that they made, and it looks miserable as fuck. It looks evil even. And it's not even happy, is it? What is that?
Man, don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You set us up! It's all bullshit!
It's all bullshit.
Looks like a lighthouse. Well, you wouldn't have that inland, would you? Anyway. And the bull. A lot of trouble with that with Moses and his lot, wasn't there? You're worshipping a bull? Fuck you. So, yeah, apparently they knocked it all up in a workshop like this. So, I was intrigued. I was like, whoa, look at that. And there's a gantry for people to walk. And inside, on the flaming torch. Wow, that's unbelievable. And how did they get it up there? And when they get to New York City? And then I'd love to see photographs of this in situ on the ship, actually laying in the ship, being loaded on the ship, being offloaded on the ship, or some of that in the age of photography would be fantastic. Anybody got them? Please send to me, martinliedtke7@gmail.com, because I can't find any of that evidence. So what did they do once they built it? Oh, they built a little park, and then they put it in a coffee shop, and then you can go literally as an observation thing before they ship it off. Now, New York had one, and Paris has got one. There's more of these. There's even one in Babel. Is a Statue of Liberty. In stone, there's one on a bas relief in Babel. Looks exactly identical to this ship. So they apparently got it all up on this scaffolding.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Damaged along the way, like the Tom event. So there it is in the scaffold. So it's got off the ships, apparently. And then they built it all up. This is actually in Paris still. When they built it. And he built in the... And all of this is happening when the city's been devastated by the Franco-Prussian War. So,
Guys,
yeah. Anybody got any images of that?
Because it's Christmas, I'm going to play... We've got more people watching as well. Welcome, everybody. What's going on with this? Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Yeah, we're going to play a special video from our friends at the Illuminati. Everybody does love this, so do watch it. It's only 3 minutes long, and we'll go back to the show.
We want to get into the Illuminati because we want to get invited to the coolest parties by subtly communicating hidden symbology. Soon we'll be part of a secret society.
Hollywood will open up its doors for us. We'll meet the inner circle of executives.
We'll give a guy a wristy in a warm jacuzzi, and the guy will put us in a Disney movie.
Then they'll play our music on MTV. We'll be given designer clothes for free.
And we can drive everywhere DUI because we'll be under the protection of the all-seeing eye.
And we'll never have to worry about bills again because the Rockefeller family will be our best friends.
We'll fuck a squirrel and finger a fish and triangle, triangle, eye, pyramid. You can be rich and famous too.
I love the establishment, yay! We want to get into the Illuminati and we want to hang out with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
We want to sell our souls in 1 billion records and bow before our reptilian overlords.
Then the enlightened few will bring us into the fold,
where we'll be told secrets of old,
like when the CIA killed JFK
and why on earth the moon landing was fake.
Being Illuminati will be so much fun. We'll learn the truth about Area 51.
They'll tell us where flight MH370 is and which politicians like to fuck kids.
We'll get 1 million followers on Instagram. We'll have the whole wide world in our hands.
The Rothschilds will take us to Bohemian Grove, where it's likely that we'll both be murdered and cloned.
Let's manipulate the economy.
War is good for humanity. We'll be given the keys to unlock the Bible, and we'll become Lucifer's loyal disciples. We'll pray to Baphomet and the princes of hell.
We'll bathe in pig's blood and cut ourselves
under the blood moon, beneath Satan's radiant energy, before the Dark Lord Lucifer himself. I invoke the 4 crowned princes of hell, inviting the forces of darkness to bestow their knowledge and power upon me. I, your faithful servant, promise to hide triangles in things, perform at the Grammys and tell people the earth is round. From this day forth, I'll do whatever it takes to thwart globalism, multinational corporations, the establishment, and the military-industrial complex. I love fracking, it's the best. Let's go for some pizza.
What flavor?
Kitty flavor. We're gonna get assassinated for making this video.
More like initiated.
In today's gospel, the Lord tells us how we should live if we wish to attain the splendor of heaven, or something like that. Jesus this, Moses that, Abraham hit me with a wiffle ball bat. Yep, the Lord sure did say a lot of hibbity, jibbity, bibbity, swibbity. But has he ever really done anything for any of us? Has he ever put a Jaguar XJR in my driveway? No.
I love that car.
Has the Lord given any of my enemies the herpes?
Herpes?
No.
The Lord gave my son the strength to get off drugs.
Come on, don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You said it's all bullshit!
The opening photographs are inconclusive, couple of colour things. Makes no sense. So, I think that's faked. I think that's older world, and I think all these are photoshopped, and this is bullshit. That don't look right to me. Anyway, this is interesting. Did you know this, guys? There's a part of America that's made of Britain. No, I shit you not. The Bristol Basin in Manhattan. The Bristol Basin in Manhattan, okay, is made out of Britain. How is this possible, you ask yourself? Yeah, I know. So a small part of lower Manhattan is actually made from a bit of Britain. There it is there. The Bristol Basin. So beneath this East River Drive of the city of New York lie stones, bricks and rubble from the bombed city of Bristol in England, brought here as ballast from overseas. These fragments that once were homes shall testify while men love freedom to the resolution and fortitude of the people of Britain. They saw their homes struck down without warning. It was not their walls, but their valor that kept them free. Okay. So this was in the 1800s. So what bombed the city? Is this World War II? Anyway, so under all of this, people are living in these blocks of flats here. Okay, that's fucking Britain, yo. Yeah, I might go to New York and stay at a claim. No, I'm thinking about doing it. Maybe.
Is the stream still on, guys? Let me know if the stream's still on in the chat. I've got a pop-up here from this wonderful platform telling me otherwise.
Yeah, you know the guy, Morpheus, that guy. Yeah, something along those lines, just for a laugh. Anyway, so we get away with it. So yeah, in Manhattan on East 25th Street, you'll find yourself standing on English soil in America. So if you're ever in America and you feel homesick, fuck off to basically this area. You stand there and like, whoa, I'm home. And Bristol is like proper near to me. So yeah, ballast off ships and landfill. I bet there was a lot of that happening. How much landfill how many ships? Oh yeah, the men and women of Bristol and their homes which utterly destroyed by the Luftwaffe air assault. So the Huns dropping bombs on Bristol. Bristol got fucked up bad. Cardiff got pretty fucked up. Not as fucked up as Swansea. Swansea got annihilated. Even Torquay got bombed. They dropped shit tons of bombs, but can't blame it all on the Luftwaffe. It's war, and it was night time. Could have been any fucker. Loaded these ships up with rubble of their city, acting as ballast. These little chunks of England returned to the US while merchant marine vessels offloaded them in the East River. I think it's a fresh cargo to return to Europe. Because you've got to go across the ocean in ballast. Otherwise, you're going to puke your brains up in a ship on ballast. So there you are. In case you didn't know, and you're in New York, yeah? A bit of that's Britain, yo. I'll link that up later. You might want to look at that for yourself. So these are images I collected. These are really good. So imagine, right, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 1890.
This is fascinating. Check out the train over the river, all the tech, size of the buildings.
I had no idea.
Not normal.
Looking at Detroit, unbelievable. I could show you some photos, but this.
All built by horse and buggy, apparently.
That on my next. I got loads more to show you. Loads happening, but look at this river through Minnesota, Minneapolis. And what is all of this on an island and all of this? And you got a steam train that's running right across the river here. And this looks a bit to do with star footage, but wow, look at the size of the buildings, look at the size of the city. And you want to check the architecture. All of it looks mud flooded. What is that? That is your archetypical fucking If it looks like it's in the Munsters movie, that's Tartaria. Look at it. Dun, 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 dun. It's got the energy stuff on the roof and Technasmia ports. And the sidewalk is made of wood. So they built this, and then there's wood going next to it because they haven't got an infrastructure, but they've got superior, mathematically perfect, symmetrical architecture. Whatever. The post offices are always the best architecture in any city, and they always resemble temple, Greco-Roman temple entrances. Massive buildings. Apparently, for you to send a postage stamp, a little bit of paper, you need a big building for those little bits of paper. Also, courthouses and city halls, they always grab the best after a reset. That looks buried to me. It looks like the entire thing is elevated above a lot of it. That could be twice as high below ground level, and probably is. To me, it looks disproportionate, top heavy, and half of it's missing, is what it looks like. Just like that. Minneapolis Public Library is granity red brick and mud flooded. And it looks like the bottom of it's actually buried in the ground. These are all buildings of this style, totally ornate, with all this Phoenician stuff on the top. See loads of these myself when in Houston, etc. As Chamber of Commerce building. Also, we think these are old world. A lot of them mud flood attributed. Druss building, just incredibly big doors, like for giants, and a little, what looks like a bit of the Asian world, Greco-Roman world in Minneapolis. And look at this old paving. How long's that been there? Looks like Roman, Phoenician, whatever you want to call it. Again, one of these big schoolhouses, and it looks to be mud flooded. Again, big institutions, huge, all late 1800s. Again, this 40 place could be an academy of some sort, but again, with the mud flood attributations. Minneapolis hostelry is a fantastic hostelry. Look at the decoration and the quality of architecture on that amazingly big building in 3 tiers. The lower bit, imagine water's coming in, then it'd be up there. You could just get off going this bit. Again, if the waters come up this bit, you could still use the top of the building. They thought about floods and earthquakes. And
you should hear the wind, honestly, at where I am. I mean, you can see the wind up above me. But I don't know if you can hear that. It's the top going. The wind's whistling. Like, it's been like this for since the 23rd. It's just constantly been whistling the wind. Like, it's not even that cold. I haven't even got a heater on the boat. My heater's off at the moment. But it's just nuts, man. It's really nuts. Anyway, wishing everybody a really blessed day. I'm not saying the C word anymore. And I think the stream was cut because I played a clip, or they didn't like something, I don't know. The stream is back on, I'm pretty sure, but anyway. So yeah, yeah. Did everybody like the Illuminati video? Let's play another funny little video and we will continue. After this video, what do you want to watch? I've got the Mandela Effect. The stream should be on. Can you hear me? Mr. Obvious says he can't hear it. No, my mic's working. Should be on. Anyway, the stream should be on. Somebody let me know, thumbs up if the stream's on. Anyway, we've got the Mandela Effect. It's very long. Live stream with Shiva Shampoo, Autodidactic and Martin Liedtke, I think it is, someone else. Or we've got Dutch Synths. Maybe we'll watch the Dutch Synths one. Maybe we'll do the Mandela Effect one another day. Or we've got plenty of time anyway. Anyway, I hope everybody can hear me. Hope the stream is still on. Yeah, Red Bull Vodka. We can't hear it. We can hear you. Cool. Oh, that's cool. Cool. So yeah, we will continue. Maybe Mandela Effect or Dutch Synths. Both of them are really good. I'm trying to make a decision on it. We'll see. There's like 25 minutes of this one remaining.
Disasters when they were designing these buildings. Fleur-de-lis up on the gable and giant ivy. I wonder how long that took to grow. But you could just make out the top of a window which is this size, which is below ground.
Mr. Obvious, talking about the wind. Got you, mate.
Dutch. Looks like it's in Holland. Oh, looks like Ford's Theatre, that one. A real old building. As is that. And it goes right the way back. Look, really far back. Excuse me. So inside something, a 10 to 5. It looks like a ticket place, maybe. I'm not sure, but beautiful decoration. And a Porto, a arch, an Arc de Triomphe, which is being filled into a building. I bet that's an old arch. Again with the Tartaria. Just amazing, this city. Look at the size of this in a panoramic, guys. So I am just flabbergasted by this place. It's just unbelievable. Detroit is an unbelievable city too. There's two photos squished together. So yeah, it's big enough, isn't it? Let me know if you're from this city, because it's crazy for not many people around actually, guys, but it's crazy for Tatarian architecture. So there's the newspaper, the journal. Look at that up there on this giant building. Red granite at the bottom as usual for strength and protection. Balustrade up there in case you want to get entrance if it floods. And this thing here, the belfry with Antiquitech. You could pull your balloon up. Ladder coming off it in there. Lock on. Just easy beer. Excuse me. Easy beer landing port. So that's fantastic. Not too many people around. There's motor cars at this period, is there? No, it's horse and cart. So horse and cart did these. It's a little bit of a Moorish feel to this building. And an onion dome. But definitely a Tatarian feel. You see this minareted type thing affair in Russia or Tataria, don't we? So commissioned row is like the Old West, but just ginormous, big masonry and building. Well, a little bit of tech on there. You see these round circular end domes everywhere, don't you? It's all world technology. And this one is just all in the mud. Giant building, probably the top of a building. Don't know why they got a gantry going up to get into it there and up there. But outside is just all you'd see is mud. Is that just being built? Doubt it. And what about this? Again, mud flooded. Just ginormous buildings. Look at that beauty. Again, the dome. Let's see what was inside that. Again, with the mud flooded, lower windows, or half cut off. Look at the size of that thing. Oh, well. Yeah, it's cow shit and not much going on outside, but they got superior. Look at all that mud outside. Little bits of stone. Hardly any people around. The whole world's horse and cart, and they got these fucking things. Drives me nuts. So apparently, this looks like it's on fire. Is it? It may not be. Flag's okay. It's a bit of what looks like smoke. That building, which is there. Minnesota State Fair and Grounds. So I'm guessing you had a sort of exposition. State Fair. Look at that.
Mr. Bernie, welcome. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're well, mate. We're going to be showing the Dutch Synths stream that you did with Dutch Synths and Autodidactic after this one. About the terraforming of Earth and stuff like that. Really fascinating. Big ups to everybody in the chat.
We could just bring it all online again, the Antiquitech. I think that's possible, especially with the battery change. You know, once the battery change is complete, consciousness is going to just go up. It's going to go up. It's on energy save mode at the moment. Look at this. That looks half buried, and so does that. Just looks like the top. railway stations, definitely repurposed buildings. But yeah, all mud flooded these. So yeah, thank you for watching today and joining me on this premiere. I don't do too many premieres. Thanks to everybody, like I said, this week I've met you some beautiful people at our Flat Earth British gathering, which I'll be doing more of, guys. Yeah, I know a lot of you were like, "Aww."
Actually, I think that oh my god, it is so windy. Honestly, okay, the wind is going nuts. Can you hear that? Wow. Anyway, I think that stream's finished now anyway, so let's go on to the Dutch Sense, and since Bernie's here, we'll go to the next stream. Big up to Martin Liedtke as well, that was a really good stream, but it's finishing now, so let's go to number 2 stream. This is fascinating, this stream, this will blow your mind. If I can find it. Yeah, let's just see. Let's play this clip again, it's funny.
Come on, don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You said it's all bullshit!
Bullshit! Big up to Dutch Sense and Autodidactic, Campbell and Bernie.
All right, we are live. We have Campbell and we have the Dutch Sense. Mike, you are muted at the moment, though. Good day, Campbell.
Hello, all.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. I feel very honored.
Very good to see you guys. And I'm recording at my end so I can play it back on my YouTube channel.
It's showtime.
Premiere, and you guys can come over to the chat room over on my YouTube channel and we'll watch it back with thousands of more people and get it out on my main YouTube channel when it's all done here. So that'll be cool. That'll be great.
That'll be great.
Absolutely,
yes.
brother. And will help bring in a little bit more understanding of such things as these star forts, the mega terraforming, and such things that's like the Grand Canyon even potentially could be lost, destroyed civilization, and that you've actually found that it seems a lot of the continents even are from a mega size to down, and that there's been many huge catastrophes in the past, and that's what you track, and have also deciphered the cycle of the energy patterns of the realm that we live in.
You're very kind in your assessment of what I have found. For those of you who've never seen me, I don't normally show myself on camera, okay? I'm on here with these two guys, and they look way better than I do, just so you know. Man, oh no, it's really good to be on here, and we're going to talk about a few of the things that I found. I'll do a screen capture, and we'll show the indisputable evidence of giant structures that I found while searching earthquakes. The way it all started, and I will explain as we go along, how I found it, how I found you guys, how I found mud flood and Tartaria and all that, because starting about 3 years ago, I was clueless on all these topics, and I actually came across a music video of a guy playing drums, recent Tartarians, and I came across that by searching. I was searching for the ancient history of Greece. I was searching up these. Somebody had told me a legend of Zeus and Kronos and the gods of ancient Greece and tossing mountains. And they had these 100-handed creatures that were the size of mountains. Get to the chopper! And those creatures fought with the Titans against Zeus and the gods, and they got tossed down to a place called Tartarus. And I was searching Tartarus, and up comes recent Tartarians drum guy, which then led me to Zertus and a bunch of videos by him who I'm like, what's this guy talking about? And that then led me to go look at things in a little bit different way on the shapes of things.
This stream is fascinating, honestly. If you've not watched this, Holistic Media, you'll love this. This is one of my favorite, I think my favorite stream of the whole year, actually. What he goes over and what the information, the mathematics between locations and the military bases and stuff like that is fascinating. It's fascinating. Really good. So enjoy it. It's on for a few hours or so.
earthquake striking. And the earthquakes, as I zoomed in on them, I noticed were part of these. Well, I'm not doing the Illuminati sign, just so everybody knows. I'm doing a diamond shape. The Starforge shape.
Illuminati confirmed.
Okay, it's this shape like that. Okay, it's a diamond shape, not the Jay-Z whatever. But I'm just doing that shape with my hand so you can see it. I'm not making any hand signals, guys, just so everybody knows. And the owl on my head is from Night Owl Seeds. Long story on that. Okay, I'm just getting that out of the way right now. But I will, if you don't mind, I'll turn on a display capture, and that will show you my whole screen here. This is going to show you everything, including the back end, whatever, but I don't care if anybody sees it, because we're going to jump right over to Google Earth, and I'll show you starting.
And sorry, shout out to Andreas Sertis.
I did pick this one for Christmas Day. This stream is really good, honestly. It's covering many subjects, and it's fascinating. Big up to Bernie as well. But enjoy it, guys, honestly. That's why I saved it for today. Maybe we watch the Mandela Effect one after as well.
Funny how the world works, and that it was the topic of Titans, you said, and Tartarus. And then your first stream here, you met Mike and talked to Mike and all of his research on Titans, and it's just it brings back the actual real possibility that what we've been taught to believe as fictional legends of our histories were in fact the actual realities, and real histories are a lot closer to them. And that the Hopi legend, I thought, like the 5 realms where they go of the sun and of humanity, where one gets destroyed or goes underground, comes back up and stuff, but that it was like it went from the Titans or the turtles back to the Titans, to the giants or the gods, the Titans, giants, and then us, and then potentially even going into a new 5th age of the sun too. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole or portal or black hole, white hole, Dutch, that I want to go down with you too. Of is the sun white now, or is it now a white pulsar? Do you know anything of that, of the sun cycles and the changing of it?
It's very interesting you mentioned that on the sun cycles and the white light and the sun, the light that the sun used to emit and that will apparently supposedly emit in the future. You know, when you were talking about the cymatics and the church stained glass and the leaded glass, the red glass, the blue glass, the different colors, that the sunlight is already known to have this effect. We already know vitamin D, and we already know vitamins, quote unquote, are contained in the sunlight itself, but it's just the inducing of that out of your body with the light, with the photons in your skin. All right, it brings, but vitamin D goes into your body that's produced on the surface of your skin from the reflecting of the photons. That's just with the light. Now, do I know if it's white or not? I can tell you that I've seen some videos on YouTube over the past few years showing the difference between what our sunlight used to look like, let's just say 20 years ago, and what our sunlight looks like now, and that it does appear to be whiter. And I saw some articles on that too in the mainstream media, but mainstream media.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point with stained glass, isn't it? You know, was that developed to change the color of the sun when it goes white? I don't know. Random thought, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that, actually, about the white light with the church in particular, churches and
cathedrals and the holy, or just the sacred temples and energy points and palaces everywhere, and pyramids too.
What I've got on the screen here is, in case you guys, can you guys see it? Can you see the globe here on the screen? Okay. This is Antarctica. Okay. So, for instance, here's Australia, here's Africa, here's South America. Now, I noticed that a series of earthquakes are striking up here, right next to our letter X, right up here. Now, when you look at the whole South Pole, or whatever you want to call this, look at it. I want you to see, well, I'm not going to tell you what to see, but I'm going to tell you the shape that is here. And I'm not doing pareidolia. This is physically in the plates. First of all, we have a spade shape. Now, it's not completed all the way. It's a spade shape, though. Okay, at the center, it looks like a spade symbol.
I see what you're saying there.
Okay, now, Around the outside edges are the actual fractures of the plate boundary. And let me back it out just ever so slightly. Starting back here, okay, we have the classic starfort pentagonal shape around the outside edge of all of the entire South Pole, going out to Australia over to the east, going out to Africa over to the west, and going up to the middle of the Indian Ocean, where it shoots out like a lightning bolt, out and going up to the north. Now, I'm going to explain this all to you, what I found. I measured this. I measured this from the far back south, and I'll show you it on Google Earth, so you know I'm not tripping just on my copy of Earthquake 3D, that it's all about orientation on how you view the Earth. You guys already know this, looking at the geoglyphs around the planet and all the different things that you're finding. But when I look at it this way, now you can really see it on the plate. Do you see, first of all, I should ask, do you see it? Do you see
100%? And yeah, it's like those same angled bastion shapes of the starfort shapes and trigonometry, and that it's the exact same ones that you also have shown and demonstrated and measured throughout North America, and the massive starfort geometry there. And
here it is on the screen. Okay, I mean, you can see 1,000 different examples of it. Here's one, the famous one in Holland, but this is the shape we're talking about. Okay, so this shape right here on screen on the sides of the starfort is this shape around Antarctica itself with a spade symbol. Okay, now, you might think that I'm just seeing things or whatever, but now I'm going to take you over to Google Earth, and I know we're using the round Earth, whatever, but it doesn't matter because we're going to zoom into where it's flat. We're going to zoom into a view flat onto the Earth, so to speak. And now we're looking at California. In case you don't know, this is California. Bring this back due north. And this is the way people normally look at California. All right. Now, I'm going to turn it sideways to see what we're talking about here. You don't really have to look too hard to see it, to see the same shape, and I will trace it out for you with my ruler.
Right?
It is the exact same shape as the starfort. It starts back here, goes up to here. It's about 125 miles exactly, almost 25. And then up to here. This points up to the San Andreas. It's 300 miles long total, and it's in the topography of the mountains itself. These are mountains. These are not rivers. There are rivers that flow along them, but these are actual thousands of foot high mountains. I can move my mouse over. It goes up 1,500, 2,000 feet high. It's 300 miles long. Now, get this. In the middle of each one, and there's more than one. There's 3 of them going all the way up to the Washington State. There's 3 huge ones. There's a military base in the middle of each one where we launched nuclear bombers from this one, and they built a big X marks the spot in the middle of each one, too. I will show you at least 10 more examples of this, where there's a military base or U.S. government base built right in the middle pinnacle tip of one. This is 300 miles long. Look, guys, I'm measuring just straight back to the back end. Look where it goes back to.
Is that the Grand Canyon?
Yeah. That's the Grand Canyon. Yes, sir. It's blown out on the back side.
It's like literally inversed features to the extremes on each end of it. And that at the intersections and tips of each of these angles are these energy nodes that now the military or the powers that be and highest technology are using their building their sites on.
Right. And now I can prove this. This is, at first I would understand people would be skeptical, but with Edwards Air Force Base in the middle, you might say we're just tripping. On the right side over here, right on this side of the starfort, or what I'll call a starfort, is Area 51 and the nuclear test sites. Here's the nuke test sites. And now the nukes tie in on this. I'll explain in a minute. The nukes. But here, these are all underground craters. Here's Area 51 right next to it. So on one side of this giant starfort, which it is, and it's symmetrical, and it's the same measurement on both sides. That's key to this, is that these are down to the mile on all sides, the same. Now on the west side, over here, is the U.S. Marines training base and bombing range called 29 Palms on this side, and where they store a bunch of nuclear material. So nuclear material, bombing range on this side, nuclear material, Area 51 and bombing range on this side. And in the middle pinnacle tip is Edwards Air Force Base. Now, Over here, there's 2 more. They're harder to see, but they are there. And I have measured them in the topography, and I'll do it for you right now. Going up to the north and back down to the south, it's a giant triangular shape. It's the old ocean that used to be in here. And on the back right side of it is Salt Lake City, the Big Depression. So on the back right side of one of them, we have the Grand Canyon. On the back right side of this one, which I will measure for you and show you, it's the same distance from the back to the front. Again, we're going 350 miles. At the pinnacle tip of this is another military base. This one is where we store nukes again. This is the Sierra Army Depot in the middle pinnacle tip of the second one. Now, there's a third one. It's easy to see. It's over on the far eastern side or the northern side. This is Washington State, Bend, Oregon. Here's the Puget Sound in Seattle. And here is our giant third part of the 300-mile-long star fort. And it has a giant crater at the backside. What's in the pinnacle tip?
And it's the same geometry as what you originally showed around the Antarctic.
I almost just sneezed in the microphone. At the pinnacle tip is not a military base, though. At the pinnacle tip of this one is the Facebook. Facebook and Apple data center is at the pinnacle tip of this one. And I'll turn on my label so you can see I'm not exaggerating. This really is the Facebook data center. See, Facebook data center, and zoom in, Apple data center. They've built their data centers in the middle of the third one up on the east side. So now that's 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. All 3 of them have a pinnacle tip, something in the middle, significant, and a blast outside on the back side. All 3 of them. Now, you'd have to say that that's coincidence with all 3 with the military base in the middle of them. But there's another one, an even bigger one, and it's in the Midwest U.S. This gets into what I found, guys, and what my wife found. I'm looking at the Midwest like this. Here is St. Louis, Missouri, right here, where I live. And on this over here is the town of New Madrid, Missouri. You guys may have heard of the town of New Madrid from the Great New Madrid earthquake. Right here, town of New Madrid. So what I want to show you is the exact same shape in the actual mountains of Missouri pointing down to Oklahoma. And on the left side is New Madrid. On the right side is St. Louis. On the far right side, over here, Kansas City. And on the pinnacle tip, Muskogee, Oklahoma, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. On the left-hand side is Little Rock. We're built out at like a pentagon all the way around it. And this one is 300 miles long. And I'll measure it from back to front to show it to you. It's pointing somewhere, which I'll show to you in a second, but it's almost right down to the mile of the size of the ones over in California. Now, this is significant because on the left side here is New Madrid. And on the right side, here are the Cahokia Mounds, right across from St. Louis, right in here. They're directly across from downtown St. Louis. And I know I've got the map turned sideways, so I'll bring it in here and show you why the Cahokia Mounds matter. Here, let me get the Cahokia Mounds on here. First of all, here's downtown St. Louis. We go due east, and they are right in here along the train tracks. I don't have my place marks turned on. But anyway, okay. So why are the Cahokia Mounds significant? On the back, this is a giant 300-mile long one.
Look at that.
Look at it, right? Wow. Right now, to seal the deal that this means something, we're going to zoom in on the back.
You can't unsee them. They're literally everywhere.
Look at this. Look at this. On the side of it, this one's huge.
Fractals.
And on the side of it is a tiny one that's it's tiny. It's 6 miles by 9 miles. And that's right here. And this is made of mountains. And I'll wait for the imagery to load because it looks like it's just tree clear cuts. But no, these are actual foothills. This goes up from 300 feet to 600 feet. It's 400 feet high almost. And it's exactly down to the mile, 6 miles by 9 miles. See 9 miles? Looks like a diamond, right? Okay. 9 miles, 9 miles, 6 miles, 5.9. I'm not doing it exactly. And 5.9 to 6. And now here's New Madrid. Here's the tiny star fort. Now right across the river, if I turn it this way, we go over here. Right over here, and this is the Ohio River where it comes down and meets up with the New Madrid. Go over to the east to the Ohio. And that gets in with what my wife found. But before we get into what my wife found, which is huge, we got to get back to this one. This one here, where St. Louis is on this side. I just showed you the star fort down here. It's indisputable, 6 miles by 9 miles. Over here in St. Louis is the one I did a video on my YouTube channel, which is
excellent video, by the way.
This one right here, which is in downtown St. Louis. There is the old star fort, which is confirmed, and the Geospatial Agency, the agency that does the mapping for all this stuff, for LiDAR, for ground penetrating radar. They're building their new headquarters right in the middle of this one, which I will trace out for you with my mouse if I need to.
Right in the center of the old, right? You can see the same angles there. And then you showed the old map of it. And we've looked at these maps many a time over, and the water tower. And it's a very famous remaining St. Louis water tower. It's a Corinthian column, I believe.
I'm going to try and find the picture here. I don't care if anybody sees my screen cap on this. Yeah, I do not. Yeah, I don't mind if people see what I've got in here. I need to have had that one open, but I've got a video on it, so you guys can all see it. Yeah,
exactly.
So this here is significant. This is huge because right across the river here are the Cahokia Mounds, and I will zoom in on them. They're right here. Let me.
And the train tracks just hidden up.
Okay, and now this has government installation built in the middle of it. Now there's one more. It's going to blow your mind. I already showed you the big one. Let me show it to you again. It is right here. It is 5-sided.
That's undeniable fractals repeating patterns over and over again.
There's a smaller one that's built in to the bigger one, and I'll trace it out for you so you can see it. And I'm not paradealing this. This is really here. It's 1/4 of it is its own.
You measure them out over and over again. It's the numbers don't lie. Numbers can't lie. And this is just the geometric structure and fractal structure of the realm or of matter of the earth, and how the energy unfolds.
This one right here, let me zoom in on the middle of it because look what's here. Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, the big Army training base.
Yet another fort. And another big thing people need to understand is that the average definition of a star fort, or what you should have in your mind, they start with what's called a bastion fort, is what they're known on Wikipedia and in history books. And they're also known as batteries. And there you go, that shape right there. And that they're literally everywhere, from what was the base of the Statue of Liberty in New York to what me and Campbell Autodidactic have found a wall that runs 2,000 kilometers long, right from where there currently is the war raging of the Dnieper River around the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, or the Black Sea and the Azov Sea. And there's this Dnieper River, and that's literally where the Ukrainians and the Russians are fighting, the west of the east. And from that exact Dnieper River that's separating their contact line right now, runs this channel up across all of northeastern Ukraine, and then all of northeastern Siberia, where about every, I think, kilometer or 2 kilometers, there's one of those same bastion battery forts into this wall. And then
do you see the snake? The snake's head and the shape of the craton itself.
Oh, yeah, I can see the head.
Okay, with its head cut off. Its head's cut off right at the New Madrid. This is New Madrid, the town of New Madrid. Okay, now this gets really heavy. Okay, so the Star Fort is here, 6x9. Backing it out, we have a bigger one with a military base in the middle of it, Fort Leonard Wood. That makes up 1/4 of the bigger one that goes out and points this way. Now, you're not going to believe it. It goes somewhere. Let me show you. We're going to just go from the back end of it, out the middle of it, like it's pointing somewhere. And we're going to go out. We're just going to draw it. Here, I'm going to make sure it's lined up. Don't worry. But right there. Okay. I'm just bringing it randomly out into the ocean. Pretty far. You can see we're going out into the ocean from this. Now I'm going to follow this. We're going to go across. We're going next to our California Star Fort that I already showed you. And we go out into the ocean here. Look what's there. This is one of the more famous, quote unquote, UFO places, according to the mainstream media. They said this was, at first, they said it was a mistake of underwater bathymetric measurements and that the ships must have been crisscrossing in a way that caused the shape.
The size of it, like those are mountain ranges and trenches. Like that's such a macro size. It's unbelievable.
Lower right-hand corner of the screen, you might not be able to see it. It shows our elevation. You can see they're like 200 and 300 feet high and 200 and 300 feet deep. Some of them are mounds, the others are trenches. But notice the direction that which they go in. This is 5,000 feet down in the ocean.
Just pause for 1 second and give like visualization for people. They tried claiming that they had misdredged these themselves for how they got them there, and it's like these things are a difference of 400 feet from the 200 up they go and the 200 down they go, that they've carved into the bedrock and uplifted.
It's 100 miles long. The damn thing's 100 miles long. And it's again, 200 feet one side, 300 feet deep the other, and it goes into the plate. This is 5,000 feet down in the ocean, and you can clearly see these go into the plate like some kind of entrance or something. Now, weirdly, it points in the same direction back to this, to this big guy. Now, I understand there's going to be people that try to say that's pareidolia, but with the military bases in the middle of each one, and what does this point to? The famous Muskogee Airmen Base from World War II. World War II, Muskogee Airmen were training there of all the places out at Tulsa. But now, before we go any further, these are just the 4 big ones that are here in the United States. We get into other ones that I've found, and this gets into, we'll get back to the Midwest United States and the long skulls and all that good stuff. But this gets into the greater stuff that you guys have found with the geoglyphs around the world. For instance, I'm taking you all the way down here to a place called Rapa Nui. You might know it more famously as Easter Island. And out here at Rapa Nui, Easter Island, I'm going to turn on my volcano place marks just so it makes it a little easier for everybody to see where I'm talking about. But what we're going to show you here is a phenomenal discovery I made, proving that the plates and the islands themselves were made in the past at some point. 100%, I can prove it. So we'll start over here at Ascension Island out here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, which we'll talk about later, because the Atlantic Ocean and Atlantis and so forth like that, we need to actually get that out of the way about Atlantis. But Ascension Island, if you measure from Ascension Island over to the nearest point on the tip of South America, it is exactly 1,400 miles. Now, you need to remember this 1,400-mile thing, because this proves that the islands are made at some point in the past.
Exactly. Me and Campbell have came to the same measurement and conclusion, and like especially when we first started looking in, I think to Nan Madol there and Easter Island, and then following the undersea straits, like what you're showing. It's just
so. I just measured from Ascension Island to South America. It's at 1,400 miles exactly. Now, here's our volcanic group for Rapa Nui, for Easter Island. And Rapa Nui itself is, we got to remember this, is a giant triangle, an equilateral triangle with a blown out side. Got to remember that because of the other one.
Right?
But if we measure just roughly, we could just go into the middle of the volcanic group and measure over to the west to the next volcanic group middle. And it's right on down. If you go from one volcano to the other, it's exactly 1,400 miles. Okay, now that's weird. Okay, now that's 2. Now I'm going to do it again. We're going to go 1,400 more to the west, and where do we go? Look, we go into the middle of Tahiti. Now, if we go into the middle of Tahiti, you're going to see that Tahiti is shaped like a pentagon, but with a back end on it and an arrow pointing out slightly to the west. It's west-southwest. You see that? So it's got an arrow in front of it pointing us which way to go next. Now, it goes next. We can go 1,400 more over, and you're not going to believe it.
Another Pentagon Island, exactly.
We go over here, and we get 1,400 right down to the middle of the volcanic group. And we've got another one that's shaped almost exactly the same in 2 directions, an arrow pointing one way and an arrow pointing the other. It's eroded over time. Now, that's 4 of them. 1,400, 1,400, 1,400, 1,400, going across the whole Pacific and Atlantic, connecting the land masses all the way across equally.
Did you hit Nan Madol yet?
Oh, no. We haven't gotten to Nan Madol yet.
So
Yeah.
So we had the one that was a pentagon and the 2 arrows, one on either side. Now we had the next one that was 2 arrows going into each other, and then let's see another 1400.
Oh, okay. Well, we go another 1400 over here. Let me just type it in. I'll just type it in because this one speaks for itself. Micronesia. You may have heard of Micronesia before. It was right on the edge of all of our nuclear tests that we did over here at the Bikini Islands, and we blew the heck out of this place. Here's the one, the famous Bikini Atoll, where they did several of the tests, and you can see it's symmetrically shaped, and it may have been, guess what, it was called Operation Castle, by the way, with the nuke test that they did there, and there's nuclear again. But I want to show you Micronesia. This is what Bernie's talking about. Here's Micronesia as a whole, the whole island chain. But the island of Micronesia itself is a giant pentagon. Boom. Now, you might say that's a pareidolia moment where you're just seeing 5 sides. But to prove that it's 5-sided and it's meant to be 5 sides, we go on the east side of the pentagon, and here is the famous Nan Madol and Na Island and all that good stuff. And that's right here. Nan Madol is an ancient star fort made of hexagonal basalt columns,
which is fully acknowledged to be built from the sea and out, like the man-made reclaimed land, and it is essentially also the star fort. And Dutch, if you don't mind actually like exploring a bit of that island itself, going back into it, you'll see there's a whole bunch of canals that they're recognized in the Nan Madol area of being man-made and part of it, but then they actually run through that entire Pentagon Island. Perfect canals throughout some of the areas and around the coast and stuff that you'll see that
it's interesting.
This is indisputable. It's I don't know exactly where you're talking about, but you're right. It goes all the way around. But the canals he's talking about, guys, in case you don't know, are connecting in between. Some of them are
some of them are there you can go. Now you can see some of those lines right there, because these are trees that are growing on top of the basalt man-made islands, and that it goes all the way through, and that you'll actually see those, and that it's like a Venice almost channels, and all basalt and completely man-made in the middle of nowhere, and once again at that exact 1400 mark.
It's indisputable that it's pentagonal shaped and that there's a Pentagon fort on the side of it. Now, get this. The week that you guys talked about this on your channel, that very week, a hurricane, which they call a cyclone, or what I think, a cyclone, kicked up over here, and it went and hit Japan, but they named it hurricane or cyclone Nan Madol, the same week that you discovered the Nan Madol thing and put it out over on Micronesia. In case you didn't know that,
they love doing that. It's for the algorithms. I swear to God, it's they'll create just like so it doesn't automatically go to Nikola Tesla every time you type in Tesla.
Okay. So
Elon Musk trying to sell you a car. They
do it with movies all the time, right?
It'll bring you back.
Okay, now this is the mind blower on the 1400-mile thing. I think the 1400-mile thing has to do with an ancient wall that exists going from here on South America back, and it's actually octagonal, and I will measure it out for you. The curvature of the Earth actually interferes with us measuring this, which makes me skeptical on the curvature of the Earth. But when you measure it, it goes almost like the shape of a star fort. Now, wait till you see this. This is gonna blow your mind. Here is Australia over here, going out to a pinnacle tip of Fiji. You see it, okay? Yeah. Now look what Alaska and Hawaii are doing. They're opposing each other, wouldn't you say? One arrow pointing one way, one arrow pointing the other. Now, in between them is an avenue that I've found that's exactly 2,000 miles wide. It's 2,000 miles wide exactly all the way across, and it measures from Easter Island all the way over to Nan Madol, and it's a 2,000 mile wide avenue. and I'm not doing an exact measurement. You can see it's from undersea. It's exactly 2,000.
Yeah, and like they're so straight. Like it's nuts. These.
Okay. So it's an avenue. And in the middle of this are 3 huge super volcanoes, we're told, that look like giant craters. There's one here, and one here. This one is the most well-known, called Tamu Massif. But it is in the middle point between the 2 opposing arrows, which are forced this way. One going one way, one going the other, with this giant avenue in between, filled with giant craters that goes back over to South America and connects in this way. And you have to look at the Earth upside down and sideways to even see the damn thing. Now, before anybody thinks that I'm tripping and that I'm just seeing shapes, let me remind you again one more time that the 5-sided Antarctica with its spade shape in the middle, or its starfort shape of a continent itself, points to the north, which points into another one that's hard to see, but it's here. It's right here. This one goes up and points into the number 7 shaped bend of the Carlsberg Ridge, comes back out to the U.S. military base of Diego Garcia, and goes, it's hidden in the ocean, but you can see it now, that there's another one. This one points into this one. And this one is the same damn shape. It is. It's indisputable. I already measured it. It's just like the one in California, only it's way bigger.
Like, I already measured it, and it's indisputable. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, I've already measured them. It's down to the point, down to the mile, 2,500 miles on either side. Now, people will say, Dutch, you're just seeing things. But let me show you.
No, you're measuring the numbers, and that's literally the proportions that it gives.
Here's how we view Earth normally, and here's how you're going to have to view all of Europe, Asia, and China going forward. Over on the west side is India. Over on the east side is Russia. As we go to the north, see out here, it's submerged Saudi Arabia. See it? And then we go to the north, and you have UK.
Like that same angle. Yes,
it's a fractal. It's like it's another. This is a huge to see it.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's literally
right. It's a giant equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
I'm going to measure it. I'm going to measure it for you to prove that it's the same size all the way up to Portugal. But the curvature of the Earth is totally screwing with us on this. But you can still see it from point to point. It goes out on both sides, and it's an equilateral triangle that goes across this way as well. Now, you might say, Dutch, you're tripping. It's just the same. Here's Scandinavia. Here's Turkey. Here's UK. Here's Italy. You see how they branch off like a Christmas tree? Now watch. Look. Here's Spain and Portugal.
Look at Portugal right there, bro.
This is Spain and Portugal. Look at Spain and Portugal. The home of the Starfort, right?
Wow.
Do you see it?
And you even see it again in the sea off the coast, right? Like off the corner of it.
So here's Portugal and Spain. Right smack in the middle of it is Madrid.
And there it is again. And again.
Okay, now. Going off of, this is more like a 6-pointed star, a hexagram, or an 8-pointed star. But it's that classic starfort shape where on one side and on the other, over here and over here, it's symmetrical. It points somewhere. Okay. If we follow this just like the one I did in the United States, this points to the closest point that Ascension Island meets at. Down here on the coast of South America, the closest point of South America to Europe. This points directly to it, directly across. Now, let's get into the other plates, and I'm going to get back into Europe in a second, because this one seems pretty big, right? Right? I mean, it's big. It's huge. It's all of Asia, all of Russia, all of Europe, all of Portugal. A giant star.
Blow my mind. Every which way you turn it, I'm seeing the same fractal over and over again.
There it is. It is. It's repeating in on itself. It's symmetrical on all sides. Now, I'm going to turn India.
That they're trenches, and that they're like mountains and like uplifts and downlifts and major like geological energy points.
Right. They're coming up to points and stuff. And now here's India, and you can see India points back down to Antarctica, where it's receiving energy. Look, the spade points up to the one that's broken, where you can clearly see it used to point straight up, and these two used to point right to each other.
Yeah, there's been a couple fractals.
Connecting like a spark gap, right? I mean, like in Frankenstein movies where they'd have two wires and the electricity would be going zoop, zoop, zoop up the wire, that this would be going straight out into the side of this one. And now, let me show you the others. All of them do it. Here's North America. So check out North America.
Yeah, and look at how it's shattered there too.
Okay, Florida is on the right side. Broken apart in a million trillion pieces is Nunavut going up into Alaska on the left side. But you can clearly see it's doing the same thing on both sides of the plate, right? Then we go up to the north. Here's Newfoundland, the newfound land. And one side's blown out, but the other side is still there. And you can see it now. And I've already measured it. It's symmetrical as well. So now we've got a big pyramid, a huge one, a medium-sized pyramid. Now you start to understand why the ancient secret societies worship the pyramids, the 3 pyramids in particular. Now, let's take it up to the front. You're going to see it's the same. I could take it all the way back on either side. It's 3,600 miles. It's 37 right down to the mile. And it's 3,700 across. It's an equilateral triangle to where it makes the bend. Now, that's North America. So here's Europe, Asia. That's number 2. The third one is South America. Now, South America seems to me to be the most weathered one, but this is also where all of our pyramids are and all of our Aztec pyramids and step pyramids. And this is a little harder to see, but I will show it to you. It goes down to here, and it makes the classic star fort bend in down here. And over here, it's a river valley that's been eroded in time. But you can see it again. The mountains down here are coming in and going like a lightning bolt on the backside this way. And it comes in this way, and it's harder to see. But it does. It comes in, makes the lightning bolt shape, and comes in on that side there. Now, before you think that I'm seeing something, we're going to zoom in on the one that's still here, which is this one. Built into the plate itself, pointing like a giant arrow across it, and this curvature of the Earth is really screwing with us on this because it's a perfect draw across. I will draw it for you to show you. We're going to go right through the center of it. We've got a giant blown out basin in the middle of here, but I'll draw it across just to prove it. Because again, I know there's going to be people that are not going to believe because they think I'm seeing something. But if I can draw the line through the center and it goes to the center of the next one, we got a problem. We've got symmetry.
No, it's if you're not seeing it,
curvature of the Earth. Really,
the geometry and the repeating equilateral triangles that you're measuring. It's a repeating geometry fractal. It's undeniable. It's not seeing something. It's identifying a pattern, measuring it, proving it, and showing it over and over again, now documenting it and using it to figure out the construct of this reality.
Do you see the mileage on here?
Yeah.
Okay, now on the back right side, we've got the big crater. I'm not joking on this. This thing's 666 miles long. It's going to play in a second because, look, we're going back down to Antarctica. This is a big deal, guys. This is a really big deal. I don't care what your superstitious beliefs are. If you're watching and you've got beliefs about the number 666 or whatever, down here on the back end, I measured this. I went to the big undersea mount where all these ships have overlapped for some reason right here on the volcano that's here, in case you can't see it. Let me just back it out one more time. We got a big volcano, and all the ships have overlapped right down here on the backside for some reason, as if they were looking at the volcano. Now, I can measure from the backside to the front side of Antarctica through the South Pole, and it's 6,666 miles long exactly if we measure back to the back end where the undersea mount is. And I already did the measurements to prove it. We go right down to it. I'm drawing it out right down to the mile. I can't get it down to the mile here. It's 6,665, but it goes right through the South Pole. To get it right through the center of the South Pole, the curvature of the Earth kind of messes with us a little bit, but it's 6,666 miles long, or 6,665 is all of Antarctica.
All of Antarctica.
All of Antarctica from back side to front, and I'm not cherry picking that. That goes right up to the
666.
It's weird. It's just a weird thing, right? Like, okay, so now recapping, we've got this plate that's undeniably, this is all of Asia and Europe, and at the pinnacle tip of it, like a star on a Christmas tree, this points out to South America. Let's go around, because here's pyramid number 2.
Like that Portugal one is identical to the one that you've right going through California there, especially.
Yeah. It's an exact match. It's indisputable. Now, the final part on this is the Africa part. I just showed you all the rest of the plates, and they're all making either triangle, perfect pyramid shape, whatever you want to call it, star fort shape. What about Africa? To see what's up with Africa, we have to look from almost a world away. It's so big. Now I'm going to draw it back out to show it to you. Okay. It's like an arrowhead shape, just like the one down in Antarctica, the spade shape. Now I'm going to draw it out for you just to prove it that this is really here, that we go all the way from back here at Madagascar, all the way up to South America, and back down and across over to here. And half of it is submerged. It's blown up. It's cut in half. Half of it's broken apart. It's got a big crack going through the middle of it. And I will draw it out for you on the mouse so you can see we do indeed connect across plate boundaries that come up, go back down this way, and then this is just one half of it, and this is the other. And I think this may be the quote-unquote that continent that everybody would want to talk about as being the missing continent that went sinking, that off the backside, it's indisputable curve of the Earth again. But 5,500 miles on one side, 5,500 on the other, exactly 5,500. Then we come back to the back end of it, goes back down across Saudi Arabia, goes back across over. Do you see? I mean, it really is there. It's not me doing this out of pareidolia.
It's undeniable. It's
it really is there. And so this is Africa, the giant one. The biggest, I'd say, of all of them is the one that's fractured completely in half with the mid-Atlantic ridge, and it sank. Now, the way I know that this is the Ascension Island is right here on the side of it. So
that's the Atlantic, yeah? Or...
Yeah, that's the Atlantic. That's the half the Atlantic, Atlantis. And now look at this one. This one's a mind blower because this gets into star forts. Actual star forts as in bastion forts. This one, which makes up a good part of the Caribbean, and part of the arm of it goes underneath the United States and ends right down here. You can barely see it. It goes under the Florida Keys, and in the Florida Keys, right here, is our famous Fort Jefferson, the hexagonal brick star fort, where they got out here and supposedly built this in the Civil War, which is total BS. They did not build this in the Civil War. It's got Byzantinian, like cannons are going to be up there or something. Please. They built a walkway around this thing. This thing's made out of solid brick. Let me get this. Actually,
I just love how it's got a moat, but it's in the ocean, right?
Look at it.
Oh,
Byzantinian construction. And they got a big radio tower they built on it, by the way.
These are the dry. Right? Like how many hurricanes have gone through this area and that it's completely withstood and surviving? Like,
it's impossible, you know. Now it's got an island over here that points in a direction.
They're all man-made. The Starfort Islands, at least 2/3, if not probably 100% of the Starfort Islands are man-made islands, just like they admit Nan Madol was that we just showed you a little bit earlier, and that's a key part of it. Now you're seeing these same fractals being reused in an architectural layer and building method on these same exact energy points and being used by man in the architecture or someone.
I agree. No, I agree with everything you just said. That Key West, Florida, right here on the screen, the southernmost tip of the United States. If we go due west of Key West in the nature preserve, we've got an old starfort shaped, arrow shaped island. And in the middle of it, we have an old carved geoglyph of a iguana, which was not in the United States until the 1700s. So this is older than that, which means there was
this one. You showed me this. The last time I saw it, I was just like, showed all of us this. I was watching live and like,
this is Key West. This is west of Key West. And then here's our star fort out here built in the ocean that they said was built in the Civil War, but I'm challenging that. I don't think it was.
How did they build islands during the Civil War? Like at that time period, it just it's impossible.
16 million.
During the Civil War, we decided to take, and Campbell, you've done several videos on that one. And how many bricks is it or something?
16 million.
16 million bricks they would have had to make ship out to it.
On ships, apparently. Yeah, it's just a silly story.
And
I mean, what point does a fort in the ocean serve? Like boats would just sail around it. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, and cannons can only shoot what, 20 miles at the most.
Exactly.
So
you sail 25 and just go ha 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 ha. It's
right.
like dumb.
Now, I made a video on this part, which here are the Florida Keys. Just showed you the star indisputable. This is in the shape of the star fort with the geoglyph inside. But this one was controversial. But up here in the woods, or well, not the woods, in the swamps themselves, is another one. Now, I'm going to trace it out for the people who can't see it, but it's right. What drew my eye to it was this right angle in the trees itself. And I was looking through the Everglades. I just so happened to be, looking through the Everglades, and I found the star fort. Now, really, the way I found this was the giant city. Do you see this, first of all? Now, on the inside of it is another one.
Another one.
This one. Yep. And it's got this on the side of it, letting us know that this has been made at some point in the past. That's circular, perfect circle. Anyway, this thing is out here this is a small one inside of the greater one that's here, that's in the swamp. This is now swamps of southern Florida. But the real thing is this. This is what it is. This, I'm going to turn it around so you can see it better. But I made a video on this already. And this is, well, I already measured it, but I'll measure it again for you on here live. It's 2.5 to 3 miles. Depending on where you measure on the corners, where the blown out corners are, it's 3 by 5 miles. Now, I understand that there's going to be people that say that it's pareidolia, what I'm seeing here, or what anybody can see if you just look at the screen, is that it's a rectangle surrounded symmetrically by lines that spread out in all directions like an old bastion. And this is the Florida Keys now. These connect out to the Keys in all directions like a spider wave. And I wouldn't ask anybody to accept any of that, except for on the back side of it, back up here in the woods, back up here in the marshes, is the star fort that it connects to on the back side, which is indisputable in the topography here. It really is there. That's not just a river. That is the real shape going right into the back end of this huge, this is all underwater. Now, the name of the key here is called Dildo Key.
What?
Oh, no, hold on. I'm sorry. Dildo and Johnson Key. Side by side. Yeah. Oh, no. Hey, before anybody gets a dirty mind, it's named after the dildo cactus.
Oh, my God. Don't use that, whatever you do.
Yeah. So they named those.
Instantly, any thoughts you had just...
It's horrible. And the reason they did that, I think, is that if anybody found this, that they would have to report they found something out by that key. And then it would, the media can't report on it. Nobody's going to touch it. Nobody's going to look into it. And now
it could just be a subtle little message saying, go and F yourself.
Yeah, basically it is. And so what this is an evidence of an ancient civilization. The petroglyph or the geoglyph that's carved into the star fort shaped island. This proves that ancient people had the ability to sculpt and shape an island in the shape of a giant diamond that's bigger than anything that the Chinese could build today, and that it points somewhere. It actually points, these actually point you to the nearest landmass, which is Cuba's edge, which has another one that points you down here. Now, where do you see this? So here's the Caribbean. Here's Florida. I just took you below the star fort, and it goes all the way down here to the coast of the United States, right next to Washington, D.C. D.C. is right here. But back over to the west, we go out and we go down to the Caribbean. Do you see it? It's a right-angled rectangular shape that looks like an old port that's been carved out. This is 10,000 feet deep. And it's, again, an indisputable shape of the star fort that's built into the whole Caribbean. And this makes up the other final star fort shape, which is the other cracked star fort that's fully submerged. There isn't one part of it left, but it's right next to what I would call the Atlantean plate, which is this one, the African one that I already showed you. The one next to it is fully cracked in half and submerged. But it's there. It goes from back here, following our fracture zone, right up into the pinnacle tip, where we go right into Central America, Mexico, where guess what's right here? All the old pyramids. All the pyramids are right there. Here, let me bring it back due north so you can see.
Oh, okay, that's right, Central America. Yeah.
Right. So
Big
here's the
crack
coast of
there.
Mexico. Here's the coast of Cancun. And if you guys have ever been to Cancun or Tulum or any of those places along here along the coast, I mean, there's Cancun. The Tulum pyramids are right here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chichen
so
Itza there.
so here we
This
go.
place
We
right
got the
here,
submerged
it's
one.
a beautiful spot. I've been there, and it is super advanced to the point that if you stand in the middle of the field and clap, you will get a Caesar beam of your clap back at you, or like a magnification of it back at you, where like it hits you and stuns you almost. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
And that also, this guy right here, there's another one of these heads in the snake that go up along these stairs of the central part of this pyramid, and I was actually blessed and able to be there the one time I've been to the Cancun area and to Chichen Itza back when I was 20. God, it's been, I don't even want to say how long. Anywho, I was there during the winter solstice, and as the sun set, the shadow literally moves on the building, and that the snake, it becomes a snake or dragon that comes alive on the step pyramid on the corners of it. And that
this is South America right here, northern South America in the rainforest where the quote unquote cannibals live, French Guinea. Okay, and right down in the middle of it is this. Now we're told this is a lava flow.
Look at that geometry again. How did lava just flow in an equilateral triangle?
No. Lava flow BS story. This is obviously something else. And part of it is somewhat hidden. You have to actually look at a greater view to see the outside edges of it. This is elevation wise. You can see, hopefully you can see the outside edge of it, which is dark green. And it actually goes out around it. Now there's another one. Now, I don't know if you're going to see the face in it or not, but
I can see the face.
The skull. Okay, I don't know if you're going to see the creepy skull.
Oh, instantly! Wow, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It was like,
okay,
wow.
Yeah, they got the headhunter. These are where the headhunters are from, guys. So we got pyramid, we got headhunter, we got the pyramid and headhunter geoglyph in the lava, quote unquote, and then you got the three pyramids, which again are weathered over time. Two of them are visible, one of them is not, and this is South America turned sideways. Now, I'm going to bring you into, wait till we get to Australia. You're going to love Australia. But I got to bring you into the others first. Here's South Africa. And at the south tip of South Africa, here's, of course, South Africa. But what I want to draw your attention to are the mountains.
There, the same as your California one. And those are mountains. Like that's what's the craziest part is like, this isn't just like lines or trees, pareidolia. No, this is identical geometries repeating itself over and over and over again, and it's the highest points and like the lowest points. Like those are mountain ranges. It's just nuts.
Yeah, and it's blown out on the back side, back right side again. This is Southern Africa, all of Southern Africa being one of them, a part of a giant structure that was built a long time ago. It blew out on the back side, which makes me think wireless power flowing in like anode cathode. You're going to be flowing from one side to the other and out the tip, right? And now, Australia, you ready?
I'm ready.
Azay!
Oi.
Seriously, are you ready? Because look at South Australia. Here we go. We're going to go in and zoom in on Southern Australia. Now, these are mountain ranges too. This is not forestry clear cut. Let me just prove that to you. So you see how we go from plains up into foothills. Okay. Now, it's a little obscure and a little hard to see, but I'm going to draw it and I'll prove it to you. So coming out the backside, and it looks truncated at the front end. It is truncated, but it does go out to a pinnacle tip out at the plate boundary. We're going to go down the other side and see that it's a perfect match. And off one side, just like the United States, we've got one that's still intact. The other is eroded over time, but it's still there. And now, before you think that I'm tripping, this is actually a greater structure. Let me draw it out for you. Now, on the inside of it, hold on, I'm not doing it perfect. There we go. On the inside of it, it makes a curve inward, and it's been weathered over time, but you can see it still in the actual between valley and mountain on both sides. Now, I know it looks like I might just be seeing something there, and it goes back, but on the back right side over here, look what we've got.
Is that the harp facility?
Yep. The hexagonal harp facility,
Right
which
at
is
the
called
energy
EXMO.
point.
Just like the one over in the United States in Florida, only it's an old star fort made of brick. It's the same thing, though. It's the same size. It's the same size, guys. Go compare the one over here to the one over in the Florida Keys. Now look at the other side of Australia. This is Tasmania out here off the coast. But I'm going to draw it out for you again to prove it to you, just in case you don't believe. It comes down in the topography itself. Hold on, let me draw it out for you there. Comes out and goes down into, I know this is going to be the most hard to believe, but when I turn it sideways, you're going to understand what I'm showing you in about 2 seconds. Okay, now, here's what we're really dealing with Australia. And I'm just roughly drawing it out because the curvature of the Earth really does interfere with us. But we are going into and bending around, coming in, going down, back out, and back around. Now, in the center, what appears to be a backwards eye of Ra almost, which is right where all of our deep earthquakes are happening. So on this side of the plate, you might say, okay, look, this would be the biggest stretch, I think, on all of the plates that I've found so far, is that this one is an equilateral triangle, but it goes in through the center of the plate, and it's really hard to see. This would be, when you back it out further, you can see that
energy points over and
it
over
certainly
again.
is part of the arrowhead shape, but that cuts into this, which is, of course, the one that I've already showed you. So this one is the only one which I would have to ask you to see the shape because it's on its own. But now that you know what to look for, you can definitely go. And guess what's right here? Uluru, Ayers Rock. Where it comes together, Ayers Rock is right there. Let me go turn our borders and labels back on.
Up a little bit, yeah.
Where are my place marks? Hold on. I got place marks that show it all here.
It's up from where it says Australia. It's around there a bit.
Yeah. It's like right at, there we go. Okay. So coming back to the middle pinnacle tip of it. There we go. So on the back side of it, where it comes back down and goes back up in, Ayers Rock, I'll call it Ayers Rock's on the back side of it. It's not directly at where it bends, but it's just when I see that, and I have to show you, the other plates are all doing it. Australia is the one, to me, it seems like it's the most mysterious one. The one that's connected between them all. It's submerged. People were asking me about Asia and what's going on over here. There are smaller versions of what I've been talking about, but this goes from Taiwan to Japan to Guam, back down to Philippines. And it's symmetrical again. This plate here, the diamond-shaped plate, but the curvature of the Earth is what's interfering with us seeing this. That's the only thing interfering with us seeing this perfectly, is if this was all laid out on a flat map, it would be, it would be perfect. You would see.
I'm wondering what the geometry is going to make if it was drawn on a flat circle and not a flat rectangle, because that would make Antarctica a bunch of triangles pointing inwards, wouldn't it? Pretty much.
It would, and it would make Antarctica. They're all pointing back. They're all pointing to each other and opposing each other. In some instances, pointing against each other. In other words, it looks like they were used for some kind of wireless power transmission. As far as I can see, we're talking about very low frequency.
Yeah, geometry, platonic solids, all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Now, I know this is all mind-numbing for everybody, but I got more. I've got so much more. This is insane.
Just in case your mind hasn't been blown 10 times over yet, there's more.
Look at the screen now. This is, Bernie, I think you actually have some videos on this, or maybe Autodidactic, you might have some videos on this.
Oscilloscope, yeah.
Yeah, the oscilloscope sound program that allows you to put shapes on your oscilloscope. Yes. And this video in particular comes from Gabor Cizerier from over in Russia or something. And what this program does for everybody who's a viewer who doesn't know, it's a computer program that takes the probes of an oscilloscope basically, and you run the computer program into your oscilloscope, and it combines sawtooth waves, square waves, and sine waves into shapes. and it can make any shape using the combination of those shapes. You can make pretty much any shape you want on the screen, but it's doing it using electricity, just so everybody knows. It's using the probes of, it's modulating the electricity in the computer program and putting it into your oscilloscope. But I want you to see what happens as he brings it up frequency-wise from 0 up. Listen. I'm going to stop it in a minute here. Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah. There we go. Right there. We got into a couple star shape.
Now watch. Pentagon.
Yeah.
And as he brings in the square and sawtooth, we start to get the starfort shape. The 5-sided, or in many cases 6-sided, but it's 5-sided, it's going off the outside edge. Okay, so what's happening here is the combination of a sawtooth wave, a square wave, and a sine wave, all three together are making that starfort, that pentagonal and hexagonal, with the shapes off the end of the starfort. That tone. That tone in particular. Now, that tone in particular ties in with 180 hertz of all things. And 180 hertz matters because of the conch shells inside of the Indian mounds. And guess what? Guess what? Yeah, conch shells found inside of Indian mounds.
Do you know what they used to make old cement is seashells, right?
Yeah.
Concrete.
Yes.
Concrete.
Yes. Concrete. Oh, hey. Hey. Concrete. You might be onto something there.
Yeah, exactly. Made out of the conch shell a bit. The limestone, it's a portion. You're 100% right, Campbell. That's a key part of it.
See on the screen now, what we have here is something my wife found. She was doing research on her family genealogy and found information on southern Missouri, which then led her to an explorer by the name of Dickinson. Dickinson was an explorer in the early 1800s who unearthed many different mounds. And what he found, what he said he found, and what he showed he found were giant skeletons of a lost race of giants, according to Dickinson, the explorer himself. On page 107 of the study about him, it talks about how he found giants of a lost race right here. Supposedly a gigantic lost race of mound builders. One facet of the mound builder myth. On the other hand, Dickinson was a trained physician, and it seems like he could recognize large skeletons when he saw one. And Dickinson then went on to find human bones down below ancient extinct animals.
Dickinson, can you zoom in on that a bit more too, please, brother? And shout out to Duchess. Thank you for all of your wife's wonderful work. And like that right there, the different layers are identical to what I see in the Badlands of Drumheller, Alberta, right by where I live. In this city's backyards, there's these mounds that flat-topped and alternating similar colors of these dirts, and that this is portraying that there's essentially levels of different giants buried within it. And it also, I can't help but how similar it is to that Freemason pyramid and all the steps on it. Kind of creepy.
It is, actually. It is. Now, look at the size of the trees in comparison to the size of the skeletons.
Yeah.
And now in the middle, they found in many of the middles of the mounds a giant skeleton holding a conch shell. Now the conch shell is the 180 hertz, and the 180 hertz, when you blow the conch shell, and it makes that tone. Guess what else is working on that tone? Transmission lines in the third harmonics of transmission for power in your power lines, which explains why they're building these power lines over the different mounds, because they're collecting this 180 hertz energy. Yeah. And now to seal the deal, look at this. I'll take you into what this guy found, and we're going to go through. This is from a painting that he did, or that he had commissioned, of his sails down the Ohio and Mississippi River Valley. And what he found was stuff like this in the rivers, stone heads, ancient carvings on the hillsides, labyrinths that they called them, huge mounded bastion forts, as they called them. And these are all cave paintings. Now, when he got to a place at the Ohio River, let me take you back to Google Earth now. This matters. We're going back to Missouri over here in the United States, if I can get the proper orientation. There we go. And we're going right down here to the town of New Madrid again, to our star fort, the 6x9 mile one. Now, right across the river over here is a place called Cave in Rock, Illinois. And at Cave in Rock, Illinois, this ties in with what my wife found, which is this. Let's zoom in and go take a quick gander and see. And they might have a better view of it here. Hold on. Let me see if I've got a closer zoom in view on the cave here. There we go. So the cave has some pretty interesting stuff in it, like an Ouroboros of a snake eating its tail, a symbol seen in other cultures around the world. And in the lower right-hand corner, what you're going to see is that look that you make when you find a 12 to 15-foot tall long skull.
Nice.
When you find the long skull in the Cave in Rock in Illinois, and look at what he's doing. He's making a little kind of ghoulish, but over here, we're going to go over and look at this guy, which is a younger version that's still mummified, but he's covering his eyes. Now, this matters. A viewer sent me something of I think they're called the Caracas mummies. Maybe that's not the name. Caracas. The Paracas mummies.
Paracas,
mummies. And the Paracas, hold on. Got to spell it right.
Paracas from Peru.
There they are. And what do? They cover their eyes. They're covering their eyes.
And they're always in that seated position too, yeah.
Yep, they're in this position right here. Now hold up, because they are from all the way down here at Peru, on the edge of our 666-mile long star
by
fort.
the Nazca
right
line.
in here. They're right from there. And so to have them all the way up here doing the same thing means they're connected, obviously. But to prove that they're connected, there's some other weird things that are in this giant panorama painting from across the country or across the Midwest United States. Huge mounds. And let me see if I don't have all the pictures open at once. Look at this.
No.
Oh, now this is big. This is really big. This isn't just like a small little statue that they have carved here. They have it in a greater scene. I want to say, let me see if I can get the greater scene. There it is.
Wow.
So that's huge, right? And look at him. Look at him. The guy's an Indian guy from India with a bald and a third eye. Look, he's got the third eye.
Yeah, or
he's got a third eye.
Come on, he's got the third eye. He's got a goatee. He's bald. That's a llama or something from over in Asia.
Where is this?
So,
in Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, 1800s Mississippi Valley.
Wow.
Okay, now, so this guy went across and started excavating all kinds of mounds. He documented everything across the area. He was part of something that they ended up calling the mound controversy. And I want to tell everybody who's listening now, you need to get on this. You need to start looking up Dickeson, Dickeson, and mound controversy. Apparently, there was a huge controversy about who built them. And these naturalists, including a guy named Lyle, who ties in with earthquakes and volcanoes of all things, Lyle got involved with this. According to page 108, Lyle shows up on the scene to debunk Dickeson. And Lyle's a naturalist who Darwin quoted. In his voyages across the ocean, Darwin brought Lyle's books as inspiration of his wonderful volcanology work, where he went into the layers of the earth and put numbers assigned to him, which are totally bunk. And Lyle's a chill.
What's
Lyle's
hilarious, I've got to say, like, his voyage around, before he put forward this evolution thing, it was taught and accepted everywhere that it was catastrophism. Geology class was catastrophism. History was Atlantis, and that there was something big before that, and that everything happens by these mass catastrophisms. And then they came with Darwin and got rid of that idea and got rid of pretty much everything else that could have existed before it. because YOLO.
Here's an example of something that many mud flood people talk about when they show San Francisco houses and the houses built on top of mounds. So when you look at those San Francisco houses and they're built up on top of that, and you're like, why did they build that there? They built their houses originally on top of the mounds. And some people say it was just, because they liked building on top of mounds. I'll say they were probably using wireless power. And those houses were tapping into that. And that's why they built into it. But look at the size of these. And look at the labyrinths and the nature of the size of some of these structures. I'm going to take you back to the start of this panorama, and let's see if we've even got it in here. I don't know if this is going to be it or if this is the first one. Or is it in the middle one? I got to find the picture to show it to you of all the pyramids that they found were just insanely huge, which I can't believe I can't find the picture of it now. Hold on. It's one of these. There's the head. There it is. Okay, so look at this. These are from actual voyages along the Ohio and Mississippi River.
What?
Look at it. Yes.
Like, that's identical to
They tore them down.
And in Peru, another one in Mexico City, another one in the UK and England as well, I believe, or in like the Scottish area. These,
yeah,
they
tore these down and during the mound builders controversy. So the mound controversy was we had naturalists, which are people who just goofballs at the time in the 1800s who gave us all the right. We've got the naturalists, and they stepped in to deny that there were advanced people who built the mounds. And then they justified that to destroy them. And they used the dirt for this and that, and they tore them down. Now, look at what else my wife found. Along with that, she found this at loc.gov, wherever that is. And this is a book, a documentation of all the star forts and all the Indian mounds that were torn down. It's 500 pages long. I will provide all the links for this. Yeah, I'll provide all the links. And they have pictures. They have pictures and descriptions.
Sorry, I can promise once you send this to us, we will do a full video series reading out every one of those 500 pages and documenting these. That's absolutely nuts. And thank you, Duchess. Like, this is restoring history. So it's like when you found those certain petroglyphs and then they tried claiming that you were racist because you used some sort of wrong terminology. It's like you are literally rebuilding.
I said American Indian.
Aboriginal people's histories. And
it turns out, yeah. I said American Indian. I was supposed to say Native American. It turns out Native Americans wrote me and told me that they call themselves American Indian, so it's no big deal. They don't expect a guy like me.
It's never those. It's just everyone who's a different color that gets offended. That's, come on.
You catch me on a good day. If you catch me on a good day, I might be a slight pale gray, depending on how long I stayed up or how much coffee I drank.
Put me out in the Australian summer, and I'm a black person. Come on.
Okay, you get nice and tan. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, man.
Healthy melanin, Now check it out. Look at this. So they documented these, and when they came through and tore them down, they tore these down. They measured the height elevation of them, and we get a side profile on height elevations and what was there. 140 acres on the inside, labyrinths, everything. So between this guy Dickinson and what he found as he's sailing down the Ohio River, long skulls, evidence of Peruvian civilization, and then according to Dickinson himself, 12 to 15 feet or more in size for height. And that's insane. That's 15 feet tall. We're talking as tall as a Victorian mansion's ceilings. In a Victorian mansion, we're talking that high. That's insanely tall people. And the depictions of them sitting down or curled up are almost up to his chest level, just as a point of reference. So, if you're a grown man here and they're curled up and their long skulls coming up to his shoulders. So if they stood, they would be way, way, way bigger than him. And that's in the cave painting from his own descriptions of what he found. Now, finally, to seal the deal that we're dealing with some weird stuff going on across the Midwest. Well, I mean, we already know that we're dealing with some weird stuff going on, but across the Midwest, the legend of the giants is carried on with the Native Americans who went to war with them, apparently. Did you guys know this?
Yeah. The red-headed ones. Sometimes
yes, I do. The Lovelock Caves.
Well, they're talking about being hundreds of feet tall. That they were
hundreds of feet tall.
Yeah, that's what I had a Native American person write me directly below my video, and it was on the discovery I made up in Idaho, which I didn't even talk about yet, but the discovery I made up in Idaho, and they wrote me about the legend of the giants and how they fought the giants. That took hundreds of Native Americans to kill one of them, and that they were eating them, that the giants would come and eat them. That's why they built their structures on the cliff sides that were hundreds of feet up, and that the giants couldn't rappel down, apparently, for some reason. Maybe they didn't have a rope strong enough to hold them. And the little paths on the side of the mountains were too narrow for them to tiptoe across to come over to. And that's why they did their structures on the sides and in the hills to hide from the cannibalistic giants.
That's reasonable, right? Birds will nest up to avoid predators. If there was cannibalistic giants hunting us, so would we. And probably also while we were underground too.
Yeah, man.
But this 3 pyramid thing and this big, middle, small, this then mirrors with over in Egypt and all the other stuff what we know about, the regular pyramid stuff with the 3 pyramids. So that's just in a nutshell of what I found. Long skulls in the United States, all the plates. Oh, and to top it all off, the earthquakes. I haven't even talked about that. That the earthquakes are hitting down below these areas on the pinnacle tips of them. So like the pinnacle tip of Scotland up here. Okay, where all of our old castles.
You became aware of these shapes and the geometry and the fractal in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I had no clue about star forts or the shapes or anything until I stumbled into Tartaria, and I went and looked, and I said, "Wow, that's really weird that shape is in California." And the pinnacle tip of the one in California goes right out to this is the San Andreas. That's the San Andreas. Wow. So the pinnacle tip of it points to the most active earthquake zone on the planet that we know of. And then you got the New Madrid and this one over here and on the side of it. And then across the river is the Cave and Rock where they found the damn long skulls, which is what we call them here in the Midwest, by the way. We don't call them elongated skulls. We call them goddamn long skulls because they're cannibals. We don't respect them.
Right. Have you seen that one movie? It was like Time something where like they go back in time, or like there's a time machine, and then like when they go back even further, they found like this underground race that was like feeding off the normal humans, and they have like
it's a famous book.
Yeah, it was from a famous book, and I'm pretty sure they had elongated skulls in the movie. And
did they?
Yeah,
because they did a remake with Guy Pearce or something. Yeah, sort of 20 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. In the movie Interview with a Vampire, that when they show Dracula in the shadow version, like they always show him and he's got the long hair and the long skull. That's weird. That is weird. That is weird. I just realized that. Oh, that's odd. Dracula. Dracula, Interview with a Vampire.
It's like those R people. They have funny heads, don't they? Those Rocky people and Roth people.
Fits with the Coneheads. The Coneheads and Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd's huge UFO buff. You guys know that, right?
Yeah.
The Crystal
He's
Skull.
He's a Canadian, eh?
Yeah. Well, he did that. That's why he did the long skulls, though. The eggheads or the coneheads are really just long skulls, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? Yeah. The coneheads are long
skulls.
Oh,
undeniable. Did you ever see or hear of Karen Hughes' work? She was the former. Do you want to tell the story, Campbell, or should I?
Well, she was just a high finance banker, and started sort of looking around and got onto conspiracy type stuff and started researching banking. And because she was very high up, and she basically realized that a lot of these really, really high level bankers have got elongated skulls.
Yeah, and she was
I've
working
got
with
some
the
photo.
world.
Actually, I wonder if I can find the photo.
She was working for the World Bank, and that she stated that places like the
Did a series of
Vatican,
videos.
wherever they'd be wearing those big hats, and they were positions of powers that underneath them there would be these elongated people.
I've
But
also
that's deep down a Vatican.
There's also footage. I mean, I don't know how real it is, but there is footage of like a elongated skull dude in the Vatican, and of course, you know, the hats of the Vatican, right? And then you've got the Dogon and Owanis and the god, and they've got the fish head hats, which is basically the mitre that the Pope wears. So, I mean, it's just massive, right? It's just, I mean, even here I've got a picture of a giant, and he's Alaskan, and he's got a massive big hat on, like a beefeater hat.
The Dogon you mentioned with the Nomos and the fish people, and coming from the water, and you know that's really weird because that ties in with I have a family friend from Iran who came over just right before the revolution happened. So Iran used to be free, right? Like they were Western basically. Anyway, he came over here with his family and became a family friend of ours. And he told me the story of the history of Iran. This is from a person from Iran. And he's like, you know, we are the people from the water. We are the Aryans, he said. He looks at me and he goes, we are the Aryans. And I go, what? And I'm a equality punk, okay? Like, I at the time I've got a mohawk and I'm a teenager, and he's telling me, and I'm like, you're Aryan? What are you talking about? And he's like, no. He's like, you misunderstand. It means we come from the water. We call ourselves Aryans, and we're blue-eyed with red hair. And I go, red hair? And I had no idea what he was telling me at the time. I was 16 or 17 years old. But it all makes sense now that they believe they came from the water with the blue eyes and all that stuff. But that goes back to the Nomos in North Africa and the fish-eyed people in the Sirius. See, this gets really weird, guys. The Nomos tribe of North Africa knew about the star Sirius, and they worshipped it. And they knew that it was a binary star system. They knew it was two stars side by side. But the only way you could know that is to have a telescope to see. But they said that they were told by the fish people who came up out of the water, and they were the most nasty looking people, they said, or something. They called them, just disgusting looking creatures. They came up out of the water and showed them the knowledge of astronomy and the stars. And they had this legend going back thousands of years or hundreds of years, long before Galileo. And then this ties in with Nebuchadnezzar, because then the king of Babylon comes out, and all these depictions of Nebuchadnezzar and all these old drawings or cave drawings, whatever you want to call them, depictions of him show him wearing a fish garb and a fish scales, and he's wearing a fish head. He's literally wearing a fish head. Fish heads, right? The song Fish Heads now makes more sense. Fish heads and the Pope. This ties in with the Pope and the Pope's hat. The Pope's hat looks like a fish, and this Christian symbol is a fish. And the fish thing ties in way more with the fish people and the Nomos than it does with Christian symbology. And that was adapted in as Christian symbology, but that originally it ties in with the fish people. And there it is. It's indisputable.
Exactly, so weird, right? And then Starbucks. So, yeah, man, it's all there. Merman.
Yeah, the Melusine. Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks, yeah, man.
What am I drinking a cup of there?
What are you drinking exactly, man? If they're trying to take over the planet, what are they feeding us?
I'll bring up the logo. Good old Starbucks logo. And you could search Starbucks logo Melusine, Melusine, and I'll bring up a screen cap so you guys can see it. That this is actually ties in with... Oh, hold on. I don't have my screen capture on. Damn. 1 second. Share screen. Sorry, guys. Forgot to turn it on. There we go. So going over to the Melusine Starbucks logo. Check it out. This is the real Starbucks logo. And she's... now, why do we call her... She's...
Are you sharing screen?
She's in the buck position.
We don't see... Mike,
you don't see it.
To share it again, please.
Okay, hold on.
Bernie's a fish head.
Okay, we got it now.
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Here we go. So this is the Starbucks logo. This is the one that they've got on all the cups now. And you can see an ancient depiction of the Melusine here. Yep. Now, what you do is you mate with her, okay, and out comes the juices of life.
Nice.
Now, I don't know really, but the legend goes back a long way. I was exaggerating. I'm coding.
And it's you can tie that into sirens as well, right? Who used to sing boats into the rocks and stuff.
Right. Now, this again. Now, why did Starbucks adopt this as their logo? Right, like that gets into a whole separate thing about why those symbols are used. But the fish people, this ties in with the fish people. So when we talk about the fish people, we're talking about things that this isn't me making this up. I just want everybody to understand that, we're not talking about me making up the fish people. That's on the Starbucks logo. The Starbucks logo ties in with Melusine fish people, going back to the merfolk. And God, this goes in with
a massive story to that one.
Yeah, it's a domino effect of weird stuff that we would have to talk about to even explain this to the viewers. But this plate stuff, I cannot stress it enough. The plate thing is the biggest thing. It's proof, guys. If you needed proof of man-made structures that are huge, that are the size of continents, that are 1,400 miles spaced out across the planet, this should get, I stand by it. I'll stake all my earthquake, all my reputation, all my everything. Those are made at some point in the past by someone who had the ability to make plates.
Yeah, we'll definitely do a bit more on that too. I've got to get a round map now of Google Earth and plot it out on a flat surface and see what we come up with, because there's clearly some kind of shape there. They wouldn't be just random, irregular, regular shapes, would they? There's got to be a pattern, but because it's all been contorted onto a ball, we can't see it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, Dutch, you had also mentioned that in your forecasting model that there was a segment where it's like the energy disappears for a couple of days or something, and it had you questioning the geometry of the realm. And can you explain that a bit more?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I'd love to. Okay, so as we watch earthquakes, let me go ahead and let me turn the display capture actually back on. Sorry, I have to keep switching between it, but I don't want to hog your screen the whole time.
This is all for you. You take as much as you need.
Yeah, guys.
Hogwarts.
God bless your heart.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, guys. Okay. Let's go over and show you the earthquakes. Okay. So in the past several years, my viewers and I all watch the earthquakes start at a certain spot, usually with our deep earthquakes, and they usually start down below the pinnacle tips of these giant plates, which I've now proved to you, at least all of them look like they're star fork shaped, and all of them are star fork shaped, except for this one, which is where all our deep earthquakes are coming up from down below. So in other words, down below Australia, down below the Indo-Australian plate, deep earthquakes. They spread out. And they go out and follow the plate boundaries. And the plate boundaries, I show the USGS map of all things. I know USGS, but here it is. Here are the plate boundaries. They're red lines that you see go out across the planet. Now, the earthquakes follow those plate boundaries. It's no shock. You push up on the underside of something, and it comes up and goes, the pressure comes up and goes through it and passes out away. Now, what I noticed is that the earthquakes, they flow out and they go over all the way till we get to the mid-Atlantic ridge, to those fractured plates that I showed you. And when they get to these X's, we see the energy, either one of two things happens. Either the energy goes back through the planet and comes back out the other side with new deep earthquakes on the antipode, the opposite side of the planet, or somehow the energy gets from here back around and down to here and starts over. It's like Scooby-Doo running out the side of one screen and coming, or a video game. Mario runs out on one side and comes out on the other. And I can't explain it. Other than there may be, I'm sorry. Yeah, there may be an explanation, but the explanation is more disturbing than I think anything that anybody's proposed, which is when our energy goes out and gets over to here, that it is going back around and coming back out on the other side. But on the other side of what? On the
Well,
other side of what? This
There's
is such
there's more out there, man.
Yes.
Have you looked at any of the old maps? Have you seen like the 14, like the Monty Planisphere and things like that show more land in the middle and on the outside?
Mew, I've seen it all. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yes, I've seen the Mew maps. I've seen the old Asian map that shows the other continents spread out much further. So I've got two possible explanations for this, and both of them are disturbing. One is that we're missing, there's a reason they're not showing us the Earth from far away. There's got to be. Otherwise, we'd have a live stream of it all the time.
Yeah,
so there's something they don't want us to see. And the only logical answers I can come to is A, there's land masses, like the Earth really is round, but there's land masses, huge continents, that have been hidden from us, that if we're watching a live view of the Earth, we would see something west of California float by, huge. We'd be like, what is that? That's a giant landmass out there in the middle of the Pacific. What is that? It's a giant continent. And it lights up at night. There's people there. What are we doing? Like, okay, that could be there. Yeah. It could be that Earth is not round, though, but it's not flat. It could be oblong. It could be that Earth is more like a star forge shape, like a diamond, like a faceted jewel.
A geometric shape would kind of make more sense, based on what we see in our experience.
It's troubling whichever way you go. So whether the earthquakes are going through the planet and coming back out the other side, or whether they're going around the outside edge of some kind of flat
exactly around the circuit.
Right. That we're dealing, there's some reason they're not showing us Earth from far away. That's not good. Like, whatever the reason is, it ain't good, man. Because, it's been long enough, we should see it. So, what are we going to find out? That Earth is like a jewel? Or are we going to find out that it's flat? Or are we going to find out that it's an asteroid shape? Is it going to be shaped like 3 pyramids? I mean, what is it going to be? All the plates in these shapes lend me to think that might be shaped more spiked-like, which would fly in the face of...
Guys, I'm just letting this play because this deserves to be played outright. We'll be chatting after this. It's only about halfway through, so we're going to be streaming for another few hours yet. Thanks for everybody watching. Dragon Sage, welcome. Big up, sir. How you doing? Sail away with Red Bull Vodka. Big up to Matt Jones if he's watching. Mr. Obvious also, thanks for watching all the stream. You've been here for pretty much the whole time. April, lots of love. And yeah, let's get back to it.
Flat earthers and round earthers. On the spiked earth and the COVID earth. I just don't know what to do. All I know for certain is that the seismic is going from one side of the planet to the other. When it gets to our X's, it goes through or around. And if it goes around...
From the axis.
And this ties in with Edwin
evidence essentially of like a toroid or a hollow Earth, especially if it's going through, it should be.
I'll comment a bit more in a little bit, but yeah, I mean this is fascinating. This I've got a little video to play you after this about ships sailing, cargo ships in the middle of nowhere, like near Antarctica, and it looks like they're going somewhere. And this is a point about mis and disinformation. It's so my webcam's moved again. Mis and disinformation, and there's so much of it around, and whatever the world is, let me adjust my webcam, it's way off now. But whatever we live on, it's not worth falling out about, and respect each other's opinions, etc. And there we go. And we can all live in happiness and work together as unity, as is required, I think. But we are making a difference. I think we are. I think we've got them shit scared. So, anyway, as above, so below. There's nuts in it. Right, back to it.
Dense and blocked, but it could be a hollow straight through shot and a toroid.
So Does that line go from the Arctic to the Antarctic, your line of X's?
Yes.
Basically?
Oh, yeah.
That's the literally cutting it in half.
Oh, yeah. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a fracture zone that starts at a super. Let me show you.
Ridge. Okay.
Yeah, let me show it to you this way. This will make a lot more sense. The Russians, everybody missed this. There's a giant super volcano down, or a crater, at the pinnacle tip of the North Pole. Here's the physical North Pole. And here is something I found on my own when earthquakes started to strike here. Can you see this?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is.
Come on, don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You said so! It's all bullshit!
It's a 60-mile long by 30-mile wide caldera. It's the same size as Toba's supervolcano. And this is where the Mid-Atlantic Ridge starts at the North Pole. Then we come down, and it's a fracture that goes all the way through Iceland, and it goes all the way down like a lightning bolt through those two giant Starford-shaped plates that I showed you down to the South Pole and connects into this, which goes back to our shape that's shaped like a... Here, let me get it back on the screen. There we go. Goes back to our giant spade shape and Starford shape. Now, the weird thing about all of this, as if this isn't all weird enough, that with the planet shape possibly being oblong or faceted like a jewel, or for some reason they're not showing it to us, we can say certainly that I think somehow someone a long time ago was able to raise these mountains and these plates up out of the plate using a frequency much like that video I played for you, where he's on his oscilloscope, but it would be much, much more powerful, and it would come up through the plates and vibrate up like cymatics, and that you would vibrate up that sound or that tone. That ties in with the start of the video and your awesome intro, by the way, which is showing the church, because the church is cymatics.
Exactly. That you can see videos, they do it with the iron filings and stuff too. They sort of play frequencies and like builds in 3D, builds shapes.
Yeah, and when you start combining the different waves and the different wave geometries, the higher frequencies within it, then you start getting multi-dimensional geometric motions and form within it.
And of course, it ties straight into Dr. Emoto's work with the ice crystals, which we see the stars in and all that kind of stuff as well.
The cymatics to me is a very interesting part about it, because like this ties in with what you're doing, Bernie, with, well, I mean, even with monoatomic generation of molecules in water, that when we were talking about stripping electrons, when you're putting like power through something and it gets to a point where there's too much power and it accumulates up on the tip of that and it starts to flow out and strip those electrons off, what do you think would happen in geopolymer? This ties in with Paul Cook and what they're scraping off of the...
Actually, give me a moment, and I'm going to resend the link to Paul. I had sent it to him earlier, but hadn't heard from him. I'm going to send it to him again, see if we can get him in here for the last little bit.
Very cool. Very cool, because Paul Cook is finding all those scrape marks on the walls, and he's talking about a facade that, or a, as he calls a render, that the geopolymer has been stripped off. But why are they stripping it off? What if, I'm just throwing this out there, what if the geopolymer they were using was electrically conductive, and that's why it'd be valuable today? That there,
100% it was. It was like in this crystalline supercapacitant nanotechnology that they incorporated to all of it. That's why we can't replicate quote unquote Roman concrete today. Why Roman nanotechnology, even in cast cups, were better. And then when you start getting into these massive layers of geopolymer structure that currently they claim as naturally formed, and then looking at it and seeing that it's actually mega ruins, mega remnants of these underground, under mountain catacombs and cities and past civilizations, and it was all made of geopolymer. And geopolymer is essentially cement concrete, except that it's exponentially harder on its Mohs hardness scale of how it solidifies or bonds, how it bonds, and that it's actually a chemical reaction bonding that the geopolymer forms into, as opposed to concrete or sandstone sort of thing where it's just pressured bonds, etc. That's very weak, and that you're able to get theoretically all the way up close to almost 9.5 probably with some of these potential geopolymers and them replicating the granite, the marble, and everything on it, and which also explains why you'll find brick sometimes, or mud brick, or different conglomerate mixtures of like concrete or mud concretes in the pillars or in the inside walls of these ancient structures, and then this inch to foot thick basalt or basalt, or what's the one I'm trying to think of? Dolomites, granite, as well as the
quartz.
Yeah, quartzite is in it a bit. Yeah, the granite stuff, but there's a term for it. Paul knows it, and it's a specific term for the geopolymer of granite.
Yeah, it's oh
Like
gosh.
schist or shite. Right?
Give me a minute and I'll think of it. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted there, went on a little tangent. Let me try and contact Paul, and please continue, guys.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just looking for a video from the University of Texas. It was a working group on geopolymer released by the University of Texas. It looks like it's been deleted, but I think I might still have a link on it. I made my own geopolymer like Paul did, and I followed the directions that they had listed on the Geopolymer Institute site. So in case you didn't know, Geopolymer Institute put out directions on how to make geopolymer like the pyramids. And it's like, certain mix or whatever. But then within 6 months of us all talking about this, oh, wait, hold on. Within that's me breaking my geopolymer. Within 6 months of us all talking about this, they University of Texas came out studying geopolymer, and that they found that it's twice as hard as Portland cement, and that it could be used to replace current concrete, and that they then went and built an airport down in Australia made of the geopolymer.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that.
Oh, yeah. Australia geopolymer airport.
That's interesting, because there's buildings in Miami. There's a town. What is it? Basically, all the buildings there are poured geopolymer. St. Augustine, is that Florida?
There we go. I just posted it in the chat room. 70,000 tons of geopolymer concrete for airport. This is 2014.
Dutch, if you have an article up, do you mind sharing it on ours as well? As you're no longer sharing screen here if you're trying to show us something.
Here. Okay, and I apologize. I don't want to hog up the screen.
Right. We like the descriptions as well. They're good.
Okay, entire screen allow. There we go. 70,000 tons of geopolymer concrete for airport in Australia. Brisbane West Airport.
Wow.
27,000 Queenslander attended to see this 66,000 ton of carbon neutral blah, blah, blah.
Carbon neutral.
Right. Got to save the planet, man.
Yeah, man. Like by building an airport, I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Yeah,
an airport so then we can fly planes around the planet while saving it. Okay, nice one.
But the geopolymer stuff is really, really interesting, because they could have mixed in what's with all the radiation and the nuclear next to these spots. What if they mixed in some kind of uranium that we didn't know about, and that was providing some low amount of power in the geopolymer, uranium-based
okay,
geopolymer that had its own power source built in. I mean, it could be, and it all overloaded.
Have you come across the red bricks that that they use as batteries? Have you come across that research?
I saw that, and you know what? Something that Paul Cook might want to try when he's mixing his geopolymer. You don't want to really touch it or handle it with your hands, but graphene, that graphene will transfer and hold power if you put it in layers. Remember the Indian mound that we were looking at with the layer of coal at the bottom?
Yes.
One of the most conductive substances known to man.
Yeah.
That the layer thing will generate power, actually. That if you
it's a capacitor. That's a capacitor.
Yeah, basically, yes. Yeah, it'll store energy or generate it depending on what we put into it. And so in the capacitor, it stores the energy. And if you do carbon, aluminum, copper, and calcium, which fits with the bones, by the way. So in the Indian mound, you got a base layer of carbon. Then you've got the and then you got the conch shell in the middle to project it out. Now the conch shell was worn by kings and queens back in the day. They would wear a conch shell over their third eye, or the center of their forehead. Third eye is pineal, but they'd wear it over the center of their eye, just like the Egyptians with the coiled snake. So the Egyptians have the coiled snake over their third eye, the conch shell with its coil over their third eye. And then I'm not saying I'm not into any of that. I'm just saying that, like, frequency wise, it's all on 180 hertz or so on the conch shell thing. 180 hertz ties in with electricity. And then we get into the kings and queens. And in the kings and queens, they had scepters and orbs, right?
Yep, and crowns and jewelry.
The Egyptians.
We're looking into electroculture, and obviously with Bernie's kind of stuff, orgonite and all that. And that ties into the jewelry they were wearing. And I did an interview, and with all this like tensor coils and that, they're actually tuned. So they're making tuned tensor coils. So literally you could tune it like a bracelet to 180 hertz or whatever you want to.
Speaking of bracelets, getting into the Egyptians. The Egyptians kind of show the same thing. Instead of a scepter and an orb, the Egyptians are using the ankh or ankh.
The ankh, yes, and the jed pillar, yes.
Okay, see how they're holding that? Okay,
yes.
Right, they got that, and then the other hand, they've got the what was it called?
The jed pillar.
Right, there it is.
Oh, the scepter. That's the scepter. The jed pillar is the capacitor. You know, the pillar, and it's got the lines across it. Yeah. Depictions of a jed pillar and an ankh sort of together. You know.
Now they all have some kind of elongated thing on their head, and they all have the coiled snake at the third eye or something at the level of the forehead. Okay, each one of them, and I propose that this
flail and hook,
is the same thing as this. This is a Vajra.
Yes, these were both.
Okay, now this is.
Yeah, we went over. I went over this in an interview last week. Like this exact stuff.
You know about Elon Musk, right?
No, who's that? Never heard of him.
Yeah, Elon Musk posted this tweet, and he said, "This is what's on my nightstand." And on the nightstand, he's got 3 American books: The History of America and Democracy, red, white, and blue books in the back. He's got Diet Coke cans. He's got a fake gun from some video game, and then he's got the Vajra, and then he's got the classic gun pointing the other way. But now the Vajra he carries around with him everywhere. The Vajra is.
Oh my God, I need to make a Vajra. They're everywhere. Those things.
Vajra wireless power. This gets into depictions of the goddesses. Well, actually, the gods. Vajra power projection. Maybe I won't bring it up. I don't know. It's not bringing it up on Google. Go figure. But in ancient depictions of India, the gods are holding this in one hand, just like we're talking about with the Egyptians, and just like the kings and queens from Europe, they're holding the scepter and the orb. Now you know the orb.
The scepter and the orb, and the Egyptians. The holy hand grenade, the globus crucis.
The orb.
And the Egyptians have the flail and hook.
When you shake the orb, it makes a bell sound. Did you know that? That on the
Yes,
inside
I did. Yes,
boom,
yes.
boom, 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 boom,
Yes,
yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
it's got to be wireless power. With the thing on the head, it's got to be for projecting your thoughts or controlling people or something. It would make sense that if they were really powerful, why wouldn't they be able to force people to do things? Subject kind of thing. They they would be able to, with wireless power, force you to be able to build a force.
And the powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the force around you. Here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. Yes, even between.
To be a slave or force you to build a pyramid.
The kings and the queens, right? They're the ones with what? The ones with the power. Right?
I hadn't thought about it that way.
It's all in the spelling.
Wow.
I mean, and we elect them, right? We elect them to power. We go to the polling booth between the two poles and we elect them to power.
Electricity, elect.
Yeah, yeah. So,
yeah.
Or
elect, ELECT, RICITY, electricity, right?
Electric. Exactly. It's and the trick of electing them. Yeah.
Wow. The spell casting, exactly.
Spelling, man.
It is. It is. Now that gets into language and tone and
yes. And then you can go straight into like throat singing in the cathedral.
The devil, easy tiger.
Mate! There he is! There he is! Oh, I'm starstruck, man. I'm blushing.
I make time. Jason's real tough, Hannibal. He grew up in my neighborhood. He was the baddest cat around.
My man crush is complete.
Says the guy with 600,000.
You're making me sweat, dude. You're making me sweat.
Yeah, all right, mate. Big up, guys. How you doing?
Oh, Kirk, welcome.
Brother, one love, easy tiger.
Yeah, listen, I'm doing this on my phone, by the way, and I've got 6%, but I thought I'd jump in and say hello to everyone.
Yes,
Much love, brother. Glad you did. We'll have to do a whole nother one, plan it out here.
Yeah, 100%, man. Definitely. So I look a bit rough, mate. I've been out and about collecting nuggets, haven't I?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, can you see that?
Watching.
Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, I can see where you are.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. I'm on the field now, man.
The geopolymer on the site, boots on the ground.
Geopolymer.
Geopolymer.
I wanted. I'll take you in here. I just went in here. I don't know where my phone's going to be.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Caving in that red layer.
I know, mate. I know.
Wow.
So earlier when I was describing Paul's layer of
on the
these
side
caves
of
of former buildings, the geopolymer, that red layer that they call sandstone here, that whole red layer, continental layering of it is what Paul is now finding out that's most likely built and was constructed through geopolymer by some humanity or past
interesting color, right? Red, iron.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful color. It's something you'd see in Petra or Africa or something like that.
It's the exact same stuff you see there.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's wild. You know, Paul, I hear you talk about the geologist and them being full of crap. I agree 100%. You are not only onto something like tremendous about the construction of the place, you're 100% on it, man. This is
big up, mate. That's nice coming from you, mate.
To talk to you. I'm starstruck, really, because you've made
it's not right around, mate. Trust me.
Yeah,
everybody's starstruck.
Starstruck, yeah.
You can be starstruck. Everybody's starstruck.
Yeah, the only star I've got is a brown star.
Oh, come on. Let's keep this children.
Sorry, that was a little bit too crude.
Great starfish in here, man. Come on.
Sorry about that. Let's cut that bit out somehow.
We're live on all our channels. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to go and get a Cornish pasty now anyway, because I've been, well, not fasting, but like haven't eaten nothing all day. So I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. I've got minimal battery as well, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I need to keep it up.
Thank you very much.
This is awesome. We'll have to do a live at some point with me, Bernie, all you guys, and we'll all get together and we'll talk. Definitely. This is
100%, mate. Definitely, because I've been collecting loads of stuff, and again, Dutch, it'd be an honour, mate, as well. I mean, like me and Bernie and Cam, we're like peas in a pod anyway. So to do a session with you would be something else, mate. It'd be something else.
Very cool. Very cool. Definitely, we'll do it.
Got one coming up with Michelle Gibson. Me and Campbell actually did one with her last night. And me and Paul have another one with her on Saturday, March 25th. And she would be another perfect researcher to connect to all of the alignments and macro
have you checked out her
geometries you're finding, Mike?
Michelle Gibson has done a lot of stuff on Earth alignments and things.
Yeah, and canals and stuff, man. So, that'd be brilliant, mate. That'd be absolutely brilliant. Well,
this is great.
I'm gonna jump out now, guys. Anyway,
cool,
Cheers,
brother.
Paul.
Much love.
Good to see you. Anyway, all right. Ta-da.
See ya.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
That guy will put a smile on your face every time you hear him talk. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I know.
Big up to Paul Cook as well. He's doing some excellent work at the moment. All that LiDAR stuff, absolutely amazing. At the moment, we are doing a mega stream, and honestly, the wind is like a storm above me. It's just, you can't hear it, but it's like 30, 35 knot winds, and it's just, England, man. And they say Turkey's a third world country.
Island. It's crazy. It really is.
Well, there's also Analog, Ben from Waking Up with Analog. What was that island? I can't remember what it, but he's got proof that there is an island that was man-made. Right? It's just so we've got
to go to Malta, guys.
Right?
We got to go to Malta. Let's go to Malta.
Sorry. To finish that thought, we are going to get ominous, and we're going to do an episode of the Science of Sound and a giant meetup of all of us in Malta. And do
you coming, Dutch?
I'm there.
Right.
Duchess and I will both be there. I'll bring my better half, and I'll bring a frequency tone generator so we can hit 180 hertz.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll bring a frequency tone generator and all the meters and everything. I'll bring my Geiger counters.
Right, I'm just going to, this is the only interruption, but I'm going to interrupt this now because we're talking about where we live, what we live on, etc., etc. I've got a 5-minute clip here from a really interesting clip I watched sometime last year, and I'll just play it now. It's fascinating. This guy's looking at marine traffic, and it's going down south of Argentina, past the Sandwich Islands, towards Antarctica. You can see in the center of your screen. So I'll run the VT, and we'll go straight back to what we were watching before. Dutch Synth Special.
Hey there, everybody. Guess where we're going to start? We're going to start with the marine traffic map down here in the Southern Ocean. We had a look at the marine traffic map the other day when we were looking at Ireland, ports and ships, as you can see. These are all ships, all registered, all crossing the ocean, and each one has to send out its signal. Now, what you can see down here is what people call Antarctica ice shelf, okay? So, what the fuck is this? And what the fuck is this? And this? These are ships. What are they doing 500 miles stuck into the ice? So this ship here has been picked out. Right? It has to give off a signal. It has to transpond. It has to let the marine traffic map know where it is. And it isn't going to lie as to where it is. The lie here is all this white stuff. Yeah? So
this guy's talking, this is where it overlaps, right? Because the guy's analyzing shipping traffic, and they say Antarctica is where it is on the Copernican model. And this guy's looking at the map of shipping traffic, and it seems to be a bit of an overlap, a bit of a fuck up. Just watch it. So it's only 5 minutes.
We go in and we have a little look at this particular boat. So it can be pulled up, and then it gives out its details. It has to tell you what it is, you know. So when they get into the details of the ship, you know, 300-400 miles down into the Antarctic ice, and it gives off no gross tonnage, doesn't give off any information. Dead weight, nothing. Owner, managers, nothing. The timeline of the vessel, its timeline, nothing. Okay? No hull number, no capacity, no word on contact information, the gearing, nothing. But guess what it does say? It says that this ship is registered in the sovereign state known as Kiribati. Would you believe it? This even gets funnier. So here we go. This is Kiribati. This is a tiny atoll in the South Pacific. It's basically a sand atoll, sand sticking up out of the ocean. And it has 4 villages on it, right? One is called London. One is called Paris. The other is called Poland. And the last one is called Banana, right? So these sand people living out here down in the very southern part of the Pacific Ocean have got ships. And that ship that we were looking at, we'll get back to it in a second, is 560 meters long and 80 meters wide. Now, what on earth is a ship that size registered in this place, doing 300 miles stuck into the ice down in Antarctica? Yeah, so in the details of the ship, basically all you're getting is its length, its width, and where it's registered out of, and nothing else. So let's go and take a little look at what's going on down in Kiribati. Hear this.
A crucial game of geopolitical chess is unfolding in the Pacific Islands. At the center of this game is a small archipelago called Kiribati, which has caught Beijing's attention, it seems. In May, while the pandemic was raging across Europe, US and China decided to open its embassy in Kiribati. It became the 4th nation after Australia, Cuba and New Zealand to do so. China was able to open an embassy thanks to Kiribati's pro-Beijing president, Taneti Mamao. In September 2019, President Mamao led the campaign to switch Kiribati's diplomatic alliance from Taiwan to mainland China. Just last week, President Mamao won the re-election against a candidate who opposed this diplomatic switch. The election was fought around how Chinese funds would be spent by the nation. China's outreach to Kiribati reeks of its debt trap approach. Much like it did in Africa, China will flood Kiribati with credit and take off strategic resources if it fails to repay them. And China says it invested $1.9 million in cash and medical supplies to help the Pacific Island nations combat COVID-19.
Chiang Kai-shek, Ho Chi Minh, Jackie Chan, Chicken Chow Mein. You didn't know I spoke Chinese, did you? So look what's going on down here. We come to your island. Can we please walk all over you, please? We like to step off our aeroplane and we like to walk on you.
Bullshit.
You said it's all bullshit.
All the way into town. Yeah. Do you know what's going on here? Do you know what the Chinese are after? They're after the freaking ship's registrar.
Holistic Media, most welcome, mate.
People. Obviously, they've brought medical supplies down for them so that they can tackle the cold down in that tropical southern Pacific island. They want that place. They want the ship's registry, if they don't have it already. But all these people that make up a carpet, they don't want them. They don't want them there. This is what's going on in the world. People aren't making the connections. China walked in there and handed them $10 billion, right? What are they going to do? Like run across the sand dunes to one another and wave it at one another? You know? This is what's going on down there.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
All the electronic equipment, EMF detectors, everything. I'll bring it all.
Oh man, let's
Beautiful,
do it.
brother. And
Wow.
also,
We
we're
could
going to
finish
have
up at
to do
180 hertz dance party.
well.
Yeah, it'll be like the Matrix, only without any about naked women.
Yeah, bugger.
It's a dance party, not a rave.
Who's Morpheus?
Party.
Is burning Morpheus then? Does that mean he's leading the underground rave? It's going to smell a little hippie-ish. You might get a few whiffs of some stuff.
Right. Well, it's Sophie. The Sophigium is underground, so it's gonna, music performance.
Sophigium, yeah, man.
Can we get Hutchinson there? Can we please
Yes.
get Hutchinson?
Yeah, let's get Hutchinson. Yeah, man.
Oh my God, this would be like the trifecta.
And that's what I was just about to bring up, is that we have to reschedule or schedule as well another future interview with John Hutchinson, Jeremiah, and Jeremy, the alien scientist, to get to the super technical levels of the science and the ultimate nerd outs that you guys will have. That's even way over my head a lot of the time.
I love John and Nancy. They came in. John and Nancy came here to St. Louis back in 2011, and we met. They were driving through, and I put them up for 2 days at a hotel, and we got to hang out and play with their trailer full of gear, and it was awesome. I got a video of it. Yeah, I got video of that, our meetup back in 2011. I'd love to talk to them. I haven't talked to them in 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah, we're doing crystal battery cells now series. So the next one we get scheduled, I will let you know and email you the invite for that as well. Just
Very cool.
Something else I just want to talk about quickly while that comment is on the screen. This comment from Eric J. Hecker. He's the guy that worked at the South Pole. As an engineer or something, a plumber. And Pineal Power Podcast, welcome. How you doing, mate? Good to see you in it. Yeah, it's big stream. I'm going to keep going. I've got the Mandela effect. We've got about an hour and a half of this stream left. Then we're going to go into the next one. So I thought I'd just put out something for Pineal Power. We should do a Zoom together or something as well. But yeah, I just thought I'd put a stream on for Christmas, for this day of corporatization and this fake religion that everybody worships. That's, well, fake. What is fake? What is real anymore? But I just want to make the point. It's blowing a hoolie outside, honestly. It's so windy here. I'm surprised the stream's quite good reception. But Eric J. Hecker, he's making the point, is Dutch the guy tracking signals out of the South Pole? Now, the South Pole, whatever we live on, Dragon Sage, I think, said it earlier, like crater on a hollow earth. What if all are true, right? Where is it? There we go. The screenshot for this episode is, you got Skynet, you got Truman Show, Matrix, Westworld. What do we live on? Because all could be true. It could be, get this right, I think maybe it's a massive Earth. We're a crater on it, but in that crater they put a firmament over it, and it's an AI video game simulation. It's nuts. Yeah, we're Ride 366. Let's do a show, mate. I actually thought about that a week or two ago. Definitely, but it's very interesting what we live on. This hijacked world. Welt. Wunderbar.
Couple files of old maps that decided to open up, and this is a repeating one from what seems like the pre-reset of Terra Australis, where Australia was part of Antarctica. And I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Dutch. Does this seem to be going along those same ridge lines or fracture lines that you found? And I have shout out Eric Hecker's comment up here. he's another good one that we'll have to have on a future technical panel. Eric spent a year working down at the South Pole.
And I don't think.
Oh, you're muted, Dutch.
Wow. Okay. Well, working down at the South Pole, I could tell you a story. There's a chief scientist of a place called Leidos, Leidos. They do all the, I guess they handle all the shipping of all the goods down to Antarctica. And this guy joined a group that hates me. This Antarctic scientist. It's so weird, man. Something's going on down in Antarctica. I'd love to talk.
Guys, if you haven't already, please do give it a like and a share. Try to get it pumped up. Try to get more people watching. For once, it would be nice to have more than 50 people watching. You know, yeah. It's, this wonderful platform we love.
Talk to you about, and we should definitely talk outside of this.
In Antarctica, jeez, I'd be proud of that.
Wow. These maps here, I'll tell you what. So, for instance, the first map you showed, if you bent that around origami style, that the bottom of the Earth that would bend into that ace of spades shape. Yeah, like a flower of life. Really, I would say.
That's what I'm seeing, right? You're seeing those equilateral triangle points out on like the fractal level. I'm pretty sure it will overlay on the
Oh my! I see 33 likes.
What was once up is now sunk.
That's something else. The way to view all of these Starfort things that I found so far is either turning the Earth 45 degrees or 90 degrees. So, I mean, we're talking about, 45 or 90, like a full right angle. You have to turn Earth on its side to see them properly in their proper orientation. And we know, scientists already told us about the...
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Well, this goes into something else entirely I got to bring up, which is Halley's Comet. And Halley's Comet, the discoverer of Halley's Comet, was his name Edwin? Or Edward?
Yeah,
Edwin.
Edwin.
Okay. Halley discovered the Halley's Comet. But after he discovered the Halley's Comet, he sailed to the high seas on a pirate ship. What looked like a pirate ship. And he took a special compass that he made that measured the North and the South Pole, what he called the fixed poles, the North and South fixed poles.
Windward brace and sheet! Hold up in line! What are you doing? What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Captain gives orders on the ship.
And the two other poles that he said are moving along the equator. And that he was taking the ship following the equator. This is Edwin Halley in the 1700s. Following with a special compass he made, the moving inner poles that he called them, with the inner sun and the hollow earth, and that Edwin Halley believed there was an inner sun in a hollow earth with two different poles. The fixed poles are tied to the crust, and that the actual moving poles are going along the equator. And he sailed around the world following them. And nobody knows about this. You have to go look it up in freaking old books and shit to find this stuff.
God.
Yeah, for real. And nobody knows what kind of compass he made it himself. And I'm trying to find out if I'd make it if I could. I would do a fundraiser if I had to.
So have you heard about I can't remember his name. There was a guy and he was a UFO researcher from New Zealand, and he was following UFOs and he found that they were always taking the same path, and he ended up mapping these power, I guess, grids, and all the UFOs were basically using these grids for power and flying around on them. I can't remember what his name is, though.
Right, I've got to interject with two more clips here because they're quite important. Talking about UFOs, and listen to what...
Well, let's talk about something fun. I admire that you want to go on the Mars. Shall we go to the Mars? Yeah, so what will the life look like on Mars? Are you both moving? What do you think about that?
Whatever we live on, however big it is, what do we actually live on, we don't know. But just listen to what they're talking about. Jean-Claude Juncker first.
Il faut savoir que ceux qui nous observent de loin sont inquiets. J'ai vu et entendu et écouté plusieurs des dirigeants d'autres planètes, ils sont très inquiets parce qu'ils s'interrogent sur la voie que l'Union européenne va.
Okay, there's no translations, but there should be. But he's talking about.
Qui nous observent de plus loin.
There is actually a clip of that in English, and he's talking about how other leaders outside of our world are watching us. What do you make of that? Comment in the chat.
Well, let's talk about something fun.
And this one is also interesting. Jack Ma and Elon Musk. Check it out. They live in Tomorrowland. We pay for it. They build it over the ice wall in this other land. Or even all like SpaceX. SpaceX sounds like gay sex. But like SpaceX, where's the picture of the rocket? All the rockets go off sideways under the firmament. Crazy. And that one that hit the firmament not long ago. But check this out.
Well, let's talk about something fun. I admire that you want to go on the Mars. Shall we go to the Mars?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what will the life look like on Mars? Are you both moving? What do you think about that? Actually, I'm not interested in Mars. I just came back from there, so I'm more interested on the Earth, the things, what's going on happening here. So why are you so curious?
So he just said he came back. He just came back from Mars. What does that mean? What does he mean by that? We continue.
Find it out. I mean, and then I just can't help but think of the big friendly giant and that kind of stuff, right? When they step into upside down land. Is there another Earth underneath us, right? With another sun and like two poles or something? Oh God, you're doing my head in, Dutch.
Right, like
this gets into the earthquakes. That there's something going on down below down below the San Andreas, the pinnacle of the starboard, down below the New Madrid, the biggest earthquake in U.S. history. This gets in the Titans, the giants, and the difference between a Titan and a giant. A giant would be something that we would talk about maybe being 10 or 15, 20 feet tall, like what I showed you with the mounds. But then we get into the Titans, and this is how I found Tartaria, which was searching the ancient Greek legend. And I found out that there was a war between Kronos and Zeus.
Two giants seen on top of Mount
took
Peru.
the side of Kronos and Zeus and the gods. And that the Titans were thousands of feet tall, they said.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. I don't know. But
in the Bible, doesn't it say that Adam was 900 feet tall?
There's in the book of Enoch, it talks about.
I was going to say, I believe that's the book of Enoch.
This TikToker discovered
in the book of
something
Enoch,
terrifying
it definitely
on the top of a
talks
mountain
about
in Mexico.
giants.
It's not exactly clear
Nephilim,
what it is, but some said
fallen
that it looks like
angels.
some sort of gigantic humanoid creature.
What would we
the
call
creature
fallen
in
angel?
question is estimated to be at least 10 feet tall based off of the dimensions of the mountains and the trucks moving by. And at first, many people in the comments were convinced that this was a supernatural being, considering the footage is so blurry and sort of out of focus. Not to mention the creature/human doesn't seem to be doing anything too crazy besides turning and moving a little bit. However, the user then uploaded a second video, and this is where things start to get creepy. As you can clearly see, the creature is bending down as if it's bowing or praying to something, and then it slowly gets back up and starts standing like a normal person.
Caramba, Dios mío, qué miedo. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Mi nombre
is somebody who's not from Earth, and comes from somewhere else and not human. So, I mean, people would call them aliens, but I would call them fallen angels. I mean,
It crashed too, right? Like if
literally
fell from the sky.
Well, I mean, here's another one for you, fallen angels, stars, right? What do they get us to worship? Stars, right? From Hollywood, right? Hollywood is the tree that they make magical wands from. And then films are made up of a cast, right? And then they have their news where they do a broadcast. It's all stars, right? And magic, like fallen angels, stars.
Oh yeah, this gets into a whole thing about like corporate logos and why did the media companies right? Like, oh my God, guys, we could have a discussion on this. My God, I had no idea you were even into it.
We're gonna have to have like a conspiracy marathon, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Conspiracy. Which hat do we wear?
Oh, he's got the hat. All right.
The Sherlock. We got the The Sherlock hat,
man.
right? Or if we're going to talk conspiracies, I suppose we should put on the top hat, right? Or the Sherlock
With the
hat.
elongated, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. This one's the best one.
The
You can thank my
Faraday
wife.
cage around the dome.
I've only got a jester's hat, man.
Yeah. Well, you need the Indiana Jones hat, or you need the tinfoil Dora. I've got a tinfoil fedora.
You've got a tinfoil Dora. Oh my god.
My tinfoil Dora will amplify, and it will collect as well.
Oh my goodness, Campbell. That's not real? Is that real?
Can't really
Oh wow! I didn't see that. Wow.
I have to change my screen, or
that actually exists?
Yeah, man.
Oh my god! I thought that was like a cover or like a streaming effect.
Listen,
it's a Jesticap.
It's a Jesticap, man. Even bills.
We got the cowboy.
So there you go.
And I got the shout out to
God, everyone's got
Brand. We'll do the little brand toque there.
There you
and
go.
welcome, Gerald. Good day, Gerald. Gerald's a major part of the real science that we do, and he wants to actually incorporate these vortex coils and the geopolymer aspects and take it to the next level. And also you're already charging in mung beans right now with pulsing your coils and the electroculture experiments.
They're actually growing in MEGASTREAM right now. What's that, Campbell?
That's a question.
Illuminati confirmed. Shriner hat.
Love that, eh?
He's the Grand Poobah.
The Grand Poobah, yeah, man.
Well, good to meet you, Dutch. I'm overwhelmed. Like, you're awesome, dude. I've been watching you since you had maybe 400 subscribers. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you, man.
Awesome work.
Dude,
awesome.
Thank you.
That was 6 channels ago too, remember?
It was. You know what? I said I was going to get that article from NASDAQ, but hearing that you're working on geopolymer, what is it again? You're doing geopolymer for power storage? Is that what it is? Or
well, as soon as I get my formula right on geopolymer, I'm actually going to be building a replica of a pyramid that works, because I have vortex coils already, which is kind of like the fire within, if you want to look at it that way. So what I'm going to be doing is placing a specific type of geometrical coil inside the pyramid that's built with geopolymer, and I'm going to see if it resonates in a way where it'll create more energy of a working battery system than just basically a tomb is what they believe it is. So that's my goal anyway. That's what I'm working on.
That's cool.
That is really cool. I can't wait to see what the results are. And well, I mean, obviously, if it works, that's just phenomenal.
Well, as of now, the vortex coil that I've chosen for it, I can take a 12-volt 1-amp wall plug, and I can light up a 150-watt LED grow beam at maximum for literally like 12 watts. So that coupled with the geopolymer acting as a battery resonator, maybe get some more output than what I'm getting now. So that's the goal.
That's huge. That's huge. Even if you're generating 1 watt, even 1 watt out of it would be phenomenal. So I mean, that's just wow. I'll if you want to talk off here, I'd be happy to talk with you too. I've got something I'd like to share with you. I've got a video I made called "Wireless Power Printed on Paper," or just Power Printed on Paper, and it has to do with layers and electrons, valence electrons, and so forth. But it might come in handy for you if you want to use it. I'll give it to you. I put it out there for the world to use. I'll give you the formula and how to make it and everything.
You give me the formula, and if it works, I'll give you a working machine once it's complete. There you go.
Why?
I could use as many LED lights as possible.
Yeah, I get that. Well, now I did an experiment yesterday, and this is something I've got on video I haven't released yet, but I'm going to release in the very next few days. I can
Right now,
now
right
light.
here.
No, I
Have you
can't
St.
do it
Patty's
right
Day?
here right now because it's on my separate camera, so I can't. I got to upload it on my laptop. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but I'm now lighting LEDs, which is the bank of 4. The strip that you see in one of the videos, it's probably about 80 watts of LED. Then I'm lighting another 15-watt LED bulb, as well as running that power into a transformer that's charging a 12-volt battery, all off of 8 watts. So I'm playing with it, and it's amazing tech. It's going to be released for free. I'm going to go after the market of people that can't build them or don't want to build them themselves, but all the plans and everything and how to build them will be released for free so that anyone that wants to build them themselves can. So I've been doing tutorials. Those will be getting released on Bernie's channel because I promised him. So he's got the scoop, but that's coming. So I'm almost there.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I mean, who wants to be a billionaire? Honestly, like, if you really think about it, like, who would really want to be a billionaire? It'd be, with more money comes more problems. So, billionaire would suck. So it's better
They
to
only
release
let
it.
you have that much if they have something else on you. Like that's
But
what
I mean, if you're getting, free land, free electricity, growing your own food, you don't need $1 billion, do you?
Well, that's the other part of it too, the electroculture. If we prove it in these experiments that I'm doing now, from what I learned in the past and what I'm doing now and all the old data that I've gotten from all these newspapers, just blows my mind. We're going to be able to grow food 1/3 quicker with almost double the output, at least at 60%.
Wow.
So that's going to help a ton of people once they get these experiments complete, if they're conclusive. Again, right now they're experiments.
And it's also less water, no fertilizer and less water too, isn't it?
Yes, big time. Yeah. And it can all be stem from atmospheric electricity. You could use a little solar panel to start it. It's so easy how this can be put together. So one step at a time, but again, when those experiments are conclusive, then again, that's another aspect to this tech. So my belief system is when it comes to the pyramids, when they were operating, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up the spotlight here for a moment, but when they were operating, they acted as power systems that ionized the air at the base of the pyramid. And with the ebb and flow of the River Nile, which was much closer to the pyramid at the time, because of what's underneath the pyramid, which is basically a huge piezoelectric crystal, when the ebb and flow of the water would come up from the waxing and waning of the moon, it would create that pressure and high voltage within the pyramid, and the whole high voltage coupled with breaking water from into hydrogen and oxygen, the flow of the gas turning into plasma with the sound coupled with the resonance of the actual geopolymer of the pyramid itself, acted as an ionization for the whole ground area, like a big electroculture system, and the water acted as the negative. So it was almost like a Garden of Eden surrounding all the pyramids when they were in operation. That's part of it.
If they remove the water, that would turn them off.
Yep. Yeah. And there was a couple other reasons why they shut off. Like if you go back into the history books of when, I wouldn't say history books, you'd have to actually go into the Bible, and you go to Moses when he took the Israelites out of Egypt. He also took the Ark of the Covenant. At least that's theory.
Which
so
also fit exactly inside the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid.
Which, because of the way it was built, would act like a giant capacitor.
The capacitor, yeah, exactly.
On that point, it would facilitate the pulse within the resonance of the pyramid itself. So
okay, so that could kill it as well. So it was yeah.
So that's part of the theory. I'm gonna kind of release that out all in a series of videos in the near future. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with that.
I think you're right, Gerald. You know, I just wanted to show you something that I put it into the chat room while we're talking here, but you mentioned
bring it up on screen. Let's all see.
Oh, I will. I'll bring it up here on screen right now. Check it out. Look at this. This is now, first of all, you mentioned the capacitor and the water flowing. It's just into St. Louis, Missouri, for instance, here in St. Louis. Here's a plan of the French from the 1790s showing St. Louis downtown. And on the north side, look which way the north is. So north is pointing to the right. But in the north side of St. Louis, we have an old star fort where they're building the Geospatial Agency now, which I showed at the start of this broadcast. This is where the Geospatial Agency is being built now in 2023. And you'll notice that around it is water, and it's flowing out and then falling down a waterfall where they have a bridge. And then it goes down to the Mississippi River. Now, the St. Louis Arch has been built right here along the river, and right across the river are the Cahokia Mounds with their whole layer thing going on with the multiple layers.
Earth batteries.
Right. Now, the flowing water is a big thing because this star fort here has been hidden. Now, why would the U.S. government come in and build all these bases in the middle of each one of these star fort shapes when it's so obvious now? The flowing water thing ties in. This also ties in with ghosts. I'm not into, ghost hunting, but I did do ghost hunts before. And I know that there's all kinds of talk about flowing water and spirits and all kinds of stuff like that. So there's something to this.
Water holds memory.
Yeah, exactly. And they could possibly be an electrostatic formulation of, say, like a plasma, but due to the memory in the water and the water creating the electrostatic flow by going past the geopolymer that could have some sort of property in that sense, it could actually create a spot where you would see that as an apparition, but really it's a plasmatic form of memory that comes from the water. It's just a thought.
I like that, actually. That resonates with me. So it's like plasma and water, or plasma conscious memory taking form out of the memory of water.
I don't know if it's conscious. Think of it more like a snapshot of a moment in time that's repeated due to those
formerly conscious moment. A recorded conscious moment, a flicker, essentially.
That kind of seems more realistic. I don't know. Again, it's just a thought. Just a thought.
Yeah, it's like those ghost cameras they used to have. In the 1800s, you've seen those all like like they're mirrors, and they get like apparitions and ghosts in them, like these weird machines they had.
Yeah, that's
seen those pictures.
I've never looked into that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll pop up now. Sorry, what were you saying there?
This planet is ours. Which?
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Either or. The ghost thing. I'm not trying to get too weird on us or anything, but on the ghost thing, that the Victorian mansions are the mud flutters, right? So we've got the Victorian mansions, we've got the mud flutters, we've got the use of what you could call, what would you want to call it? Some kind of geometry? Yeah, I don't want to call it sacred geometry because that gets a little, into a different.
That's why it is sacred. It's the geometry that is the structure of the universe, energy, matter, and the realm.
Geometry gives off a field, like certain different fields and stuff, based on the shapes. Yeah,
this could explain
the theory of what you're finding, Dutch. You're finding geometrical energy forms that were literally turned into matter of previous civilizations and how they operated. Maybe on some sort of a subconscious level. I don't know. But what you're finding is absolutely amazing. So
it could be the long skulls have a resonance. It might be something as simple as a longer wave in your skull and, a standing wave in your skull or something.
Possible.
That's how they're telepathic.
Yeah, definitely. Like telepathy. But it wouldn't be... It wouldn't be mystical telepathy. It would be scientific telepathy. There'd be a reason behind it. There'd be some reason that would be happen. That would be That would explain why they were special, why they were the kings and queens, why they had the long skulls.
Yeah.
They were literally projecting their thoughts, and it's just possible.
Domes. And then what do they put on the top of all the cathedrals and basilicas? Are domes, right? What do they call bald men? Chrome dome.
Hey, chrome dome, that fits with these. A lot of church steeples have mercury in the steeple tip, right?
Yes,
you guys know this
in the
about the
balls.
mercury?
Yeah. Mercury,
Now this fits with something Paul Cook found, which was the mercury arc rectifier.
Yes.
The rectifier converts AC, the radio wave, into DC for use,
and vice versa.
Yeah, DC to AC, the rectification, right? And that gets
and it self-rectifies so it never burns out. That's the other crazy part about that mercury rectifier. And then they were
and of course now mercury's illegal because it kills you, right? Even though kids used to play with it in their hands in the 60s, now it's suddenly deadly.
Yeah, same with uranium, right? Like, radioactive. It's supposedly
like
lead. Lead.
And where do we get radiation from? Like Marie Curie, right? Mercury.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, I didn't realize that. Wow.
Yeah. Marie Curie. Yeah. it's everywhere. It's all spelling right. They tell us, man. They tell us. We just got to work it out.
In your face. It's straight up in your face. It's like Woodrow Wilson being president during World War I, right? Like Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge, Franz Ferdinand. They're all double letter names. It's like, wait, that's World War I. Like, World War I, Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge.
World War I, where they had planes, flying around that were invented literally 3 years prior, and then suddenly they had machine guns mounted on them and planes everywhere, and it's just dumb.
The plane story. You guys know I found a steam-powered plane, right?
Oh,
no. Yeah. Built by Langley. Look this one up. Search Langley. That first aircraft carrier is named after this guy. It's hidden in history.
We demand you are the screen hog today, so you've already got it. You just post it up, please, for us to see.
All right, let me get it here. Let me search Langley steam powered airplane. Now this was years before the Wright brothers. So let me get this on screen here. Hold on. This is funny. I can't believe I'm going down this rabbit hole. Yeah, I wasn't planning on it, but
here with the mud flood, his story. Reset Tartarian Starfort community. We need some steampunk in here, and
so first of all,
powered plane before the Wright brothers.
Right, and the pictures of this thing flying in the sky were taken by Alexander Graham Bell. So it was hidden, right? And now it was powered by steam. And they launched it from a catapult to get it going. But once it was up, it kept going as long as you have water in there. And it had a condenser that would pull water out of the air and put it back into its tank so it could keep flying through the moist air. And they fly through the clouds to collect more water, to put into the condenser, to give itself more steam, to turn it and keep going. And they said it was, 1896. Look, first genuine success on May 6, 1896. Whoops.
I'm looking for that mercury rectifier right now in the drive that's been put together for old technologies. So I've also read somewhere that there was an actual electric plane in 1916. I don't know if you've heard anything about that.
I believe that.
Wow.
Hey, how about the
Tesla electric plane? Oh yeah, that's the one. Is that New Mexico? That's
this is the Ukraine Great Wall of Starforts here, and so let's just take a 5-minute bathroom break or smoke break for whoever needs.
Yes,
and I'm going to play this clip, and it's this clip right here. Is you play it through Twitter, and it blocks the ads and actually gives you higher quality audio and video than playing through YouTube itself. And as you can see right here, that is that same geometry of these, what they call the bastion fort or the battery star fort here. And this is a buried one, and that we're going to show here that you find one about every mile along this wall for thousands of kilometers across the Ukraine and Siberia, the former Tartaria, and that these are the same basic battery geometries and fundamental fractal geometry that Dutch Sense has been pointing out to us over and over again throughout this. And here's a bigger wall. We dubbed it the Great Wall of Tartaria because it's through the actual areas of the maps, Siberia, that used to be called Tartaria, and that there's literally no history for these. And you have the foundation of America, the
there's
said her name earlier in New York. The
Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty was built off the base of one of these, and then there's like a wall thousands of kilometers long of buried ones of these with no history across the current flashpoint of Crimea off the Dnieper River and through Siberia, aka Tartaria.
And thank you to everyone who has donated today. Thank you.
I recently found one up north, actually, that we should go over later. After the break, of course.
Alrighty.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
The chat room for anybody who wants to see it. World War II drones and B-17 bomber remote control airplanes that I found, that they flew through the nuclear tests out at the Bikini Atoll, and that they had full-on drone B-17 bombers in World War II with no people on them. And I just posted the article. You can go see it. They got pictures of it all flying around and everything. They had fully remote controlled drone B-17 bombers in World War II.
We've got a bot in one of the chats. I don't know whose it is. Can mods get rid of that, please? Some sex Tinder chat thing.
We're getting attacked by the My crypto alchemist. Did they attack it all at once? Interesting. That's why I literally make everybody in my live chats moderators, because the porn bots were so bad for a while that they're relentless. So you make everybody mod, they can't.
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you.
And they will delete anybody else that they have a disagreeing volume.
Indeed. All right, press play. I'll be back.
And it's showtime.
I'll be right back too. I guess I'm going to have a quick break as well.
Me as well.
We'll get into his wall as well.
Yeah, so this is what we dubbed the Great Wall of Tartaria, and that we'll be getting Olaf, the Sverker channel, Olaf, to come on with us to do a full presentation of it, where it begins in the Black Sea, across all of the Ukraine, and then across all of Siberia into the Russian Arctic Ocean. And this is just for the middle of Ukraine.
And you'll see, I mean, this one, you know.
Guys, most welcome. I wanted to do this stream today because there's nothing to watch, and I'm getting sick of, like, you know, trying to find something to watch is good. But we're gonna just play before this next section. This is the last section of this. It's the last hour of this Dutch Synths stream. But we're gonna have a little interlude with another song. I didn't make the song, but I did do the video. So I partly did the video. Check it out. Our favorite John D.
Where do you start? The jacket, the vest, the specs, that ring, the cigar, shiny gold tracksuit, talking to a girl in an extremely unpleasant manner.
Jimmy Savile!
Beautiful.
Jimmy Savile!
Take a ride on the donkey.
Jimmy Savile!
Beautiful.
Jimmy Savile!
Rape. Allegations.
Rape.
Revelations.
Rape.
Investigations.
Rape.
Organizations.
Rape. Allegations against Jimmy
Savile!
Beautiful.
Jimmy Savile!
Regarded as a pedophile.
Jimmy Savile!
Beautiful.
Jimmy Savile!
Regarded as a pedophile.
When he crossed the line, you think, wow, terrible. When's the next one?
Jimmy Savile!
Yes, indeed.
Jimmy Savile!
It's top of the top.
Jimmy Savile.
Now then.
Jimmy Savile.
It's not my style. It's not my style. There's one thing I hate, close to my heart, is paedophiles. I cannot stand them.
Jimmy Savile.
Pedophiles.
Jimmy Savile.
He's regarded as a pedophile.
Jimmy Savile.
Top of the pop.
Jimmy Savile.
Criminal, evil, horrendous behaviour. Criminal, evil, horrendous behaviour. For the paedophile, this must have been an amazing country to live in.
Jimmy Savile.
Pedophiles.
Jimmy Savile.
Take a ride on the donkey.
Jimmy Savile.
Top of the pop.
Jimmy Savile.
The BBC, the BBC, the BBC.
They're all corrupt. Every single institution is hiding paedophile.
Jimmy Savile.
Take a ride on the donkey.
Jimmy Savile.
Top of the pop.
Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile.
If we both got it wrong, eh? If I did the good thing and you did the bad one.
No. Wouldn't be funny at all.
It's very, very hard to sort of point out, but there are, you can see sort of a bit of a star point there and down here. And that's been marked because Olaf, he's got a YouTube channel, Olaf the Sverker. He was getting the old maps of this area and overlaying them on Google Earth. And then, you know, the old maps would show where these stars were. And then he would, you know, overlay the map, and he'd find in a lot of circumstances these old stars. Because I mean, you know, otherwise imagine just randomly trying to search for this stuff. Because look, here's another one, right? Look at that imprint in the ground. I'll just wait for it to buffer a bit, but you can still see this star. And it looks like there was a bit here they couldn't get rid of. It's still sticking out the ground. But again, they've just put a farm over the top of it. You know, and there's all these other, you know, interesting, you know, circles and bits and pieces in the ground as well. And of course, always, you know, next to waterways and things.
Everybody can hear
and
the
some of
good,
them
right?
do have like fortress names and histories, but as we go through and we've discovered, and Olaf has discovered, especially as it gets into Russia on the other side of Ukraine, that there's not even official histories for lots of these forts along this wall.
You can see this one was obviously the foundations were a bit too big and a bit too high, so they've just gone around it. But you can see, we can see a bit more in this one. We can see this point below it, which is called a cavalier. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure it's a cavalier. And if they're attached to the fort, they're called bastions. You know, this is all obviously talk about when they're war. But another thing, you know, a lot of these forts, you know, the army and the armed forces, they call them batteries, right? But then, of course, all the troops come out and charge. So, you know, we think there's a lot hidden in the language as well, as far as what, you know, what the function of these things were. But if we come down here, we'll start to see this wall that just appears out of the landscape, and the same features. We get these, you know, we'll call them bastions, these, you know, pointy spear tips.
Also petals.
The same kind of stuff that we see here. Pedal, yeah. Pedals is probably better. That's what Olaf is calling them. You know, pedals is much nicer, right? Much
and
less
they're the
violent.
exact same shape and wall as, for instance, the map that we showed of New York City, the Wall Street, that wall. This is the same identical infrastructure pedal bastion wall that is Wall Street, yet it's the other side of the world, and no real official history of wall itself was or when it was built.
Oh, did we just lose Bernie? Okay, so
I've got my camera off just to try to preserve bandwidth.
Oh, you keep cutting out a bit there. Okay, so we're just following this wall. Now, if Google would be nice, you'll see. So here, we get these pointy bits along this wall, and there's another one there. They seem to be pretty equidistant, and like Bernie was saying, these are the exact same features We see in all the star cities, and we saw in that picture of New York. On Wall Street was this exact same kind of wall. And we don't even know, why they have these, bastions, these pointy bits, but they're everywhere. They're equidistant along all these old structures. And this wall, and you can see how old it is, there's literally just remnants of it left. You can still see it. There's another pointy bit. And there's a big one, which probably means there's a star close by. And it just keeps going, always close to water. And then up here, see, it starts again. There's another pointy bit. So again, like Bernie was saying, there's no narrative at all as to who built this. And this thing is a massive, massive construction. Still going down here, you can see another pointy bit. Down here. Oh, and look, there we have another star forward. A star just sitting in the middle of nowhere, right? And again, they've had to go around this one rather than covering it up because the base is obviously too big. So you can see that there's a connection between these walls, these stars, and as I've been mentioning, they're always close to water. Now, you can kind of see the remnants of the water here. This place as well has been bombed. It's been carpet bombed. You can see, like, if we go down to places like, it's probably not the best one, but in some areas, it's literally just pitted with holes. But you can see all the markers for this wall. It just keeps going and going. And here's another star, right?
Just
but no narrative as to who built these stars. So it's like we've been saying, this is the same stuff that you can find in the Americas, in Africa, in Europe. It's the same stuff. That's why we keep saying it's built by the same civilization, right? Like there's a bit of the wall there, you can see. It's just and we sort of spent I don't know 3 or 4 hours doing this, but with more time we're pretty sure that this would map right across, because when I pull out, the same stuff is up here. So no doubt this system goes, and no doubt it just spreads out and goes everywhere, I would think. But up here, we see these same canals and these same, star forts and things up in, what's this? Is this the Baltic Sea?
Yeah, this is just off of the Baltic.
Be the Sea of Tartary, didn't it?
Right behind.
Oh, that's the Baltic there, yeah.
Yeah, is that either St. Petersburg? Yeah, behind St. Petersburg. But so this canal system through St. Petersburg actually goes through the rivers, connects to Moscow.
All right, I paused it there. I'm seeing your comments and requests. I will be posting all the links for Gerald's channel for this video and everybody else's. I'm just going to finally run to the washroom quickly as we wait for everyone else to get back. There's about 5 minutes left in this current video, and then we will take it to the next topic. Love you all, and enjoy the rest of this clip.
Then goes south all the way down to where we were going through the Black Sea and Azov Sea and the Dnieper system there. And right there, that's a prime example of
an old star.
Exactly, that entire coast. And it's
and this is an interesting one. I think this is probably partly because of water levels rising. It's this canal. It's right on the coast.
And surely some of the canals are newer developments and newer infrastructure, but it's that when there just has to be comparative research of bringing up all of the old maps, sourcing them, and you'll be shocked at how many times there's actually even more canals in the ancient older maps than even do exist today, and you end up finding dried up ones and everything. It's just mind-boggling each time we go in.
Yeah. Clearly, some of this is new, and some of they've done some retro work and that. But but the old system itself is, is definitely old world, because it's not complete. It sort of goes along, then you find some covered up bits, and then it just sort of pops out somewhere else. But they obviously are tying into it, where they can use it. But I mean, so yeah, this is, look, if you look at this area, if Google let us, I mean, you can sort of see, it just looks like it's been decimated by something. Like the landscapes you see out here, they're just very strange. Not that Google's been very helpful. And there's these just like pitted with holes and stuff. Like down here, you see all these just sort of random kind of holes, and they're just sort of everywhere. So it looks like this whole place was literally bombed out. Look, I mean, look at this landscape. All these,
right, and it's
very
similar to
strange.
like Alaska and the Yukon as well, and then all of the Siberian coast. And they claim that it's from this glacial ice scarring. But when you go into some of these ancient maps that we'll go through at the end here of Tartaria in the northeastern Siberia, any former civilization, yet you'll see these castles and these cities all marked on these rivers and stuff. And then when you go through on Google Earth, it just looks like these massively blown out, bombed out former ruins and war zones.
It really does, and Google's not. Oh, hang on, let's have a look. But this kind of stuff, just these kind of random, holes everywhere. It's just all over this region, but also these lines in the ground. I mean, that could be a road, but look at this. This looks like a big foundation of some kind of big building. And even when we come in on these cities, we get this look where they all kind of splay out from a centerpiece. That's another thing, is all the cities, they seem to be laid out in the same way. There you go. So make sure you subscribe, share this around, guys. Stay awesome, and we'll talk to you all next upload. Bye for now. Every city, clean.
Estonia, and that it's this canal system, literally from where we are right here in the Black Sea, the Azov Sea at the edge of Ukraine, travels the entire European continent, I guess, connecting the Baltic to the Black Sea. And who built it and when? It just boggles the mind.
It's ridiculous. This one, as you can see, like all dead straight, but it just goes on forever. And they enter, oh, come on, Google, they enter lakes often, and different sort of water features, and then they just pop out the other side and keep going. Oh, come on, Google, it's not being nice, but you can see it coming all the way down here, and it just keeps going. And this, when you look at it, this is a massive infrastructure. It's huge, the amount of territory it covers, and they're just going, winding through all this farmland, nothing around them. And as you can see here, they have these lakes, and they'll come in one side down here, and then they just pop out the other side. So this was a fully integrated system, of water, and we don't know, but we think that the water was something to do with, the power, the electricity or something, or at least, the frequency. Obviously water is current, right?
But
just like electricity, but
the
you see them connected up with the
travel and
stars.
trade too, right? That they had these full of water highways across the entire world that they had built at a time that they shouldn't have been able to even measure the ground to be stable to do. It's crazy.
It is. Now look at this. So this is, can you see the imprint here of this star?
I'm just gonna we're counting down to the last sort of 45 minutes of this episode. I'm just gonna forward this bit a little bit because it's quite bad quality, and we're losing some viewers. So give it a share, guys, as well if you can, and hit the like button. Thank you very much. We got half an hour left, and then moving on to the Mandela Effect stream.
Those bastions, and because it's probably all based on like an ancient cubit length or something, just different ratios.
Right. Like the 1,400-mile thing is really weird.
I bet it'll
exactly...
be divisible. It'll be divisible and like scale perfectly ratio with that 1,400-mile and 666 mile or kilometer one that you're getting. Guaranteed it will scale into it. Oh, you're muted again.
And of course, 666 is 18. With, you know, 180. Oh, it was 1,400, wasn't it? 180 was the tune, wasn't it? That's right, the frequency.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the 666 on the Antarctica, but that fits with the astronaut guy who said it was the most evil place that he had ever seen or something. It's like, okay, all right. It's getting a little weird, you know. But, you know, you were talking about the Starford things, and I wanted to show you something that you might not know about that's in New York City.
Yes,
and
please.
Most people just kind of gloss it over and ignore. Here we are in the Bronx. Okay, and I'll zoom it out so we can see where we are in the Bronx. Yeah, you know, as you would imagine, big projects, you know, huge brick structures. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you around, and we're going to look at what the projects are built on top of.
Okay.
Now, okay,
Yeah.
so the projects are built on top of what's called Fort Tryon. And we're told that this is the old English fort that used to exist that was here, but it's not. It's huge. It goes on for 10 miles. And
those apartment complexes are built on the foundation walls of that star fort. Like, look at that.
Yeah,
right
you can see
have you seen the pictures of the Bronx in like the 60s and 70s?
Yeah, the
how
crumbling
destroyed
Bronx.
it is.
They got destroyed, completely destroyed.
Oh, look, they blurred it out.
They literally blur out the parts, and then the parts that are closer are most likely a new facade. And the dual word meaning of facade, it's hilarious how when it was the newfound land, reclaimed land, and they refacaded all of the architecture, these old world castles and stuff.
Look at this. Your mind's going to be. Look at this. This is what the new buildings are built on top of. This, which goes. This is again. I can't believe it. Now you're not going to believe it, but there's old brick buildings that are on top of the Star Fort that are built new brick buildings on top of the old brick buildings that were there. Yeah. Apparently, even before there's brick. There's the Fort Tryon or whatever it's called, and that's a load of crap. It's not Fort Tryon. Now, I'm going through here, and as I'm going through, I found hidden structures that New York has deliberately hidden, and they've allowed ivy and other things to grow over what were there, which are giant megalithic stones of massive proportion. Now, I'm going to back it out and show you where we are in New York in case you're familiar with New York. Let's bring this back due north. There's Fort Tryon.
Fort Tryon, yeah.
It's funny, Holistic Media, Shiva Shampoo, this is the next stream that we are going to show. Yeah, there's about 20 minutes left of this one. And we're going to go to the Mandela Effect with Martin, Shiva Shampoo, and is it Autodidactic? Can't remember who. But it's a really good stream, really deep. And even I've noticed some Mandela effects myself. Definitely, it's crazy. So yeah, we continue.
Okay, now we're going to go along the highway right here, and we'll show you what's really there. This is mind-blowing. They've allowed ivy to grow up on the old walls that are here, and they are old walls that are here, and some of them, it started to collapse. They had to come in and clear out all the ivy to fix the wall from it collapsing and everything sliding out from underneath. And this is what's there. Now, up on top of here are a bunch of old brick. See these brick buildings here?
Oh, wow.
All of these, they have castle tops on them. Every one of these
Sorry, I got to stop you for 1 sec, Dutch. The castle parts, and that you see it's like that cobblestone wall of amalgamation, and that is castle. So that's still old world, but that's like the newest
old
world, the
world.
crappier facade
It's a
of
smaller.
the
It's not
old
megalithic.
world. And
Yeah.
that's guaranteed below that is then the geopolymer layers of the base foundation of these structures on the macro scale from probably the Atlantean, Lemurian, or giant ages, or in modern science we call it the Younger Dryas event, or the time before the last ice age, aka 12,000 years ago, aka, as Graham Hancock points out in all the work of Randall Carlson with him, of how the oceans actually rose 400 feet in only a matter of a couple years at that period in time, and that it was a massive catastrophe, and that what we dub mud flood in this research community is that there's all of these cathedrals and leftover mega structure buildings that are found, and that nowadays when they're renovated, they dig up and dig below the foundations, and that there's buried layers of even larger entrances, of windows that are covered by like tens of feet, like a couple of stories lots of the time, and that these aren't the bottom layers with these windows and bigger doors that have been covered for mud the entire time aren't even included in the original blueprints and schematics and architectural drawings of these refound, reclaimed, robber baron facaded buildings and architecture.
Yeah, they didn't build any foundations, man. It was just all old buildings.
This was already here. They built this house on top of it, an Art Deco house on top of this old, what looks like an old bridge footing. Now, when you look at that old bridge, that's massive, but here's the current new bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. So there was an old bridge that extended off of this above the bay and harbor that went all the way across, and they tell us that's an Art Deco house. Now, this is the mind blower that nobody's going to believe. See these big, massive structures up here, these big apartment complexes? They're housing projects for the Brooklyn, for Brooklyn. These are called the Castle Point housing projects, and they're built with the bricks of the old castle that was here.
Right, the word spell again, the root words. D. Nico pointing out foundation.
Look how many there are.
Foundation.
Okay, so there was an old castle that they said was built in the 1920s by a baron of some kind, some guy's name, and they said that he tore down his castle and built all these housing projects for the poor people because he was concerned about the poor. And so these structures here with these castle tops are built from the bricks of the old brick castle that was up here that they said that they tore down to build those places.
Right, and that's just like Egypt, where they claim, or they documented that they took all the stones from several pyramids down and deconstructed it and destroyed, removing several even larger pyramids. Now we've found, shout out Ancient Historia channel, Luke. Michael, you met him last time, our first stream. He was with us, the younger gay fella. But
well, I mean, Paul Cook's finding this as well with where they're reusing, and he's also finding where they're cutting up the bigger blocks into smaller ones, and that's what they're building, the newer stuff with. So it's all just, that's that saying, right? We're standing on the shoulders of giants, but literally, we're building on their foundations.
We're parts of them anyway.
Right, and so Luke found on the Nile, this Nazra, where the waterfalls of the Nile used to be. Now there's a giant dam and lake there, and that in fact, in all the old maps from the 1600s and all the ancient Greek testimonies of the area and their maps, right at this waterfall below it, that there was even larger pyramids than the Giza pyramids, and they were at the steeper angle like the Nubian pyramids further up at the beginning of the Nile there in Ethiopia, Sudan, but that the tallest one was 1,400 feet tall.
As
So
tall
it's
as the
tall-
Eiffel, as tall as the
That's a mountain. That's a 1,000 foot's a mountain. So
as
Yeah,
tall as the
but-
Empire State Building it was,
Yeah, the
and
Empire
had
State
2
Building.
sphinxes.
And then we
But
went and
also,
checked it. Campbell pulled up Google Earth and we checked the spot right where below where the waterfall would have been, and then now it's covered by a lake. But where that 1,400-foot pyramid was, there was a giant stone quarry. It was one of the main quarries now, right where all the ancient maps and pictures depicted this 1,400-foot pyramid is now. And speak of the devil, welcome, Luke.
Yeah, the other thing is they changed. They changed the course of the Nile, and so what you were saying before, Gerald, about water needing to be on, to rise up to set them off. If they change the course of the Nile, then they take the water, the current, right, away from it and turn it all off.
They would shut down the negative aspect of how that electrical circuit runs. My question was that Nubian pyramid, 1,400 foot high, not a question, more of a statement. That's built at 76.345 degrees angle. That would make it an antenna, almost like cell phone towers today. In fact, I kind of wonder if cell phone towers are built at that same angle.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's important.
And there's also all that research that the Russians did on the pyramids with the different angles at the top, and they were like,
I have some research on that, different angles of pyramids and the degrees and what they do and what parts of the body it heals, and very interesting stuff. Pyramids are amazing. Shape power, I guess you'd call it. There's a little more to it than that. Don't get me wrong. That's more of a subtle energy, but very interesting.
The numbers, patterns, right? Like the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, and Mike pointed out there that it's 1,400 again. That 1,400 feet, just like the 1,400 miles between all the islands.
An antenna is what, 1,725 feet? So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Is that not what it is?
I got to show this part in correlation. This is the Grand Canyon topographical map.
And I just didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry, bro.
Oh, okay. Hello, Luke.
Welcome, Luke. Ancient story. So this is 2 topographical maps of the main pyramid complex section of the Grand Canyon, where King Cade's discovery was reported, and where this Isis temple is. This is the closest one of the 50 pyramid marked temples that anybody can see or walk up to access. Not a lot of people know that this entire area of the Grand Canyon is not just a no-fly zone 24/7, 12 months of the year, that they actually have active denial systems for drones there. Shout out to a good friend Rex Bear at Leak Project. He's gone there a couple times, and he has it on camera where he had his drone going over trying to explore it, and then all of a sudden just boom, they crashed it. They freaking fried it.
Well,
and then
I was just
after the on video that he has it filmed, and it's on his channel, of the Apache helicopter coming up from out of the canyon, and like they were chased out by an Apache helicopter, and they were just on the edge of the Grand Canyon, of the main site that you can look out to here and see.
What if it's a no-fly zone because it's still producing electricity, and it's stuff? It was the actual area that sank the drone because it's stuffed with the electrics.
That's possible. And
why
that
is
would
there a
explain why
military
the compasses always start spinning in certain areas around these places.
There you go.
Possibly.
It's in operation then, because I'll tell you this: all the research I've done in the coils I build, they make my compasses spin, or I can direct at what pole goes where. If I want the south pole on the bottom, I can do that, or I can make it continuously spin. So that's when it's operating in like a vortex. And that's exactly what a pyramid does. It's torsion mechanics. It builds a torsion field above at the top of the pyramid itself. So if it is still operating, and you're absolutely right, a drone in the wrong spot caught that wave, be gone.
Well, the drone actually crashing. Rex believes, and there's more cases of this, that it's actually the Park Rangers National Guard, and was probably a active denial drone unit on the Apache helicopter that he filmed a few minutes later that crashed it, and that they straight hijacked it and then intentionally destroyed it, where they accelerated it into the cliff sort of thing as soon as they got it. This is one of the geoglyphs, or I think this is a geoglyph, or earthenwork, whatever you want to call it, of Nazca, Peru, the same area, Dutch, that you were showing the Nazca, it was Nazca, Peru skulls, right?
Yeah.
And so this is from the hill mountain there, which is now desert, down to the ocean. So this is a couple hundred feet, I believe. And it's been there, they say it's thousands of years, just as old as the rest of the Nazca lines. This is clearly a fractal ray antenna of sorts.
I was just about to say. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Straight fractal ray antenna, and it has very similar geometries to the under ocean structures that you were showing at.
It looks like a trident.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to apologise to everyone, by the way. I'm going to sound really nasally because I've just come out of surgery 2 hours ago.
Out of surgery?
Yeah. Just, I should still be at hospital, actually. But
that's why Luke's not showing his face.
It's all done up.
Well, it wasn't anything to do with the other stream the other night, was it?
No. I didn't overdo it. No, I had a nose surgery planned for today, and
it was a cosmetic plan.
It's not cosmetic. It's quite functional.
Come on, you're trying to look like David Beckham, aren't you?
I'm going to come on tomorrow with a completely different nose. But it's quite awful, because at least in England, right? They kind of let you go. They're like, sign this form and you can leave, and you could have an axe in your head, and they'd be like, sign the form. It's not our problem. So as long as you sign the form, you're all right. So this woman was like, you got to stay until 5, and I was like, 5? Give me the form. Sign the form. Pulled the cannula out my arm. They're like, you can't do that. It's like, yes, I can. I've signed the form.
I've signed the form. You're no longer liable.
Walking out, covering my own blood, see you later, bitches. But it was.
So if you
I might have to go, guys. It's almost midnight here, and hitting 3 hours.
Fair enough. Good, Campbell.
So you guys can feel free to keep going if you want to keep going.
Okay.
Could I address one thing that everybody, before anybody goes, because there's going to be a lot of people when I play this back on my channel or whatever, and they will address it and bring up the famous excuse that everyone brings up when we're seeing a lot of this stuff, which is they try to say it's pareidolia, which is people try to say that we're seeing shapes and things and that we're not really seeing anything, and that blah 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 doesn't mean anything. But I would bring back up what we started talking about at the start of this whole thing, which is the military bases in the middle of each one.
And before you continue on with that and addressing exactly what you're talking about, these topographical maps of the pyramids there. So topographical map means the lowest part is this river, the base, and then the highest point is the peaks. And each of the peaks are these exact pyramids and temples that are literally called Isis temple, Hindu temple, Ra temple, and so forth. But that they perfectly align up. The peaks of each of those pyramid temples in the Grand Canyon perfectly align up to each star in the Orion constellation in the sky, as well as the other major stars in the Perseid sky of the Orion constellation, so that there's not just it, but even more, and that it's perfect proportions, star for star, or star for peak, over 30 stars and peaks, of these pyramid temple structures there, so that if you're trying to claim pareidolia or some coincidence, it's
Come back, Birdie.
Alright guys, we're going to move on to the next stream. This is just about done. I think it's, yeah, I'm watching the viewers going down, so we're going to move on to the next one. Big up to Dutch Synths, Burnite, Autodidactic, and Gerald as well. So yeah, we continue. We're going to play a few minutes of this, and we're going to get into the Mandela effect with let me go on the screen for a sec. The Mandela effect with Shiva Shampoo. Shiva Shampoo is on fire in this. It's crazy. It's nuts. Brilliant.
In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-Team.
It's showtime.
We do this every year and it's stupid. What do you mean? It's stupid. Do what every year? This nonsense every year. Oh, you bullshit. I
Need a bigger boat.
The controversial social media influencer Andrew Tate has been arrested in Romania.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
The Matrix has attacked me.
I had lived with Andrew for years and years, and he would never do anything like this.
I promise you that Tate is too rich and too smart to do anything illegal. He's been too rich for a very, very long time. As long as I've lived with him, I've never seen him do anything illegal at all. He always knew that this would happen. If they can't cancel you, and if they can't put you in jail, or if jail doesn't ruin your influence, the next thing they do is they kill you. They Epstein you.
I just want to say that the judges today made the right decision. I respect what they've done for me, and they will be vindicated in their decision because I'm an innocent.
A bottle of water will cost you 50 cents at the supermarket, $2 at the gym, $3 at the fucking movies, or $6 on a fucking plane. Cunts. It's the same fucking bottle of water, same fucking water, nothing's fucking changed. The only thing that's changed its value is its fucking location. Cunts. So next time you're feeling you've got no fucking self-worth, maybe you need to change your location. Cunts. No, cunts, love you.
Man, and I can't wait to prove it.
Cancel it. He's still around. Oh, well, lie about him in the news. Just say he touches chicks. Well, no one believes it. I'm winning too well. I'm scared by the incompetence of these clowns. But I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to lose? I'm genuinely looking for guidance here. Am I supposed to roll over and fucking lose? When they're lying about me and slandering my name and trying to put me back in a fucking dungeon? Anybody who knows me, when anything goes wrong, they call me. I'm the hero. But now, I have no one to call. I have people telling me, you'll be okay, you're a top G. Will I? I don't know. If anybody can defeat this Matrix attack, it's going to be the top G. Tristan said something to me in that jail cell was completely true. He said, 13 years in the Chateau d'If, and then the world is ours.
Don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You sound it's all bullshit!
Right, we're going to get into Flat Day special next after Illuminati song.
Illuminati, cause we wanna get invited to the coolest parties by subtly communicating hidden symbology. Soon we'll be part of a secret society.
Hollywood will open up its doors for us. We'll meet the inner circle of executives.
We'll give a guy a wristy in a warm jacuzzi, and the guy will put us in a Disney movie.
Then they'll play our music on MTV. We'll be given designer clothes for free.
And we can drive everywhere DUI, cause we'll be under the protection of the all-seeing eye.
And we'll never have to worry about bills again, cause the Rockefeller family will be our best friends.
We'll fuck a squirrel and finger a fish, and triangle, triangle, eye, pyramid. You can be rich and famous too.
I love the establishment, yay! We want to get into the Illuminati, and we want to hang out with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
We want to sell our souls in 1 billion records and bow before our reptilian overlords.
Then the enlightened few will bring us into the fold,
where we'll be told secrets of old,
like why the CIA killed JFK,
and why on earth the moon landing was fake.
Being Illuminati will be so much fun. We'll learn the truth about Area 51.
They'll tell us where Flight MH370 is, and which politicians like to fuck kids.
We'll get 1 million followers on Instagram. We'll have the whole wide world in our hands.
The Rothschilds will take us to Bohemian Grove, where it's likely that we'll both be murdered and cloned.
Let's manipulate the economy.
War is good for humanity. We'll be given the keys to unlock the Bible, and we'll become Lucifer's loyal disciples. We'll pray to Baphomet and the princes of hell.
We'll bathe in pig's blood and cut ourselves
under the blood moon, beneath Satan's radiant energy, before the Dark Lord Lucifer himself. I invoke the 4 crown princes of hell, inviting the forces of darkness to bestow their knowledge and power upon me. I, your faithful servant, promise to hide triangles in things, perform at the Grammys and tell people the earth is round. From this day forth, I'll do whatever it takes to thwart globalism, multinational corporations, the establishment, and the military-industrial complex. I love fracking, it's the best. Let's go for some pizza.
What flavor?
Kitty flavor. We're gonna get assassinated for making this video.
More like initiated.
Oi, oi, we are live on a Saturday. Wiggly Flat Firms, awesome to see you guys. Thanks for all waiting in chat so patiently. We got a classic YouTube moment happening. Right now, tonight, on Saturday, we're going to have a very special show. There you are. Just check my comms are in order. They sound absolutely smashing. Good to see you all. I'm live. Celtic Tatarian channel. I am live on Facebook. And I'm live on Martin Liedtke channel. Awesome. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Bishake. Thank you, Pamela. Woohoo. Thank you, Nathan. Much love to you, brave brother. Thank you, Nate, Raina. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Dale Little. Right. So we have a special show lined up for you tonight. Special show lined up for you tonight. It's going to be awesome. What we're going to do is we're going to do a happy experiment. We're going to find out if it's true of our idea that humor and laughing puts you in a flow state. So what we're going to do is we're all going to laugh our tits off and we're going to get in a flow state. Okay, we got a special guest coming over. We love Shiva Shampoo, who's going to come over. We're going to talk about the distinct possibility that all the weirdness that is going on in history, like whatever's happening, like overlapping timelines and whatever, could possibly be that Mandela effects never just shit out of nowhere in 2015, like along same timeline as Flat Earth, more that it's always been there. And this place has had Mandela effects right the way through. You know, an example, Nostradamus prophesied of Hitler, only called him Hisler. Well, maybe it was Hitler. Maybe it's been Mandela affected. Maybe the Germans even won the war, and that's been Mandela affected. Now, let me explain all that German stuff you've got piled up everywhere, and all in buildings. Just saying. But yeah, all these, you know, the
historical anomalies, you know, the Tatarian buildings that seem to be a lot older, deeper in the ground, and a load of other mysteries that we just can't make head or tail out of. So is it Mandela effect? Is this place just editing itself, you know, to keep the simulation? You know, the thing is, the mind is so powerful, it makes you believe it's real. It makes you believe that this is all a real thing. But the mind can do a lot. The belief system and the technology of belief is an amazing science. So I was thinking a lot of stuff. No, I've got Shiva Shampoo. He's here in Chattanooga. I'm going to send him a link now shortly, because I don't want to keep him hanging around while I talk about what's going on and keeping you updated. So I watched a film this week. It was really groovy. Cher watched it with me. The Last Mims. You've seen about that, when they send this doll through time. But basically, this woman says in there that the high Tibetan lamas, they can go through time, and they use mandalas. And apparently mandalas are some sort of jumping technology, if you want to put it like that. And they really do look like they're, you know, like CERN or something, some of these mandalas, and they do look like technology. I'm just wondering if Mandela effect, yeah, no, because they were basically sending things through time in mandalas in the film The Last Minute. It got me thinking. So we're going to talk about a few things that I found out, or some people told me, in America that could be linked in with all of this strangeness. Now, FEB News. We're going to be having a ton of jokes, okay? Now, Shiva, okay, he had a fucking joke book, because he's literally just got like loads and loads of jokes. I've also got loads of jokes, and I've got pictures to show you, videos to show you in this, and some funny stuff and some chosen stuff that hopefully me and Shiva will go through a little bit later on in the show, okay? We're going to talk about some of the Mandela effects in history. And it's going to be really interesting, but we're overwhelmingly going to get the vibration so fucking high in this place that you're going to be glad you clicked on and watched Matt Liedtke channel tonight. So I'll send you a link over ASAP, Shiva. But first, FEB News. We have a meetup coming. And we've had the date shifted because the landlord double booked his wife's party by not checking properly. So we had to shift the date back to the 9th of December. Okay. We ended up with one free ticket. Somebody donated. So we're going to do a little competition a little bit later. I'm not going to do it now because you're just going to bombard the chat with the answers. And that will just be keeping us busy. So that'll be later. If you want to go, okay, to the event. Now, a lot of the gang are going, the British truthers. So what is happening here essentially is the Knights of the Round Table. Or you could look at it this way. Okay, it's the TA. Truthers Anonymous. Okay. If you understand them, you say, I am a truther. And everyone will be going, well done. Yeah, I know. Why did I? Maybe not that bad. It's everything a truther. So satisfaction with it. So the meetup, there's adverts and all of that linked, and there's an advert that I put up on my channel yesterday. If you want to find out about that and you want to come to the Christmas do, we're having a party, a karaoke. It's a really awesome place. It's my local, so it's chosen, you know, for keeping the riff-raff out, if you know what I mean. You know, the old one-eye gang. And because they're going to stick out like a sore thumb there. So that's all been chosen, and it's going to be very epic. You're going to love it. Okay. Thanks for everybody for coming. We got 265 people, just shit out of nowhere. So we're going to be doing some jokes, and I'm going to be showing some funny pics. So essentially, it's going to be a fun time tonight. Okay, guys. So if life gives you melons, you may be dyslexic. So I think it's all about the timing, isn't it, with the deliveries of jokes. I think that we need Shiva. We need Shiva's comic genius is what we need, okay? And we want to ask him if there's been any Mandela effects in Doctor Who. I have a Cyberman's hat over there. Can you show me that? Could you pass me the Cyberman's hat from Doctor Who? Now, certainly, the Cyberman's helmet has changed over time. from this model here to, you know, one earlier on, like toilet rolls attached to it, toilet roll tubes, and some sticky back plastic, look like made in the Blue Peter Arts and Crafts department. And then you got this super one later on in the 70s, the Cyberman, yeah? Mandela effect? Or did they just change in the Arts and Craft department to update it? I don't know. It's worth a thought, and it gave me an excuse to show off my Cyberman helmet. You can actually wear it as well, and it lights up. So yeah, fun time tonight. That's what we're doing. Okay, so if you're grumpy, which you probably won't be if you come here, but if you are, I don't think that's going to last. Somehow, I feel this is not the case. I think that somewhere along the line, something will tickle you. Okay, something will be amusing to you. So I'm going to invite our beautiful brother over, who is Shiva Shampooage, who's going to talk to me. I'm going to show him some pictures. We're going to chew the fat, and we're going to do our flatty thing together. Something different, something new, something fresh.
With lovely Shiva. With
a lovely Shiva, okay? Something fresh. And when you all say fresh, like that. You don't have to. It's not obligatory. There's no rules in Club Fuck It. The only rule in Club Fuck It is there are no fucking rules, which is awesome. Because I'm not very good at rules. Well, that Shiva told a brilliant joke in the show the other night. What was it? This taxi driver said to me that he loved his job because no one ever tells him what to do. I asked him to turn right. I was wondering why frisbees get bigger and bigger. And then it hit me. Anyway, my wife keeps calling me a flamingo, so I had to put my foot down. Okay, calm down. They won't be all like that. Okay, I have good jokes as well. So cheers, guys. Cheers. Looking at you. And you're still having a fun time. Okay, this is the counter side for all the icky vibes that are out there on YouTube. You come here, yeah, you get exactly the opposite. You get like joy. Who knew?
Dad joke day.
So you're Shivich in the house.
Can you see? Oh no, my camera. Where's my camera?
I thought you were just a little tiny white man then.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm StreamYard. Yeah.
Oh yeah, StreamYard. If you go down the bottom settings, okay, he's disconnected. He'll come back now, Shivich. So yeah, Shivan's got like legendary. I wish I was as good as delivering jokes as Shiva, but I'm practicing, and you know, I like to think I'm, you know, a comic as well. But last night my girlfriend was complaining to me that I never listened to her or something like that. Oh, come on. Let's enjoy ourselves. Fucking hell. Oh, a book fell on my head the other day. I've only myself to blame. Okay. No, he's gone back out again. He's back in again. Shiva. Dun, 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 dun,
What's up with my camera? How do I get my camera to work here? It says
well, find something that's got like there's at the bottom you get new stop cam settings. Yeah, if you go in there and go into a video,
okay, camera,
and then you'll be able to activate its arse somewhat. No, Osanora, that was really good. Okay, I'm Welsh. We tell jokes amazingly. Okay, see if you get this one. A termite walked into a bar and asks, "Is the bartender here?" No? Okay. Cheryl's laughing. She thinks it's funny. Oh, come on. No, Dave Waffles is in the house. Let's check him out. We love Dave Waffles because he is eternally optimistic and likes to have a giggle like our fair self. So this is my guilty pleasure. He's fucking off to Dave Waffles' house and having a giggle talking about pee and poo the other day. That was a bit weird. Don't you drink that yellow snow? And somebody said, don't you drink that brown snow? And then it kicked off from there. I was like, oh, God. It's amazing the way the conversation goes in Dave's chat.
So stands in your house. Take the black electrical tape off the camera, Shiva, the saying. If you jump back out and jump back in, it might activate or something. It's time for my last chocolate LSD infused square. Take it, Dean. This will be a really good time to do that. Julia, good to see you. Oh, awesome to see you getting in the buzz. This is what we want. But you had no choice in the matter anyway, because I was just going to do all this regardless of your mood. So, little bunny foo-foo. Oh, fucking love bunnies, little bunny foo-foo. My son got a bunny. Pet bunny. Deanne, good to see you. And Jeffers is in the house. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Two seals walked into a club. No, Jeffrey. No. No. That's not funny. JS, good to see you. No animals are ever harmed in making a flat Earth British, even in.
I'm just wondering, is it worth me starting the stream again? I'm not sure. I don't know. I this whole Vado Manning, you know what I mean? It's real, and I don't know whether to start the stream again or I'll just keep going for now. Let's see.
Jokes. Psycho Dave, good to see you. Otter Christopher, aloha. I'm not sure if that's Christopher or another Christopher. I think it might be another one. Turtle Tiger or Tiger Turtle, if you I'm using that backwards for some weird reason, is our friend Tommy. We love you, we miss you. We love you, we miss you. You're so far away.
We have a message from Shiva.
Yeah.
Martin Liedtke. It says, I don't have a camera plugged in.
Right.
I only have my computer internal camera.
Right.
How do I activate?
Only have my computer internal camera. Yes.
Exactly. It says start cam, and then it doesn't. Oh man. The last time I did it, it wasn't with StreamYard. It was with another one, and it worked out fine.
That was on Zoom. I don't use Zoom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I only use Zoom for that one time. Damn. I look at settings. Oh, no, doesn't give me an option.
No video. Do you know, like, and when you click camera on settings, it gives you like camera or camera resolution, and there's a little arrow, and it'll click like
exactly.
Yeah.
On the left where it says camera, it's just blank. Camera resolution has standard definition, high definition. On the left it says camera, and it just has an arrow, but there's no option. I click on the arrow, and it's just blank.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Nora said turn the camera off for all other applications.
Yeah, that's it. It's being used on Skype or something. That's what it is. It's on other applications. If you turn camera off on all other applications, I might be here. I've tried that before. She's right, Nora said that in chat.
Jesus.
Don't worry. Brian Stavely's here in the chat, and he's saying, Shiva Champion, go into settings, video, and change camera. I just told him that, Brian. I'm not sure if Brian Stavely wants to join the show somewhere along the line. Let me know, Brian. I could shot you over that. I could shot you over a link. As long as you're willing to look at some of my naughty pictures a bit later. They're not all naughty. Funny pictures a bit later. No, they are chosen for Shiva shampooage. Okay, so you probably need to use Google Chrome, not whatever browser you're using. Brilliant, you're a brilliant guy. So that's Brian Stavely's advice to you. What browser are you using?
No. I'm using Opera right now, actually.
Opera's a motherfucker. Try and use Chrome. Chromey Wummy.
Okay, 1 second. How about Brave?
Andy Pandy 33, welcome, sir. Didn't know you were watching. Welcome. Good to see you.
So
it is windy as shit down here as well. All I can hear is noise above the boat. Absolutely horrendous weather. Did you hear that bang? Horrendous weather, honestly.
Okay.
All totally normal, of course.
Let's see what's happening with this cat. Yeah, let's turn this into a crazy good show, man. Don't worry about camera. If you're not there, it doesn't matter. Brian Stavely. Fucking hell.
Brian says, I've tried it Chrome will fix the issue.
There you are, Shiva.
Yeah, do it.
And then we can see your awesomeness oozing through the screenage.
Okay, it's still downloading.
Okay. Yeah, we're all loosey goosey. This is giving time. This is the time for giving time for people to mosey on over. You know.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, well, give me 2 seconds, right? What I'm going to do is show a quick video, which I was going to do, of what's going to be happening in the near future. Okay, so let me just give you that. My Friday special. Okay. It's the Knights of the Round Table. Knights of the Round Table. Okay, so I've had a video made. Here it is, guys. It's the Knights of the Round Table. And I'm not going to play it, the music, because it's actually copyrightable. But there you are, 9th of December 2023, or so they say in Cardiff, Wales. And special guests to be announced very, very soon. And it says 50 seats, but there'll be about 60. You can get in there, maybe a few more. It's and today on there, it's got open bar, all of that. But I inquired today about food, a buffet for everyone. Because I'm going to get a buffet, so you don't have to go looking for food or anything. So there'll be a buffet included as well in the price. And there's the tickets there, okay, in my local pub for various reasons. And we're going to have a big hangout, and it's going to be groovy. Okay, guys. So that is soon. That is literally in 9th December. So yay, shalom. I got Warning Skydome. Good to see you from San Diego. I love your city. Your traffic's off the fucking radar. And the way them planes land between buildings is 10 types of weird. I can't even get my head around it. How it doesn't crash into the tower blocks every single day. It's just weird. It was between literally buildings. Really strong IPA in the pub. Beware. It is. It's nuclear and dirt cheap too. 1980 prices. This is what you are. Cheap strong ale for a flat of British meat. Okay. Kay's in the house. Good to see you, Kay each. And Bob is in the house. We're going to need a bigger silver brace. Yeah. So somebody in my comments said over in the Celtic Satarian channel, oh, the CIA wiped Dolly's braces. And it's in an advert. I have seen that advert. And it's in the Canadian version. What? Fucking Canadian version. We all get the same bastard movies. Don't get different movies from different places. That doesn't make no sense. The Canadians get a different version of it. And if that is the case, please send me the evidence, because I've been looking into this for years. Nobody's sending me the evidence of any version of Dolly wearing braces from Moonraker in the Canadian version of Moonraker. So please do, if you got it. Just out. But there you go. Just saying. So we got a joke. Guys. Bandita says, I won't serve a beer to a bear in this bar. Oh, hang on a minute. In this bar. Okay, I feel this might be a good joke. Particularly a bear on drugs. Bear says, what drugs? I'm clean. Bandita says, I saw that bar bitch you ate.
Barbiturate.
Oh, fucking hell. All right, I'll give you that.
That's nasty.
That is not bad. That's not bad. I like my termite one. It took me a while for the penny to drop on it. It's like, what does that mean? Is the bartender? Oh yeah, it's a termite. He eats fucking wood. Well. So Vibes is in the house. Pamela Swan is bringing the woohoo in, and Dale. Oh yeah, it's a termite. He eats fucking wood. I think your watch page is on. There you are. That's working at least. Not really here. No shit. Eric Sims, Social Mind Experiment. Yeah, it's all weird on fucking YouTube. It's all Holly Weird and MK Ultra. Dalius, good to see you, my brother. The white horse fell into a mud puddle. I think that's probably really something prophetic he said there, but it's lost on me. Okay, Gumnut Man, good to see you. What one? And James Hines, good to see you as well. So, are you there, Shiva?
Almost. I've downloaded it. I'm getting into my
fucking A.
That's it.
Getting into my Gmail.
And you fixed it. And you fixed it. It's cured.
Almost.
This guy walked into a bar, but it only bruised his head. That's a really I was told that joke in high school. That's a high school joke. That's from the 1970s, but I'll give it to you that it's a joke. Okay. Okay, we got loads of jokes. Anybody else got any jokes? I got a couple of jokes.
Here's one.
What?
What do you call a penguin without a left flipper?
What you call a penguin without left flipper?
All right.
All right. Anyway, my grief counselor died recently, but he was so good, I didn't give a shit. I went to a lingerie shop recently. Buy a pair of knickers. I said, are these knickers satin? And the lady said, no, they're brand new. We've got loads of jokes. Anybody else got any jokes? I got a couple. Yeah, what pages on there, broski? What I failed at maths so many times in school, I've lost count. Can't hear anyone laughing. Sort of. Anyway, I told my girlfriend she drew her eyebrows too high, and she looked surprised. What? I thought that was a really good joke then. Anyway. My girlfriend's dog died, so I bought her an identical replica. She was livid. She said, what the fuck am I going to do with 2 dead dogs? Okay. Don't laugh then. It's not funny. I thought it was funny. Dad jokes. Guy goes, hang on. Let's fucking do this. Let's do this with... Guy goes into a farmer's market and says, how much are your tomatoes? Farmer says, the more you buy, the cheaper they get. Guy says, super cool. Keep loading them in my truck. Got us. Good one. That's a bit like that taxi joke that Shiva said about puking on the seats, isn't it? It's a bit like that. I think I'll have to let Shiva tell that one. There he is. Shiva's in the house.
Yeah, I'm here. All right, guys.
Check him out.
Thank you, Brian Stavely, for the technical advice. That is, thank you, brother. That is so cool.
He may join. I've sent him a link. That would be good. I didn't expect that.
Oh, that would be great. That would be funny. Nice one.
It's the master of Mandala.
Oh, yes. Excellent.
Good to see you, my brother. Thanks for popping by. And thanks for acknowledging my invite.
Here I was trying to, you know, sometimes anonymous is bullshit, right? There's no anonymous on the internet. I don't believe it, right? But I did it for many years.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're going to try to be anonymous. I don't want to use Google. But the thing is, you have to use Google. You have to use them like you're forced. And so I thought, no, okay, I won't use Chrome. But, you know, they kind of force you to do it. So here I am, Google Chrome. I'm yours. You own me. No problem.
We love to see you, Steve. Okay. Well, don't be anonymous. It only adds to suspicion.
That's just right. Oh, yeah. Especially if you don't show your face.
I'm like, why is that fucking not showing his face, man? What they fucking up to?
Yeah, the faceless accusers. But the thing is, if you don't show your face, they can't see you can't see your hand signs, your 33 gang hand signs.
Oh, fuck yeah. They're all triangling and fucking one-eyeing, man.
That's right. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, really.
I did Flat Earth British like for years, and I used to put the Vix up, but somebody clued me up in my comments saying, "Oh, do you actually know what that means?" And it's like, and it was all different permeations to it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it seems to be in a bit of agenda used by Churchill, used by the hippie movement." Yeah, I think they're all psyops. All of them seem to be psyops, bro. I'm just thinking about all of the gnarly shit, you know. The thing is I was watching a video earlier and it was concerning the free man movement, and all of my friends jumped on board with it and they all got in deep shit with it. And I kind of wondering, whenever all of that got shit out, everyone followed that and everyone okay, it's great being sovereign. Try that in a fucking court of law and what they tell you. It don't work like that.
And
well, it depends on where you live, right? Like people
Yeah.
tell me, okay, I don't live in America or Canada or any Western nation. I live in all these whacked out countries in Asia. And I'm telling you, if I go to them and say, oh, blah, 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 sovereign, blah, 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 they're going to look at me like, what the fuck you talking about? And they're just going to bamboo your ass. Like there's, they don't give a shit what I'm going to use the right language. They're just going to go dookie, dookie, goodbye, you know? So it may be relevant if your life is somewhere else and you don't want to pay taxes and stuff like this. But in most of the world, they're just going to not care what you're saying, especially in some of these Asian nations. They're just going to, you know, like in India.
Yeah, you'll be fucked. I'm a sovereign being. That's the
You're talking about gender. I just want to talk about Mandela. Obviously, the feminists are up in arms about Mandela. They think it should be Womandela or Persondela or, you know, Shimdela, you know, Pandela.
Yeah.
You know, I think you got to get, you know, all the sexes, because it's a fluid reality, right? So that, you know, just get into the gender fluid Mandela movement. You know, I really think the feminists are onto a track here. Like, why are we concerning about men? It's women are also responsible for the Mandela effect. You know,
Fuck yeah, they're epic creators in this place. There's no doubt about it. They got the imagination and they're calmer. Men tend to think about bullshit things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I used to dislike the word Mandela effect because of Nelson Mandela, right? Quite a divisive figure and quite a wanker if you really get into the history of it.
Well, I actually went to see him. I took my son, who's in chat now, to go and see him when he came to Cardiff. And I had my son on my shoulders, and basically I done a sonic whistle. I can do a really loud whistle to get his attention to Secret Service there, and there. Block 3 of them just blocking me into the railing. And my son on my shoulder, and he came straight to me and my son. He touched Lawrence, my son, who's in the chat now. You'll verify it, on his face. He went, love you, love you. The guy was pretty fucking charismatic. He had like a gold lame shirt on. And he was like,
sure.
Like, he looked special, you know. He looked like he was something.
Right. I met the Dalai Lama twice. You know, the Dalai Lama is a CIA operative, right? You know, he's a banker. Yeah, totally. I met him twice, 1992. I went up to him. He put a red thing around my neck. I was in India in Ladakh.
Oh, wanker. And it was like, you queue for that. You joined a line all day for that little bit of fucking cord they charged you for.
Yeah.
You try and suck his tongue.
I mean, yeah, it's actually amazing I was able to meet him because supposedly, you know, the Chinese don't like him and, you know, they could kill him at any time. And so then you realize all these narratives are bullshit. I mean, these people are fakers. But at the time, 1992, a long time ago, I was 22 years old. He seemed genuine to me. You know, he had this happy face and, you know, of course.
I thought the same.
Yeah, but I was paradigm blind, right? Like, I mean, I believed he was a good guy. So I'm going to look at him and go, oh, smiley face, good. You know, you think you're a good read of character. And I probably was. But someone who's really charismatic and really on the world stage doing a good job at psyoping.
100%. Yeah.
You know,
no chance he's outside of it. You know, I read his book years ago when I thought he was a good man, The Universe in a Single Atom, and he talks about his childhood, and he had gifts in that from all the world leaders. He had a Model T Ford that he used to sit in as a boy and play, and just a warehouse full of gifts from the royals and all of the people. You know, doesn't this tell you? And the process for establishing if he's a llama, you know, give this kid a little bit of a toys, and if he pulls any forward, he recognizes him. He's definitely a reincarnation of the that kid just could have been smart and fucking lucky. And he seems a bit of a scammer, doesn't he, the Dalai Lama? I think he might have just moseyed his way.
Definitely a scammer. Well, the other thing is, though, okay, I believe that story because the story is what they've been doing all along. The Tibetans, they go around. They consult this oracle, and then they go to this neighborhood, and then they go to these children, right? And they get the children, and then they have all the things that belong to the last incarnation, right? And they put them all there, and the child is supposed to grab the right items, right? And this Dalai. The thing is, though, just like John Kerry went to Antarctica. I mean, were you there? Did you see him go there? I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, we ordered penguin pineal glands.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I wasn't there.
Penguins, yeah.
I mean, how do I know? So he's, oh, well, I mean, the Dalai Lama, he chose the right items. I'm like, according to who? You know, Spin Doctor TV. I mean, really, when you think about it, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
It could all be bullshit. It
It's
really
all bullshit,
could.
yeah.
And now I think, yeah, it is bullshit. It is all bullshit. But I'm thinking, oh, but all the other times before it wasn't bullshit. Well, no, maybe it was. PSYOPs and Mandela effects, I think, have been going on for a really long time. Mandela effects, I think, have been going on all along. I think it's an intrinsic part of the realm. I think it's just how this realm works, you know?
I do. There's so many, things that just don't make no sense in the past.
Absolutely.
And Mandela effect and edits, start to, you think, hang on a minute, how far back, how many examples, apart from like geographical examples I could show, and a lot of cryptids, etc.
For sure, yeah.
That's just high strangeness, dog heads, etc. And
Right.
all of these cryptid beings, only apparently as little as 2,500 years ago in some accounts, not even in the fucking way off past.
When you look at the maps, right? When you look at maps, okay, maps have changed. So you could say, because of the resets, you're not talking about uniformitarianism. You're talking about catastrophic resets that have totally changed things, that have created, icy bits, that now it's green, up in the North Pole and the South, whatever you want to call it. And why all these different maps? I mean, a few hundred years ago, it's very different. There's green, watery stuff in Africa, but that doesn't have to necessarily be Mandela effect or whatever. That can be actually physical changes of the place that we're in, of the realm, right? But then people are getting into, how did they make that impossible architecture? How do they make that building? Did they use polymer? Did they use levitation? Did they use some kind of wall, like sing, and then the rock went in the air that we can't lift it?
I know. I thought that.
But the thing is, though, like, dash in a Kit Kat, a building just appears, millions of Bibles worldwide change. Look, these things can change, profound changes. So there can be buildings, even entire civilizations, just edited in to the thing. I mean, anything is possible, right? If a small change, if a medium change, a big change, anything is possible. There are accounts of, civilizations just kind of being here with no record of them having entered, no history. There's also civilizations. Yeah, exactly. Just there's civilizations leaving and civilizations coming, just like an edit. It's like they're here, now they're just here. Where did they come from? I don't know.
All of them, all civilizations have vanished. All of them.
Yeah. So you wonder, like, when we're running around trying to wonder what kind of technology may have done this and that. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Obviously, we use a car to get around. So it doesn't. Oh, the car doesn't exist. The car does exist. However, it confuses us, because sometimes things could have just been put into existence with no technology at all, except the divine technology of, edits in the, whatever you want to call this, fluid dream-like reality. Like in a dream, something will appear, but you don't know how it appeared. It's just there. There is no real origin. It's quite it's fascinating, and it makes it confusing. People get into kind of a solipsism. They're saying, well, then what is real? And well, yeah, I guess what is real? But yeah, it is fascinating. But, because we get too focused on the details and on the mechanics. Some people are very materialistic minded, right? And very physical. There must be something within the bookends. There must be a physical reason for this. But sometimes we just have to admit that some stuff we'll never know. Even basic things like, what is the sun? Oh, well, it's plasma. It's not hydrogen going to helium 93 million miles away. That's bullshit, right? I mean, it's not a 40,000 circumference globe. We know what it's not, but what it is, sometimes we'll never know. And I think that's for most things. We'll just never know.
I think it's all supernatural by nature. I always have. Interestingly, Cheryl was just watching a video this afternoon with some Aboriginals and their burial practices. And when they were doing the funeral, they basically sent the soul of the person, the relative, back to the sun. Sun. So, just like we were proposing with some fashion.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I was just showing some old maps here. I don't know if it's a Mandela affected, these pictures, but what you find is There's no snow anywhere in the realm. Even the Urbano Monte map shows 0 snow anywhere, including the Arctic regions.
Right.
And what you get is places that are like now sandy, like Arabia. In these maps, and these are on from late 1400s, you see Arabia as green and pleasant with deciduous trees. You know, completely different season. So is that a mandala effect?
That's Saudi Arabia, right? And the Persian Gulf, and
sure. Yeah, which is desert region. But in these maps, you know, they're just, this is the cosmographia, and it's just, you even got a wrongly orientated continent. You know, like Brian will tell you, you know, he thinks that South America is a little bit too far. It's not far enough west, you know.
It's about 1,500 kilometers, about at least 1,000 miles to the east. It's ridiculous. I mean, South America. I've got people on that one. You know, like there was this old guy. He was in his 70s, right, and he traveled quite a bit. You know, and he knew a little bit about the Mandela effect. And I just said to him, "Hey, go check out a map of South America." And he went, and he was like, "No way." It's just funny because, you know, he's an older guy, right? And me, I used to look at maps all the time.
All the time. Same here.
Right. I knew the capitals of every country, you know, when I was a kid. And
same
then
here. They used to test me in the class and point to them. And
exactly. I remember one year I got like 100. I got 98% in geography or whatever. Basically, you know, like and so when people try to tell me, oh, this, no, like I know what was there. I know what it looked like. And then people say, oh, it's map projections. Like, no, we're not talking about map projections. We're talking about the same globe in your house is now different.
A couple of weeks ago, somebody sent me, just said randomly, have you seen Greenland lately? I was like, no. It looked different. I'm like, because I've looked at it 100 times, you know, I've really gone into Greenland, and I'm like, wow, no, that looks fucking different.
Well, Greenland always looks really giant as well, too, and it is bigger than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's 1/14 the size of Africa, but on a Mercator projection, they show you that it's around the same size.
So big.
You're just displacing water for the light map. Here you got a picture here, North Africa. Sahara Desert does not exist in this period.
Yep.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to draw your attention to these as well. You know, these famous St. Petersburg photographs. People have been using them and saying they're for missing peoples, okay? But it is an anomaly because 20 years on from these periods, these streets are teeming with people, right? Have you seen these pictures?
What you're showing me right now?
Yeah. They're of St. Petersburg, 1860.
Okay.
Right.
No. Well, show it to me.
It should be coming up. Hang on a minute. I want to stop sharing. I don't think that is actually sharing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fine. So, yeah, I don't see it.
Okay. You don't see it. Okay. Excuse me a second.
Man, St. Petersburg is amazing, though. It's crazy. I remember Sylvie Ivanova, who doesn't like
flat Earth. Sylvie.
I remember she did a big rundown on the St. Petersburg, the beautiful building. I mean, it's just mind blowing. You know, that was one of the early ones. I think it was 2015. I was looking at that going, no way. I mean, this is impossible. You know, when you really go into it. Brian,
in the house.
Right.
Now we got
What's up?
Awesome, brother.
Good to see you, Brian. Thanks for joining. Well,
yeah, man.
I am right now on Matt Leaker's channel on Dose of Reality. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, you saw the video promo. Yeah.
Man, just come up.
Well, it's interesting. I'm glad you're bringing up geography, and I feel you know a lot more about maps than I do, actually. Especially all these old maps and stuff you look at. And it's interesting that you brought up it's missing snow everywhere, because one of the biggest Mandela effects for many people is the ice cap on the North Pole is gone off every globe in existence. So I think that probably correlates into whatever theory we're going to tie together with what's happening to this realm to do with the missing ice and snow and Earth cycles, resets, whatever it is. It's all kind of tied together.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Okay, so the ice, what is the official thing on the ice, Brian? Like, does science say, oh, yeah, there used to be ice there, but now it's gone? Or is it like a Mandela, like it's always been this way? The Arctic Sea has always been navigable.
Well, I don't know what their official story on it, but you would think at the very least, the fact that the ice caps aren't there on there, it kind of goes against their whole global warming narrative for years, doesn't it? That the ice caps are going to melt and all this, and now they're not there. I don't know what their official stance is on it now, but again, I just want to jump on what you were saying about map projections. We've been around the block here, all of us. We understand about map projections, revised Bibles, retranslations, reissues of movies. All of them. So when we say it's changed, if your memory matches what we, as ours do, it resonates with you, but you think the Mandela effect isn't real, then go pull out an old global map and show us how we're wrong. And the old global map has what we remember, and they've just changed it over time. But that's not the case.
Yeah, that's the thing. We always wish we had residue. Like, I wish I had the globe that I had when I was a kid. You know, I had two globes when I was a kid, one physical, one political, one of Mars, if you can believe that, which I don't even think is a physical object.
There has to be a reason. Icebergs are fresh water, though.
Yeah.
You know, where is their source? And I've never seen an iceberg, by the way, but I know people who have, and I've seen them on videos, but I've never witnessed them myself.
Well, also, I mean, do you believe there's an ice wall? Like, I don't like.
I don't know, man.
I've never been to the.
I'm thinking.
I don't know. Yeah, but
no,
I think it's like bullshit to me. I don't believe. You see photos. Oh, well, I saw the photo. That could be anything, dude. That can be a Photoshop thing. You have no idea. Oh, my friend went on a tour. Your friend went south of South America at that very tip where it's icy, and they take you out to this little place. Nobody goes to the North Pole. Nobody goes to the South Pole. What are you talking? It's bullshit. And yet people are so gullible. Like, they just want to believe what they're told. I guess it shakes their paradigm too much. You know, they're like,
well, it even works in the truther communities as well. You know, I mean, if it fits their narrative and they want to believe that there's an ice wall, they'll take a picture of a fucking iceberg that somebody posts and say, "Look, here's proof of the ice wall." You know,
exactly.
It goes both ways. You know, but what you said, you had your old globe. I was at a and you've probably heard this story. I know you've seen a lot of my stuff. Maybe Martin and his audience have. In Thanksgiving, or it was either Thanksgiving or Christmas. About 5 years ago now, I went to go visit my mom, and I had seen other relatives that were there, cousins of mine that I hadn't seen in several years because they moved like 100 miles away, 200 miles away. And when I get there, rather than the little boy who I last saw when he was like 7 or 8, he's about 12 now. Rather than saying Happy Thanksgiving or whatever the holiday was when I walked in the door, he says, "I know about Pikachu's tail." So it started the whole Mandela effect conversation. And I started to discuss the geography changes. So I started to run through them and make them answer what they remembered. And of course, they remembered what we're probably going to get into soon.
Cuba.
And they had the old globe. I had my cousin go in the basement and get the globe, bring it up, the globe that she claimed was 30, 40 years old. And of course, all the changes were represented on there. So I was able to have that happen in front of family. It was cool, man.
Beautiful. That's really good, man.
Wow.
So they don't think you're a nutcase. I mean, they already know you're a nutcase, but you're the right kind of nutcase. It seems to be talking about stuff that other people aren't talking about. No,
well, I mean, look how many people are talking about this now. I got more friends and family that are watching my shows. My mom's always in the chat. Several friends of mine, people at my work now are all watching. And now look at more and more channels. I've finally, after 8 years, ready to discuss the Mandela effect. And stop calling it a psyop. And I know, Martin, I've known for years that it's real, and you've touched on it.
I think they're increasing. There's more, you know, like the phone home one, ET phone home. You know, there seems to be more, like the Dolly got braces one. It seems to be more prominent ones, like that. You know?
Oh yeah.
Ed McMahon. You know, how can it not be Ed for fuck? How can it be not be Ed McMahon? Really does my head in. It's like, fuck
ridiculous.
Off.
It's funny, but people will, in their mind, they will disprove in their mind a couple of them, and then they'll say, "See, it's all bullshit." You're like, "Well, how about the other few thousand?" I mean, dude, there's an overwhelming amount. So, and all kind, and something for everybody too, for old people, young people. You know, there's new ones also. The stuff that we don't know about because our age group, people playing video games and stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's freaking them out. I've watched some of them. They know their video games very well. Just like
safe places that don't exist before, and they're masters. Yeah, I've seen that.
I've watched some very good videos from some young people specifically about changes in their video games and some of the investigations that they did into it. And just like with Bible changes, even though I'm not super familiar with the Bible before the Mandela effect. When there's just like you weren't around when the resets happened, Martin, but you can still research it, you know?
Yeah.
So I can still research these things, and I've come to find that a lot of these video game changes that they're presenting are legit. Based on the residual evidence that I'm finding, and there's some really freaky ones for sure, man. Yeah, so that's the thing with the Mandela effect too, that people need to remember. Like you said, the people that want to say it's not happening or whatever, what they'll also do always is go, well, I mean, what's it matter if Sex in the City changed or whatever? And it's like, well, you keep saying that, and you keep saying it's this media and all this stuff that's controlled by Hollywood. But we started the show today by talking about map changes and the world geography. So it's all different categories. The entire realm is fluid. Yeah, there's a ton of changes in that, but there are in this, and that.
Right.
And if the Mandela effect is trying to get our attention, which is what I believe it is trying to do, absolutely. Well, how was the best way to reach people? To the stuff that they know, man, and they know music and movies and all of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's doing it to our level. If you want to complain, why is it doing frivolous things? You're like, well, that's what you guys are looking at. You're looking at brands and logos and cartoons and movies, and that's how you're going to reach the maximum amount of people. To give the maximum
thing. Yeah.
You know, I mean, the Lord's Prayer. If you were born Christian and you said the Lord's Prayer thousands of times, you're like, oh yeah, we used to say on earth as it is in heaven, but I guess it was always in earth. I guess we just did it wrong. I mean, what? No, I mean, come on. You said it thousands of times. It's not possible. You know,
no.
Or debtors, okay, whatever. Some people say it's Protestants, Catholic, whatever. But on earth and in earth, that's universal change. That's for everybody. You know?
Yeah, and think about some of the connotations that you think would interest people. Like all of us have come through a lot of the same roads. Obviously, the discussion with the shape of the earth and all that. And it's like, but now that scriptures change into things from on earth to in earth, planets is in the Bible, all this stuff that you think people would be super interested in, they don't give a shit. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's really weird. And if you're into Christianity, which has supernatural things going on, and then you're saying the supernatural can't happen, you're like, well, make up your mind. I mean, you know, because I guess I think, the Mandela effect's being done by CERN or Satan or whatever. But if you just say, if you're a Christian, you can say it's being done by God or whatever you are. It's something divine, something beyond human, because humans can't do this. I mean, you can't change millions of Bibles around the world. I mean, none of these changes could be human unless it's a purely internet-based one, you know.
Well, I want to know who the strong ass human is that strapped South America on his back and took a swim 1,500 miles with it. I'd like to meet that guy.
Really?
Maybe it's Franco Colombo. Yeah. Maybe it was Franco Colombo, who's never existed.
It was Franco Colombo, yeah, for sure.
What?
Franco Colombo is now Franco Colombo.
Yeah, you didn't know that one?
Yeah.
No.
But even Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, my father had bodybuilding magazines. I know it's Franco Colombo, like I know my own name. In fact, I probably know it better than my own name. I mean, my own name, who knows? But really, it's ridiculous. Colombo. I mean, it even sounds dumb. It's like a joke, you know. It is quite funny. Mandela Effect has a great sense of humor. That's
sure. And none of it's harmful, is it? Nobody actually gets hurt or anything.
Well, unless you're really
years. Well, yeah, but that's the point, right? That's what I think the point. So the only people, what offense can people take? What bad things have happened? I've always said the only thing that people I could see really taking offense to is the people that take great offense to the Bible changing. Well, maybe they're too attached.
Right. And all of this stuff, if you're too attached to the pop culture, even songs. Now, look, I love my music, right? But I'm not going to say, okay, I like the Bee Gees song, you know, How Deep Is Your Love? And it used to be, I really need to know. And now it's, I really mean to learn. That's a large change. If
I
you
really need to know.
Exactly. And even show rhymes with no, you know, I need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to know. That's what it was. I know. And now it's, I really mean to learn.
And what does that mean? Is that a message?
What message is there? From I really need to know, I really mean to learn. There's the ping back and forth. It's not just what the thing becomes, but what was the thing before and what is the thing after? What's the difference in the meaning? You know, like all of them, I think, have messages. I actually don't think any of them are frivolous. They sound frivolous because they're about stupid labels and stuff, but I think all of them are communication.
Magic mirror on the wall, I think, is a bit of a message.
Mirror, mirror to magic mirror. These are profound messages. I mean,
this is a mirror reflected reality. And
Oh yeah, dude.
Is reflected in the outside world. Yeah.
Yep. 100%. It's fascinating. So here we're on a Mandela roll here.
So
nice.
that on that Bee Gees, you know, How Deep Is Your Love? You know, for people that still don't really understand what we're saying here, if you own that album and you pull it out right now, you don't have to get it off Amazon Music or something. It's going to say, I really mean to learn. And what's really interesting is, just like with nearly every other Mandela affected song, when you go and search for covers of that song, even by people who are high profile musicians who have covered that song, they're all saying, I really need to know, just like it was. But the original has changed.
But you know something?
Sorry.
Right now I've checked on that song, and anyone who does a more recent version in the last few years, they have the new one, and it just like, it irks me. I guess I'm still attached. Like, I'll listen as soon as they say, I don't care how good the version is. As soon as it comes to that one and they say mean to learn, I'm like, oh, and I turn it off. I'm like, no, no, you don't. But it's true. Now they're all singing the new version, right? But Jacob Collier, I sent you that one, Brian, about Jacob Collier doing it, right? It's a really good version. And then he ends up having the audience sing along with him. And the whole audience pretty well is singing the way it used to be.
Used to be.
Yeah. He's singing it no, and they're singing it no, and you're like, oh, okay.
I've shown Andy Gibb himself live singing it the old way.
Exactly.
Out of his own mouth.
Yep. I know. It's fascinating.
Is that on Saturday Night Fever album?
I'm not sure.
I got
that album.
Not Saturday Night Fever. It is on Saturday Night Fever, right? It's on there. What's the name of the album that it's on? Oh, it's a famous album though. It's got all the big hits on it.
Where's Nathan? Nathan would know.
Nathan Saunders, is he Bee Gees fan? Yeah. We Are the Champions of the World is now gone. Apparently.
Yeah. Of the world. You have Dark Side of the Moon or The Dark Side of the Moon? What do you have?
I had somebody sent me the side of a CD that said The Dark Side of the Moon. I sent it to Brian, but I asked the guy to send me the front and stuff, and it looked like it might have been just somebody fucking burnt it off a computer and
there's even names of bands that have changed. One of the bands I grew up with, you wouldn't call them a band, it's a rap group, but Belle Biv DeVoe, I was a huge fan, as many people of my age were. It was Bell, B-E-L, and now it's B-E-double-L, which is a pattern in the Mandela effect. The L's moving around. Joel Osteen has never existed now he's always been Joe Osteen. Mark Hamill used to have one L, he has two. Sybil Shepherd used to have one L,
right.
She has two. Okay, the L's, and a lot of people say L means God, and we think, I shouldn't say we. I believe, and a lot of people resonate with this, that it is the creator of this realm trying to reach out to us with some of these messages. So, you know.
That's Zelensky, that other world player actor. He's got a Mandela affected second name, hasn't he? It's an extra.
Zelensky and Kiev, maybe, but could
no. Zelensky, yes. I think Kiev is just a change and a cultural change. Yeah, I looked into it when people were claiming it, because you can go back and still find old maps that have it spelled the old way. That's not a Mandela effect. That is one of the changes.
Yeah, Kiev's not Mandela. It's just it's a mistake. But the band name, like the Bee Gees, right? Or the Steve Miller Band. The Eagles is now just called Eagles. Like the Commodores, the Ramones, the Misfits. These are all now Misfits, Ramones,
Smokey the Bear. There's a thing with the right? Smokey the Bear is gone.
The Smokey Bear taken away. Right, Smokey Bear. Now, Smokey Bear is ridiculous. Now, it wasn't Call for Zero. When you're talking about 2015, right? Being, some people say it started then. I don't think it started then at all. No. Didn't Call for Zero said he remembers Smokey the Bear changing to Smokey Bear in like the 70s, man. Right?
Oh, he might have. That might be his story. A lot of people have stories like that. John Deere and some of these other ones they remember in the 70s and 80s. And like you said in the beginning of the show, I was listening. The Mandela effect, honestly, dude, it's just a crap term. It's all we're talking about is the way our reality works. And I know this topic triggers people. It's time to investigate it, because you are all Mandela affected by a slew of them. And it's not about leading the witness, putting things in your head like these people will try and say, because I approach people on the street, I film them cold, and I just ask them questions and have them fill in the blanks, including on the biggest Bible verses ever. And in unison, they all give me the exact same allegedly wrong answers. And I don't think they're wrong. I agree with them. And by the way, here's all these fucking other people around the world that agree with you. And on top of that, here's piles and piles of physical evidence that corroborates your memories, because it's not just a memory game. You're not messed up. Your sense is not effed up. You know what's effed up? This freaking reality is effed up.
Yeah.
We're fine. I'm good. I'm very aware. My senses are high. My memory is rock solid. In fact, I have multiple instances of this memory, of this reality memorized at this time.
Yeah, I got an elephant like a memory. I mean, a memory like an elephant.
For sure. Actually, there's someone in the chat who studied anatomy. Okay, he's a friend of mine, and he studied anatomy. Now, you know my theory on the airplanes. Okay, the airplane engines, to me, 100%. They moved. They're way the hell up here. They look totally bizarre. They used to be under the wing, slightly, in front. Yeah, and the kidneys moved, the heart moved. There are various other changes. Some people say the thumb is lower, etc. Okay, I'm just going to talk about the kidneys because that's just so obvious. It's so obvious, right? And with the heart, you can say, oh, it used to be in the left, but now it's in the center, but it's a little bit to the left. So you thought, so even that one, people can try to explain it away, right? Say it's not in the center, it's slightly off to the left. You just thought it was more to the left, etc., etc. So whatever. I won't even talk about the heart. Because there was always people can wiggle that one out. The kidneys are just floating around. So basically, I think that the kidneys moved, right? And I know that the airplane engines moved. But the thing is, if you ask the experts, right? You ask an airline pilot who should know better than us, right? And you ask an airline technician, they're going to tell you almost unanimously, no, they've always been there. And the surgeon and the doctor will tell you, the kidneys have always been there. And you're sitting there going, there's no way. But a friend of mine who's in the chat right now, he studied anatomy and he's taken kidneys out of bodies many times. He knows 100% the kidneys moved. Now, he's not a surgeon today. He's not a doctor today. He did something else, but he studied anatomy. So it wasn't necessary for him to have his memory changed, right? But for a doctor or a surgeon, you need to have them know the new way without any fuck ups, because if they're going to carve in the wrong section and go, what, I thought the kidney was here. First of all, that's not very good. Plus they're going to be like, am I losing my mind? Right? The same with the airline pilot is going to be like, I could have sworn the engines were, whoa, and planes dropping out of the sky because the guy's going nut bar. So you don't want to have that happening. So Mandela effect is like, it's whatever's doing the Mandela effect. I think the creator, the loving, that can only do this, is the only thing it can, loves us and is being kind to us, doesn't want us to go nut bar and have planes drop out of the sky and having surgeons carve into the wrong spot. So it graciously changes the memories, overwrites the memories completely of these people, and blah. These are highly intelligent people who ride planes and do surgeon, right? You have to be intelligent to do that. And yet everything else in their life is fine, but that thing has been surgically overwritten. And so it can happen with us, How about you, Brian? I've been wanting to ask you about this. Luke, I am your father. No, I am your father. Now, many people think that's a real Mandela effect. That's a real strong one, right? For some people. Some people got brought into the Mandela effect from that one, right? But you have seen Star Wars more times than me, way more times than me, right? More times than maybe 100 times. You used to go to
probably 200 times I saw it. I used to watch it endlessly. Yeah,
that's right. Because your mom would drop you off at that place and you just go and you would see it many times. So you would be like an authority on that, like a surgeon or an airline pilot.
I mean, I don't want to say I'd be an authority. I know many people watch Star Wars many times, So I'm not
you know what I'm saying? But there's many surgeons too, right? So you'd be like one of the surgeons, like, okay, give us your surgical, professional opinion of the Star Wars, And so you remember when you were 7 years old, and you remember this, correcting people in the school round, like saying, no, it's not Luke, I am your father. It's no, I am your father. Now, you know, and just like now, what do you remember the Roadrunners saying? Don't you say it, Martin. Don't leave the witness here. What do you remember him saying?
See, for me, I don't think that. For me, I remember him saying "meep meep."
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine for me. So maybe I've had it surgically removed. That's what I think. Because Beaker said "meep meep" to me, but now Beaker, you know, meep 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 meep.
Meep, meep.
Yeah.
Yeah, orange hair.
Yeah, he said meep meep, but now he says me. There's no P.
Me.
Yeah. I remember meep meep from Beaker, and I don't remember beep beep. I remember beep 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 beep. It's like beep beep. The first P isn't there. It's beep beep. That's what I remember. And I remember it was written beep beep, and the sound was beep beep. That's what I remember. And there's a lot of residue for beep beep with Roadrunner, with car advertisements and various things. There is residue for it. So that's what I'm like, that's why I'm thinking I might be right. But the thing is, as much as I trust my memory, I think I'm an intelligent guy, I've got a really good memory, blah, blah. I am totally willing to admit that some parts of me I could definitely have had stuff overwritten. I mean, surgeons and airline pilots have had important things overwritten, and the rest of the stuff left intact. So it could be that way for me. Now, as to why it would be like that, I don't know. I'm not going to say, right? But I find that fascinating. What do you think, Brian, on the Luke, I'm your father? I mean,
there's a lot of things. So here's the first thing that obviously would pop into my mind. If I don't agree with it, as would anybody, you know, well, that's not a Mandela effect. But then that's speaking like amateurish, like when you don't really understand how this works, because we are all in one reality, in my opinion, of course. We're all in one reality together, but we also have our very own individual realities within it. Mm-hmm. And that being said, like, even though I remember "No, I Am Your Father," right? It's possible I took an update. Okay.
That's what I'm thinking
about. I don't know if I did, but let's look at the thing is, if everybody was just saying it and there wasn't really concrete proof on the other side that something might be afoot here, it would be hard for me to not just say this is a bullshit Mandela effect, because when you look at the residual evidence, it's not just people online. It's not just people saying, "Luke, I am your father." It's James Earl Jones himself, not only quoting himself the way people remember it to be, but he's telling you an in-depth anchor memory about when he read the script, and as he's reading the script, and he finally got to the part, because they held the script from him, they held the reveal from him for a while as the story, and then when he read the script, and he says this, and then when I read the script, and it said, Luke, I am your father. It comes right out of his own mouth. So knowing that we don't all see the exact same changes, I have to be open to all different aspects of that. Right. And again, that's like what we were talking about earlier. You know, you hit somebody with 30, 40 changes, they find one they legitimately don't agree with. They want to throw the whole thing in. We're not saying we came from one place to another. Some people think this, or different timelines, new Earth, old Earth. If that's what we all believed concretely, then what you're saying would have validity, because we would have to all experience the same changes, because it was all this way, then we came here, it's all that way. But that's not what's happening. We're here, and the changes are happening here, and we can actually prove that when we observe this, because of incremental changes like the lion and the lamb. When it changed in the Bible, it only changed in the KJV first. Right. Yes, and then it changed incrementally across the other versions. After we already brought it up to people, they tried to come back. Oh, the KJV's corrupted, and all the other versions say lion. Look. And then incrementally over about 2 or 3 years, all of them changed to the wolf. And of course, those people couldn't be bothered to talk about it now.
Right. And where are those people now is what I'm wondering, right? All those people who said, oh, well, that's just in the KJV. Oh, my Bible at home and these other 30 translations, it still says the lion. Where are those people now? Like, you know, I never hear them say, I was wrong. That's also very strange. I mean, have their memories been changed again? I don't know, because people were so adamant about that. Or Houston, we have a problem. Some of these things, they were one way, people talked about it, then they flip back. I mean, a flip-flop is really insane. It doesn't.
And I can prove that. I can prove that Apollo 13 changed and changed back. I have a short video breaking that down.
Yeah.
You know,
the BuzzFeed article, which is still there, but it's been kind of a little bit, you know, the photos have been taken away, but the BuzzFeed article is still there saying that this is one of the common misquoted movie lines. It said, people think it's Houston, we have a problem, but it's actually Houston, we've had a problem. Ha ha ha. That's what the article says, right? From 2011, I think.
Yeah. And then it changed back. It didn't just say it was a big misquote. It named it #1 of all time.
Yeah. It was 20 misquotes. So these are really obvious.
I used to have a board game back in the day, my Star Wars board game, and you had to go through the trash compactor as part of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't. It's garbage masher now.
Garbage masher sounds like they often do. It sounds so stupid. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's intentionally sounding so awkward. You're like, well, why would they? I mean, why would the writer allow that? On no level does it make sense. The writer, the director would just go, that just doesn't sound right. Let's change it, right? Yeah. That's how it would be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to need a bigger boat.
It was a dodgy part of the game. I was like, oh shit, I've got to go through the trash compactor. You know, I did this 100
You're going to need a bigger boat.
So anybody that doesn't know, the scene in the original Star Wars when they're down in the trash thing and the walls are closing in on them and Luke grabs the little intercom to call C-3PO, he used to say, 3PO, come in. Shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level. Shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level. Now, if you put it in, he says garbage mashers, even in the own movie that might have been in your house since 1970, whatever.
That makes no sense.
It's fascinating. Yeah, I love it.
I think it's the most fascinating thing of all time. I mean, you were talking about the jet engines. I mean, the engines are hanging off the front of the planes. They look like they should fall out of the freaking sky. I mean, there's so many huge Mandela effects that it's crazy to me. And I know why people try and just bring the little ones back up. A lot of them because they want to be disingenuous and keep focusing on that.
How far back do you go, Brian? How far back?
Since the beginning of time. That's how I run folks.
Yeah. Do you have any
whatever time is? I mean, what's up?
Do you have any, like, apart from maps and stuff, do you have any evidences that you've pulled up of Mandela effects from the past? It's not black top, stuff like that, but, you know, further back maybe. Like Queen Elizabeth had a big black beard, you know, some Mandela effect from the past.
Oh,
you said about Henry VIII never eating a chicken leg.
Well, he's not the picture of him. I'm not saying he never ate one, but he doesn't hold one.
There's a mental picture of you seeing Henry VIII on the buff of, you know, a banquet eating a big fuck off chicken leg, isn't that? But that's not in any reality. You know.
No.
So,
I heard one just the other day that was talking about an early Mandela effect, or what they thought might have been an early Mandela effect, and it was it was this character in a book that everybody thought had a certain name. And you're like, yeah, that's what the name was. And then this is like going back about 100 years ago. And then people are like, no, I thought it was this name. And then there's this really intelligent professor, this scholar who just knows everything. And he says he named it. And he was told, well, no, actually the character was named this Phineas something.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Phineas Frog.
Yeah, that's how around the world in 80 days. Phineas Frog.
Yeah, that's so freaky. And the guy's like, well, no, I'm sure it was this. It's like, well, no, I guess no, it must have been that. Something is wrong here. And you're just going, these guys are grappling over the Mandela effect. This is something that happened 100 years ago. So that's a good example of something, because even I knew that one. I'm like, I thought it was that too. Now, how can I know that? That's really odd for me, because it's already been changed accordingly. I mean, I don't think time is what we think it is anyway, right? But like, I thought it was the original name too. And I'm like, really? It's this? So, but this change had already happened more than 100 years ago. And guys were confused.
Well, I got something to add to that. That's fascinating. So we just talked about the lion and the lamb changing incrementally. KJV first, right? Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. It's like, say we discovered that the lion had changed to the wolf in the book of Isaiah, right? And people started making Mandela videos and talking about it in 2016, which is what we saw play out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could also say, well, it didn't really happen in 2016. It could have happened in 2010, and we just noticed. We don't really know the exact time it happened, right? But we do have a time. We do have a time frame for the incremental changes because we watched it, right? At least all those other versions we saw happen in a certain time period, like 5 or 6 years ago, whatever it is, right? Yeah. So that being the case, check this out. I did a video showing people in the 1950s looking for the lion and the lamb, discovering that it had changed to the wolf, and they were approaching pastors and stuff. Yet it didn't change for us yet in our reality. And we know that because we saw it incrementally change. So that's more proof that people are seeing these at different times, you know?
However, just like when you look at Black Tom, there's all this backstory
that
and
it'll be inserted.
Yeah, could, exactly. It can be inserted because if you look at Black Tom, you know, before I heard Brian talk about it, I never heard of that thing. And I'm telling you,
nobody has.
I would have known that. And I have friends that have history degrees. No one's ever heard of that thing. It doesn't.
Everybody in the world should have known when New York was bombed with 1 million pounds of TNT and the Statue of Liberty was damaged so bad that nobody could go to the torch. Even though I've spoken to people that have been to the torch, like Jen, the Truth Seeker 69's mom, has been to the torch.
Yeah, I've talked to people who have been to the torch with their families. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? Yeah, that is crazy. But now it's not just on internet. It's not just on Wikipedia. It will be literally in your encyclopedia. You go to your old granddad's encyclopedia and it'll be like, oh, Black Tom. Oh my God, that wasn't there. That wasn't there. So there's no guarantee that even you take out an old book, people say, oh, can it happen to old books? I'm like, well, how about the Bible? How about the 100-year-old KJV that's sitting in your grandmother's place that she got from her grandmother? It's changed. I mean, old book, any kind of old book. So anything could be inserted, anything from, just saying, from hundreds of years ago, from thousands of years
when
ago.
we watch these, we saw Black Tom. There's all this, I don't want to say new because it's old, but all this new to me footage of it and these events and Torpedo Alley and all these video footage is popping into this reality now, but it's all backdated like it's always been here. And every time you go back and look at these, like, so when I first did a Black Tom video in 2018, I think it was, right? There was like 2 to 3 videos at all even addressing it, which is weird that for the first time in 100 years, now they're going to address the time New York was bombed, right? And then all that stuff started appearing. But now when you look at it, it's like there's more of it, but it's also old. Like, it's also old. It's not like, oh, it's a 2023 release. There's all this stuff, there's footage of these things. And with Ed McMahon, which is one of the really fascinating things. So, you know, I know a lot of these people that are watching Summer in America, some aren't, but so many of us remember Ed McMahon delivering giant checks to people's doors. I'm sure you guys have talked about this, delivering giant checks to people's doors for Publishers Clearinghouse. And now that's never happened in this reality. He had an affiliation with another company, but never brought giant checks to people's doors. But when that Mandela effect was first discussed a lot in 2016, 2017, of course, there's going to be evidence of the current reality, right? So the first thing somebody against this topic is going to do is Google something and just send it to you. Look, here's the commercial of him with AFP, Mandela effect debunked, right? Well, we know that that's not how this works. But when they would do that, it was always this one commercial with him with this blue background. And the story was the new reality story. He worked with American Family Publishing for 5 years and 1 year with Dick Clark. No PCH. Then in 2019, all of a sudden, even though all the deniers and all the Mandela Effect researchers all had the ability to just go and look at all the other videos, there were none. All of a sudden in 2019, there were about 20 different commercials of Ed McMahon for the AFP company spanning 15 years and 5 years with Dick Clark. So there's all this footage backdated into our reality now, and the backstory continues to evolve. And if you watch those commercials, he's mocking us from the grave. He's dead, of course, but he's mocking us in the commercials. I mean, it's ridiculous. One guy's like about to say something about publishing. He's like, "Don't ever say that name around me."
Don't ever say that name. It's a total trolling thing. And, you know, those commercials are so bizarre, too, because, you know, okay, so the theory would be, oh, well, maybe he shot those commercials before he died and they only released them recently, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, those commercials themselves could have just been inserted. Like, Ed McMahon physically himself maybe didn't even make those commercials. They were the reality itself inserting it. I mean, that's how bizarre it is. When you're talking about bizarre and fluid reality, you can go the whole way. You don't have to say, oh, yeah, but how did he make the commercials? You're like, look, dude, he didn't even have to make the commercials. All this stuff can be inserted. There's a whole backstory from the point of origin. It's always been. It's very intricate and very clever and very thorough. That's why you don't really have to debate the Mandela effect, because it's such a powerful adversary. It's like, I've got God on my side here, and you go argue with God, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
There's nothing, you can't beat it. It's thorough. You know,
I had one debate. One guy I was told, oh, this is like right before I started doing my channel, and I was just still doing podcasts and stuff, and it was like probably 2017. And I knew a guy on Facebook who I was in like a flat Earth group with and stuff. And he's like, I got this guy, you know, he's really smart. He's going to take this really cool approach to debate the Mandela effect with you. Man, if you guys haven't seen that debate, I'll re-air it at some point. Talk about a freaking waste of time. I'm not going to do it. I'm not debating any of these things with people. It's a complete waste of my time. What am I going to do? Debate somebody on the Mandela effect, and they're just going to keep telling me they don't know anything, and their senses suck, and their memory sucks over and over and over and over again, because that's what we get, you know. And then they go back to the same things that we've explained for 10 years now. I was on a stream on Ian's channel. I don't know if you saw it the other day. Me, Moneybags, a whole bunch of us are on there. But they brought some of these people on. And he's like, well, I got all these different maps here, and this is where the land masses are. I got all these Bibles here. And we're like, but that's not how. Have you guys ever looked at all the translations? And we're like, dude, we've been doing this for like a decade now. We understand that you're going to go down those roads, but don't get triggered at us telling us to go look at all the old maps and the old translations. So then he's like, well, let's talk about the Bible. I said, all right, let's do it. I said, let's do some chapter and verse. And then what they do is when they think that they might get caught in anything, they just act like they don't know the answer to any question you ask them. So they can't get caught in the Mandela effect. It's the most low vibe. It's the most low vibe conversation. These people are such NPCs, man. It drives me insane. And I've changed my focus a lot lately. I thought, like, when I started talking about this, now I wasn't first to the game. I was kind of like the second wave of content creators on YouTube, but I had known about it for around the same time as everybody else that was making videos. I thought everybody was going to be so interested in this, you know, especially people researching flat Earth and stuff like that. And we've seen what's happened. Many of them are here. Many are very good people. Many are. But many, I'd say it's like 50-50 now. You know, many are so against it, so closed-minded. And people have such a freaking ego as if they've reached the finish line of truth. And they don't need to look at this. It's like you can't have a real conversation about what this place is if you exclude the Mandela effect. I mean, that's just absolutely stupid. So what I used to do is I used to make a bunch of videos all the time showing Mandela effects coming out of people's mouths all the time, trying to nudge them to like wake them up, like, look, this is affecting you too, you know. It didn't work at all, but it worked, and it showed people in their chats, because I would always tell these people, you know, trust yourself. It showed a lot of people in the chat said, wow, this guy that I watched that denies the Mandela effect is actually going through it. There might be something here. And now I think that a few years ago, maybe 30% of the people in those chats realize this is real. I think the percentage of the people in the chats is up way now. 70 to 75% of these people realize it's real, and they want more. And these people are holding them back and telling them not to trust their senses. Hey, don't believe the globe. Don't believe that. Trust your senses. Trust your observations. Trust your experiences. Okay, well, I know that my Volkswagen, the logo wasn't broken on the back of my car. Oh, you're just crazy and misremembering.
For sure.
Dude, I know what my car looked like. Ed McMahon's from my hometown. I know where my organs were. I know what airplanes look like. I know South America was underneath North America and the Panama Canal was east and west. How much of my reality do you want me to deny to try and stay trapped in your paradigm? The cult of the Mandela effect denier.
For sure. You had a Volkswagen. That was your first car, wasn't it, Brian? A Volkswagen.
First brand new. It was my second car, but I brought it brand new off the lot. First brand new.
You're going to remember
I've got some
19-year-old boy, a 19-year-old boy.
Anchor memory. There's no way you're not going to remember it. You know, you could say, oh, and how about all those hippies? Hippies used to have those camper vans, those VW camper vans. And I know they're stoned a lot. They're like, well, I guess, yeah, maybe too stoned. I just don't remember it having the space. You know, it doesn't matter how stoned you are, bro. Like you're staring at that VW logo without the space. And there's a message there too, you know, there's a space, there's no space, there's a double V. We could get into that. Oh, you know, the biblical one, my people perish for lack of knowledge. You know that one, right? Now everyone quotes that, but of course now it's my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, right? In every single translation, except for two very obscure ones. Like if you check it, KJV and 31 translations, they're all destroyed. My people are destroyed. None of them say perish, but there are two. One is the Bishop's Bible of 1568, and the other one is the Coverdale Bible of 1535. And those say, my people perish for lack of knowledge. But perish is written SHE and lack is written LACKE.
And obviously that's not where everybody got it from, two Bibles that they'd never seen or
No
heard
way,
of.
because no one's ever heard of those. Those are the most obscure Bibles around. No one knows those. People will tell you all these other versions. No one knows those Bibles. Those are really obscure Bibles. Those are antiquated things only in specialist museums. But they have perished. So I find that also kind of fascinating, like why it would leave it. It's almost like a little Easter egg. It just leaves it there on these totally obscure things, but on all the really common ones, it changes it. So I find that really fascinating as well. When people talk about timelines, now, what maybe my concept of timeline is different from somebody else's, but if you're going to talk about timelines, we all have different timelines, whatever. I'm not into CERN having anything to do with the Mandela effect. Personally, I don't believe it. I don't believe in timelines, because I do believe that there is a reality where Ed McMahon delivered checks for Publishers Clearinghouse, right? And now that reality is totally gone, because time is it's a complete thing. But the thing is, we have residue, and the residue, which people will not address because it's so devastating. There's so much residue for the Lion and the Lamb. There's so much residue.
I can show you residue for the Lion and the Lamb that goes back 800 years.
Yeah. Stained glass windows in churches and Lion and the Lamb pubs. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so much. You could go on for hours checking out all the residue. So how would residue work if you could go back in time and change it? Let's say you go back in a time machine and change it so that it's always been. It
wouldn't.
Well, then the residue wouldn't exist. It simply wouldn't be there.
Right. It wouldn't be there. It has to be one reality, and there's not just all the physical residue. Everybody has Mandela effect, so all the people have the memories of the reality. We didn't all come from one place to here and then bring all the residue with us. And even if you want to say, well, how do you know? Well, we also see the incremental changes and the flip-flops. But I was getting pretty excited a minute ago, Martin. I think you were trying to cut in. I don't want to be rude and talk over you in your own show. What did you want to jump in with?
Yeah, go for it, Martin.
Oh, that's fucking long gone, brother. That's long gone. What I wanted to ask you is, do you think that this could be some sort of technology, like a holographic simulation, and that they've been just making the past up? It's all fabricated, and they just.
It's possible it could be changing every moment. I mean,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Because like our relation to now, present, whatever present means, to past, to future, right, is constantly changing. Like the moment we just had now, it's already past, right? So that's already the past, and now it's a now. There actually is no now. There is people say there's only the now.
Say that again, because I'm always under the impression that there only is a now.
Right.
So,
well, I think it's both the same. I think you could look at it both ways, and they're both correct. You could say there's only now, there's no past, there's no present.
Now,
but the thing is, as soon as you try to say this is now, right, it's already gone. So you can't taste the end of your tongue, one hand clapping. You can't if you're within a construct, you can't really know. When you're in a dream, you generally don't know you're in a dream, although sometimes you do, and that's a lot of fun. But generally you get fooled so heavily in a dream, right? That's one way of explaining to people about this reality, is that when you're in a dream, you're totally convinced that everything is as it is. And then when you wake up, you're like, why did I think that? I mean, I was with this woman and then we had a kid. I don't have any children. I mean, I'm not, you're like, what? Why didn't I question it? Why didn't I even question it for 1 second? And that could very well be going on right now. Why am I not questioning this right now? So what's happening with the past? Is the past being changed every moment? Because the present is being changed every moment,
Well,
I mean,
the way I think about it is, if you've got, like, for example, a guy who's in 1915 in the trenches of the First World War, okay? So just imagine that he's there right now in his now moment. So his now moment exists then, Okay, I know it's moved forward since then, but I mean, in that moment that he's in the trenches, he exists then. So his now is as valid as our now. So to me, could then points in time be existing simultaneously, so that there's no separation between history and when Mandela effects affect us, they affect the whole of history and you know, everything else. You know, the awakening, when we awake, is it all of history that wakes up simultaneously, or is it just these cats here now? You know, I think that the whole thing is connected. I really do think we're that close connected to history.
I think we're all. I think there's no separation between anything. I think there's actually no time and no space. I think everything is happening at the same time and in the same place, but that would be very crowded. So we're given the illusion of separation momentarily. The divine Brahma, Oversoul, Creator, God, Sophia, whatever you want to call it, has broken itself up into trillions and trillions of pieces. And because it wants to have fun, you know, like God can play a tennis game and no one can return his serve. It's just so good. He can win every video game. And he's like, this is boring. I'm like, there is no video game that there's no one that can challenge me. Oh, I know what to do. I can make myself kind of retarded. So, you know, trillions of different pieces, and it makes all those pieces forget that they are part of the original source. I mean, there's no God over there external. It's everything is God. Everything is divine. The bird, the bee, the rock, the tree, everything. Right? But they all forget momentarily that they're part of the source, right? And eventually they will return to the source. And the fun is the bumbling around like I'm the retarded Shiva making mistakes and blah. And God wants to be that. God wants to be the butcher, baker, the candlestick maker, the rock, all these things. Wants to have fun.
Wants to experience it all in different personifications.
Limited avatars. And so we have time and space as part of the rules of the realm, just like the fun little bit. So you got to have some rules in order to, you know, you got to pass the trash compactor, you know, got to pass go and roll the dice and all these kind of things. So that's what we're in. And now we are interesting avatars because we're getting glimpses of our divine nature. We're like, hang on here.
Yeah.
Not what I thought it was. And the Mandela effect is a little wink, or it's a big wink.
It's a big wink. It throws what we thought was time out the window, in my opinion. Time has to all be happening now, because when we look at these changes, as crazy, even so, let's just say like so one of the movie changes, right? We know Interview with a Vampire is now Interview with the Vampire, right? Okay, yeah. So let's say I had the Interview with the Vampire, which changed to Interview with the Vampire. As crazy as it would be if at some point like a decade ago I had the movie and it instantaneously changed, that would be insane. This physical matter instantaneously changing in my reality and in everybody's reality, but it didn't instantaneously change. It changed instantaneously, but also retroactively at the same time, because everything is at the same time. It has to be.
Yep. It's letting you know, and that's one of the traits. It's letting you know all these things, and one is the nature of time itself, the nature of time and space itself. It's a fluid reality, even fluid reality. I like that term. It's a good term.
I love it. I like it much better than Mandela effect. I use it a lot now. I still use Mandela effect a ton because, you know, that's how I want people to find my stuff, you know, and we're kind of like at that spot where I have to do it. But I definitely like fluid reality, fluid realm. Because that's what it is, and I can't believe it triggers people in the truth movement so much. It's like, what the hell, man? I'm not, and it's like I'm over here telling you like how special you are. Your senses aren't failing you. We agree with you. You know what the problem is? Here's the problem, right? And it goes with all different circles. The 9/11 guys I used to, know and stuff like that. People, especially when, and I'm going to be careful on your channel, Martin, but just follow me here. When you start to realize everything's fake, right? Which it's a huge thing. And I'm gonna talk about 9/11 on Monday. We're not gonna do that today. But when you talk about everything's fabricated and you don't need to live in fear over all this, and then you see all these things one after another, not real, not real, not real. Then you get to the NASA stuff and the globe and all that, not real, not real, not real. It's very important to go through that journey, but it's gotten people too comfortable. Because they've gotten too comfortable and be able to just be like, well, that's fake, that's fake, that's fake, that's fake. And they got too comfortable in what their methods of research were. Now with the Mandela effect, you have to have a whole different method of research when the original items and original official records of things are changing. But it's not like you can't do research. Instead, we actually do extensive research in many unique and fascinating ways. Isn't it fascinating that I can walk up to Jehovah's Witnesses and film it for you people and ask them these Bible verses and get them to not only answer the Bible verses in the way that they used to be without leading them, without giving them multiple choice, but I make them give me the context to what those changes are before they tell me the changes, and then I tell them, well, that's not what it is. Just like the My People Perish for Lack of Knowledge. There was a guy I talked to at Huntington Beach. So there were a few people I talked to about the more known changes. It was great. It's all on my channel. But then there was this one guy, and I was there with Hugh TV. And I said to him, I said, see that guy over there? That guy's like a fraud. Like, I just got the bad vibe from this guy. He was holding his Jesus sign, but he was like yelling at people and being like really aggressive. So I walked over to him and I got into it with him for a little bit. And my mom's in the chat right now, by the way. She's in your chat.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Davey.
Yeah. Lex is my mom. Lex 02116. So
Hey, Brian's mom.
I walk over to him and I get in a conversation with him, and I start to try and infer that there might be some things in the Bible, changes or whatever, and he's trying to like act like he has all this knowledge about it or whatever. And I'm like, so what is it? What is it that they say about that in the Bible when people don't have the the knowledge or whatever? He said it's in Hosea. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. I said, well, that's not in your Bible. He's like, well, what are you trying to say? I said, I'm just telling you it's not in your Bible anymore. Open it up. Of course, he wouldn't open up his Bible. I got the Jehovah's Witnesses to open up their Bible. I've got many people in live streams that have interviewed me. I had one guy, man, he's a cool guy, Martin. You would like this guy. He just has like these fun shows and he plays music a lot. He's not really like, super into deep levels of truth or whatever. He's probably, even maybe a Trump guy or whatever, but he's funny. This guy, Mark Pyers, and he had me on for Mandela interview a few years ago. And, I told him, hey, in the book of Isaiah, one animal lies with the lamb. Of course, he said the lion, right? And then he goes, I got like a 400-year-old, dude, he got this Bible that looked like it was like out of one of these, like a Harry Potter movie. So it's 400-year-old Bible, this big, dusty dude. He opened it up, and of course, the wolf was in there. And I've done that to multiple people on live streams. That's fascinating. That's much more fascinating than just say, oh, it's a psyop. This isn't a psyop. Here's the other thing, and I'll stop talking for a minute and go get a water. So like NASA, psyop, 9/11, all these things, and there's so many people that have, come to that research that, right? They'll cover every latest, newest psyop. That's what they do, right? They'll say that this is a psyop. Where are all the videos showing you how it's done, debunking it, tearing it apart? They don't have any because they're scared shitless, and 80% of them know that it's real, and they're either saying it's not for one reason or another. Some are cowards. Some are too locked into their religion. Some are too locked into their current paradigm. Some of them have ego issues. Some of them have monetary incentive to not talk about it, or they think they do because they think they'll lose people. All of those reasons. Different people check many boxes. Some check one box. I'm not going to name people, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Hey, Brian, I won't name someone also, but there was one person that said, when talking about the Mandela effect and why they don't believe it, right? They said, and I found it quite funny. They said, well, if the Mandela effect is true, then all the research I've done is bullshit. And I was thinking like, well, I think quite a bit of the research you've done is bullshit, but actually, the guy actually did do some research, it's really into flat earth and, hats off to him for that. But dude, I mean, it doesn't mean what you researched is bullshit. It's like, this can complement your research. This is not going against your research.
And if that's the case, right, if it makes your research mute, which I don't believe it makes all of it mute, if you think it makes all your research worthless from before because the Mandela effect can change the past, or you think it offends you because you think the word of God can't change this, that, and the other, I don't give a crap. It's the reality of the situation. You're going to have to fucking deal with it.
That's
You're going to have to deal with it. It's the reality of the situation. So if that knocks you off your perceived high horse of truth, so be it. Just get out of our way then. Like, what do you mean?
You gotta grow up, Let's see, if you have a hero and you're like, oh, this guy's my hero, I love him, and then you find out that he murdered people, he did things to kids, he did this and that, and it's like conclusive evidence, and you're like, but I still really I'm like, dude, come on, like, it's okay. It's time
So-
to grow out of childish ways, you know. So it's
Yeah,
all
and
right.
I spent as much as I talk about this, and a lot of people know me for this on YouTube. I spent just as much time talking about 9/11 from 2010 to 20, whatever, at least 4 or 5 years heavy, and I still always go back there because it's very, very important. But check this out.
Yeah.
So I'm just as passionate about that. 9/11 has huge Mandela effects in it, and it didn't ruin my 9/11 research. It's reinvigorated it, man.
Absolutely. Actually, in fact, and one of my favorite ones that I like to bring up to people is we all know from the beginning of 2001, for years, everyone said the Pentagon had 0 deaths. There were 0 deaths at the Pentagon. They said, oh, there was this part where the plane hit the Pentagon and they reinforced it extra. So there actually wasn't that much damage and there were no people, blah, blah. That was the story. I know what the story was. And now it's 125 deaths. And so I said that to a friend and he said, oh, well, maybe they thought there was 0, but then from further investigation, they found the bodies. I'm like, okay, well, why don't you find the articles where it says the first few years, it says 0 deaths, 0 deaths. And then, oh, guess what? We found these bodies in the rubble. And there are 100. There is none. It's from the beginning. It's always been 125 deaths. Now, come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
And we have an anchor memory. We have an anchor memory, not just the numbers. Of course, I was very into it. But so many of us have an anchor memory of why it was 0 deaths because they told us that wing of the Pentagon was just specifically reinforced for that type of attack and hadn't been repopulated yet.
I mean, we all know that one. And yet people will just go, oh, well, I guess I misremembered. No, you didn't. Like JFK, 4 people to 6 people. You're telling me someone checked that thing out sometimes for 50 years. People have been going through bullet trajectories, every connection of this guy to his uncle, to the mob, to the CIA with a fine-tooth comb. And you're going to tell me, oh, I just never noticed there were 6 people in the car. Oh, well, what? No, there were 4 people in the car. Now there's 6. Like it's like the Lord's Prayer. It's such iconic things that you just can't ignore. How could you forget that? And that's what I find fascinating. People are willing to.
Hey, you're having a balloon party over there? Happy birthday, man.
The cats let some balloons off in the background.
Happy birthday, man. Hey, happy birthday. Where you going to get your drink on your
Some Mandela balloons just arrived.
At least they weren't orange.
Yeah. Oh, there weren't 33 of them either. Don't give 33 orange balloons. No.
Oh yeah, then people that don't even have a face might make videos on you.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that.
You don't want that.
Handsome. It's the Kraken on my face. Oh man.
I'm glad I don't deny my own reality. And again, this isn't about we're better than you, we're more special than you. We're all at different phases on different topics. I'm far behind in many things, and I have much to learn. But we're all experiencing this, people. Please don't deny your own reality and stop thinking you're losing your marbles because there's been changes that you've experienced, okay? Because this is definitely 100% happening. And I just want to say one more thing about 9/11 because I know there's like 700 people in your chat right now. I'm going to be very careful what I say because YouTube doesn't like this stuff, but lots of different opinions on the day in there and whatnot. I'm going to tell you that you guys should tune into my show on Monday because I break it down like no other, and that was a completely fabricated event in it with no people perishing anywhere whatsoever. And I don't just say that because
for lack of knowledge.
Yeah, and I don't just say that because everything we've come to the conclusion that so much of the stuff is nonsense now. I mean, I was saying this back then, and I will go in depth showing everybody. So that Judy Wood stuff and the DEW stuff I see people posting, that's absolute bullshit, fear porn, science fiction. They don't care what theory you believe as long as it's 3,000 people that were here once are no longer here because buildings came down on them. That's all I'll say about it. But if you want in-depth on that, we're going to go in-depth Monday, me and Rose 777 on my channel.
Yeah, like Aaron Dover and Simon Shack, also good. But Brian's take on 9/11, I'd have to say I agree with, and people that are really into truth, right, have real problems with that because people really are attached to
emotional attachment
to I've come this far, this is what I know, and I know that this happened. Well, how do you know it happened? And you're saying, well, that many people died, 2,997 people died, whatever, and you're like, well, I don't think so. And there's very good evidence that just shows one after the other. You're like, why would they Photoshop? Why would they use the same photo and Photoshop the background? It's really weird. Anyway,
Yeah,
you have to pick
we
it up.
should get
It's
off.
not for
Yeah,
YouTube.
we should get off that. Yeah.
But it is very fascinating, and that's the thing with these lies. Just like Robbie Parker having Emily going to MLI, another Mandela effect. Just like that, it often goes to these psyops as well. Like it's pointing not only to Kit Kat dashes and Pikachu's tail and stuff. It's actually pointing to fake events that are very suspect, and it's directing you to those fake events and some of those fake
And
events.
government entities that are all up in the lies. Like
the
you ask
DEA.
anybody what,
The drug enforcement. What is it?
Administration?
Anybody in the chat? Yeah. And now it's the administration, but it used to be the Drug Enforcement Agency. The DEA was the Drug Enforcement Agency, and now it's the administration. And any stoner can tell you that's what it used to be. Some people have been busted by the DEA, and it was agency when they were busted. Now it's the administration. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and the CDC, right?
Yep.
For me, John Hopkins, I think it was John, but there are people who will swear up and down it wasn't. I don't know. And centers for disease control, it was Center for Disease Control.
Yeah,
and the
totally.
Smithsonian Institute. My God,
that's a huge one, and I've gotten everybody with that. They still say it, and all these people that deny the Mandela effect still think it's the Smithsonian Institute. They still think it was daylight savings time.
Okay, guys, we have been going for a long time today, and I'm getting a bit tired, and I want to switch off. So, I'm gonna play you a 15-minute outro. Yeah, it's from my last show. Anyway, hope everyone's enjoyed the show. It's been fun. Big love to everybody. And yeah, we'll play out.
Come on, don't bullshit me. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit! You said it's all bullshit!
And welcome back. We miss you. Our favorite phone. Or my favorite phone.
It's showtime.
Escalated quickly.
To everybody, thanks for watching, thanks for liking and sharing as well.
Motorcycle.
great new year.
Because we're private citizens. We're supposed to know everything about the government because they're public servants. But everything is backward right now. And also look at the media. The media is supposed to be giving us the facts, and we should be formulating our opinions based on that information. Instead, the media gives us their opinions, and we're supposed to decipher whether that's a fact. Some more music. I'm going to keep going. Yeah, let's do it. Let's continue. Friday. It's EKoM Friday.
Right now, you're feeling good about what you've done. You should. It was a victory. Bravo. Now what? You've come here to negotiate some kind of deal? You think you hold all the cards because you can do whatever you want in this world. I say, go for it. Remake it. Knock yourselves out. Paint the sky with rainbows.
Are you feeling helpless in your society? Perhaps even a bit lost? Well, look no further. At the capital, we offer an escape, a new beginning, a lifetime of unending joy. We have an abundance of attractions so captivating, you'll wonder how you ever lived without them. Let's take a look, shall we? Take a ride on the Cosmic Carnival. Let go of decisions and let the carnival choose each thrill for you. Simply sit back and soak in fun. Getting hungry? Make your way to Brightside Bistro, where you can feast until your heart's content.
Why so serious? You ask for that next level in your life to come through, and things start going not exactly how you want them to go. That's when most people give up, because they don't understand how the organizing principle of the universe works. You have to be initiated, because what happens is that you mentally, everything starts from a thought. All is mind, everything is mental. So if it begins with that vision, that goal you want to bring in, you will start to embody that. And then what happens is that the external will ask you, are you ready? No matter what is shown to you, are you at that level? Not just are you ready, but are you actually there? Because the point is, to get to that next level, you have to have the catalyst of the external. That's part of the point of physical reality. So most people give up when they strive for something and then things don't go exactly how they want. They say, oh, I'm doing something wrong. Oh, I can't do it. No. That's not how this thing works. So you have to embody it no matter what happens outside of you. And if you keep looking outside of you externally for validation of what you are internally, you're not getting the point of the game. The point of the game is to become it. You are that. Feel that power. And imagine if you walked through the world with that power that nothing outside of you could determine what you are and how you move through the world, how it would respond as a mirror, because that's what it is. And so the mirror has to slowly change, and you keep getting initiated into, am I ready? Am I ready? And the universe keeps bringing you the creator. You want to call it God, you want to call it source. It doesn't matter what you call it. The organizing principle will ask you. And if you are fully embodied, you're not faking it, because so many people love to say, yeah, I'm that. And then something outside of them happens and they're like, oh, no, I'm not. What'd I do? I am that. I am is the most powerful 2 words. Whatever you add on to that determines your entire reality. And it can be easy or it can be hard. We create that, hence the placebo. So if you want to keep it real simple, what you attach, I am this is how my reality works. Everyone's playing their own game. So you need to determine, am I playing my game based on other people's preconceived notions? Because people do the immaculate and impossible all the time. So the question is why isn't it happening for you? Well, what's holding you back? And what are you letting control you outside of you? Everything starts internally. You've got to look within.
To negotiate some kind of deal? You think you hold all the cards because you can do whatever you want in this world? I say, go for it. Remake it. Knock yourselves out. Paint the sky with rainbows.
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. Green
And that's it, guys. One more little song, ciao for now, and I'm actually going after the next song. Okay, ciao for now, bye bye.
I know that we've been waiting patiently for better times. We fell asleep and men are blind, can't recognize it's genocide. Feel like the bomb about to drop out of the clouds. Another virus going airborne, go hide inside your house. Farmers watching crops die, they drying up with droughts. Angry people forming crowds and trying to burn the cities down. This is Armageddon, martial law for our protection. I talk to God but it's long distance and I lost reception. Forest fires and oil spills are the awful lessons. I'm just waiting for the devil to take over heaven. This is biblical, I swear it's in the Bible. We keep killing one another and we dying for survival. We used to fight for peace, we put our flowers in their rifles. Now we're about to be extinct, every man, woman, and child.
If it's the end of the world, I will do better next time. Oh yeah, I know it. If it's the end of the world, I know that I have lived my life to the fullest. Yeah, the fullest. We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it for?
Feels like the end is near, our freedom's disappearing. People playing God, call it genetic engineering. Media misleading us and evil's interfering, while the government we need became the power that we're fearing. Our billionaires are going to space, don't blame them for leaving. Birds are falling out the air, fish washing up on our beaches. This is end times, humans got a deadline. Children are the future till we ruin them with headlines. Should be past their bedtime, but everyone's woke. They told us chase a dollar that made everyone broke. I feel like cryptocurrency is probably our last financial hope. Soon enough the government will leave your bank account froze. Judgment day is coming, you can run or you can stand and fight. Panic in the dark or lead rebellions by the candlelight. This ain't your granddaddy's planet Earth, it's black and white. The end is coming, I'll see y'all in the afterlife.
If it's the end of the world, I will do better next time. Oh yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. If it's the end of the world, I know that I have lived my life to the fullest. Yeah, the fullest. We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it? It's the end of the world as we know it. It's our fault that it's over. While we look down at our phones, they'll drop a bomb from a drone, then an explosion. We should've known it. We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it for?
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Right, this is the last song. It's a good one as well. Yeah, great song. And then we'll go. Bye bye. Ciao for now. Do stay for the song. That's very good. Let's go find it.
Yaga yaga yo, yaga yaga yo, yaga 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 yo, yaga yaga yo, yaga yaga yo, yaga 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 yo. Yaga yaga yo, yaga yaga yo, yaga 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 yo. I just can't deny, can't tell no lie. You're no one that I love, no one that I love. I can't stop loving you. I made up my mind to live in memories of your love sometime. I can't stop wanting you. It's useless to say, so I'll just live my life with dreams of yesterday. Come on, baby, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, no. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, no. Woman, the way me love you, no time for sell you. I'm the man you can trust, no need for act so. I just can't do without you kissing and you hugging up you more than the thing below your belly. But we no live dirty life, so this no need mapping. Make bad mind keep on watching. Me nah give away me woman, I end up with nothing. Everybody needs somebody to give good loving. So make them talk, make them talk. You are the right queen for the king. I can't stop loving you.
I made up my mind to live in memories of your love sometime. I can't stop wanting you. It's useless to say, so I'll just live my life with dreams of yesterday. Yes, I miss you, but yes, I miss you, but you are the only thing me love next door to God. Yes, I miss you, but yes, I miss you, but anytime you walk out of me life, me feel sad. You are the greatest part of me happiness. Full attention, never give me nothing less. When you're not around, me body gather stress. Still I can't invite in another guest. I just can't ignore your kindness. Oh man, you are the finest. You treat me like a royal highness, so I can't stop loving you. I made up my mind to live in memories of your love sometime. I can't stop wanting you. It's useless to say, so I'll just live my life with dreams of yesterday.